All right, there we are. There you can see us. You look pissed, David.
Uh, Dumb day. I'll phrase it that way. Been a fucking
You
dumb
want to talk
day.
about it?
It's stuff I can't talk about on air. It's
The
work shit.
fiance, I get it.
Exactly. No, just dumb shit at work.
Be a teacher to get summers off and get not paid.
No.
All right. I think we're pretty much set to go. Kel's early chat. Let's go. Yeah, we're a little behind too. My bad. It feels nice though. It's nice. Like when we're late on like a regular time show, that shit sucks.
Yeah.
Dude, is it still light outside for you, David?
Yeah.
That shit feels nice, dude. I like getting these things out of the way early. It just it makes me feel less, I don't know what's the word, less antsy to finish, right? Like if we get into like a really good conversation flow, if it's like late, I'm like starting to run out of fumes and we lose some conversations and we got to get out of here. But fuck it, let's go.
Yeah. No, 100%.
All right, let's do this. Welcome to the Blue Ruby Podcast, episode number 210. I'm Adrian. That noise is from David.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Shit, I should have brought my tablet with the Games Gone By stuff on it, huh?
Probably.
I'll let you talk during the news story. What?
Yeah. I was gonna say, especially where we got a leak showing that one of them will be relevant soon.
All right, talk about that leak real quick.
All right. So we'll kind of fast forward. We'll talk a little bit about one of the stories. So Games Gone By, we have an amazing reputation. We tend to just spawn things into reality, whether it's remakes, re-releases, what have you. Once again, Blue Rupees just fucking wins with Games Gone By, and
can't keep winning,
one of our picks is going to be in the PlayStation Plus lineup. So if you have PlayStation Plus, no reason not to play along with us, and that is Alan Wake Remastered.
Yes, sir. I love that. Like, we don't. Yeah. Well, do we pick some like pretty relevant, like potentially stuff coming around games? Yeah. Sometimes we pick some obscure ass shit and just things just don't pop up. So like, that's why I feel okay with that. Like, if it's like if we're hitting like this, but we were like doing like the big games like constantly, all right, that's an issue. But like this feels good. We're doing great.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let's go through this. Games Gone By. That's our video game book club. We're coming back on August to start this thing up again. It's gonna start a brand new, rebooted. We're gonna have a whole new channel, whole different day, all different recording time. We'll get more details as we get closer, but we are getting closer. This boots up in August. Let me run down the games as they happen. We're starting off Games Gone By, rebooted with Alan Wake, followed by Alan Wake's American Nightmare. September is going to be Resident Evil 7. Or no, sorry, it's Final Fantasy 7, right? Followed by Resident Evil 7. Then it's Iron Lung, followed by Silent Hill. Then it's Nier Replicant, and that's November. This is going to be December for Her Story and the Beginner's Guide. January, Persona 5 Royal. February, Black Mesa. March, 13 Sentinels. April is going to be Cooks Are Delicious and Enter the Gungeon. May is a fan vote. June is Yakuza 0. And July is Phoenix Wright. Once again, I just want to clarify, that's a banger list.
That's a great fucking list.
And if you are inclined and want to jump in on one of those episodes, please message me or David on Twitter. And we'll happily get you on. We're hoping for like 3 to 4 person episodes. If we have to do 2, we don't mind doing 2, but 3 to 4, that'd be fun. Yeah. Kel said, yo, Games Gone By also called submersible incident with that Iron Lung twice in 1 month. Yeah. I mentioned that too. I was like, whoops. That's unfortunate. But for the kid. I'm sorry. Like, is it unfortunate when anyone loses their life like that? Yeah. But like, you paid to do something that was actively dangerous.
And you chose to do it in the most dangerous way possible.
Yeah, the kid's the one I'm like, fuck, that sucks because like the kid just did it for his dad. Everyone
Yeah.
else, you guys like signed up for that, right? Like it's I don't know. Like I'm not. It's people are weird about that, but I don't know. It's hard to be like devastated for people that signed up for something to do that, right?
Yeah.
It's not like wartime where you're trying to protect something. It's just like these guys want to go look at the Titanic. We don't need to do that. One of the guys, fucking he one of the guys, the guy that studied the Titanic, he's done it 37 times prior. I learned that this morning. He's already seen the Titanic 37 times. Why do you see it again? What's the 38th time gonna be? Like, come on. Mr. Beast is almost on that too. Ooh. Experience to extreme. Yeah, it's weird. It's fair to call them stupid if they were willingly doing it. In my opinion, says Kells. Yeah. Again, it sucks that they died that way. Granted, it's a good way that they died instantly.
Yeah.
If they were drifting out there, that shit would suck, dude.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the most painful ways to go, from my understanding.
Yeah, just like slowly suffocating, and along with 4 other people, or 5 people total. Yeah, that shit would suck. So the fact that it was like that, all right. I've been just because I watched a little bit of it, all the Titanic stuff has been populating my YouTube a ton. And so it's been just really interesting just watching some of that again, because I never actually I watched the Titanic movie like way back, and then I went to
back when it was 2 VHS tapes.
Yeah, right. Shout out to Final Fantasy next year, and then I went to a Titanic museum like literally a decade ago. But yeah, I don't know a lot of the details, so I was actually diving into that. No pun intended, and it's always interesting how shitty and terrible everything was handled. Like literally everything went wrong, specifically because people just didn't want to do their job. I hate flying. I mentioned that before. But one thing that someone mentioned, I didn't do it, but I should have, was that it comforted them when they looked at videos of plane disasters, because every plane disaster that happens is like a freak accident. Like so much things have to go wrong for a plane to go down. So it's like it's interesting when you look at that, because like they didn't feel like any of those fucking lifeboats at all. They filled like, I think only one was filled at or max capacity. There was one that was filled at about like 1/5 of room. There was like avoidance of like, hey, there's gonna be icebergs out there. They didn't give a shit. They just like, whatever. The guy that when they first sent up the rockets or the flares, one guy saw that like in another ship way off and he just ignored it. He's like, nah, that's fine. And nothing's happening. It's like everything that could have went wrong did go wrong, and it's just unfortunate. They weren't ringing the bells. Like people were just kind of like chilling for a while. It's like it took 3 hours, but like nothing happened. I don't know, man. It's wild. But yeah, that's been a bit of what I've been doing. Let's talk about that. David, you're in a bad mood, but it's work stuff, so we can't talk about that. What you been up to this last week?
Hell yeah. Just been working on some home lab stuff. Been trying to figure out how to do self-private certification. So simple explanation. Whenever you go to a website that has HTTPS in it, that's using SSL to basically verify that, yes, you are a secure place that I can send encrypted information to. There's a certificate that SSL uses that says, yes, here is the proof. This is my badge showing you that I am able to securely send and receive encrypted data.
Okay.
A lot of people that do home labbing will use something like Let's Encrypt, or just buy outright SSL protection from websites and just go ahead and route all their traffic through that. That is a pain in the ass, because when you do an option like that, it's exposing parts of your network to the internet itself.
Okay.
So a lot of people that do that then find ass backwards workarounds to then redirect it back into their own internal network.
Okay.
So it goes in then out, then in and out, and back in again. The alternative is to set up your own what's called root authority, where you create a server that says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and sign these certificates that totally are believable to be secure certificates. Send me that encrypted data. And that's what I've been spending the last couple of days working on getting set up and running. I got OpenSSL, which is the most prevalent way of doing it on Linux, up and running in a little VM that I have. And I'm able to create my certs and self-sign them. But for whatever reason, Proxmox, which is what I'm using as my hypervisor, is not taking the import of them correctly. And I don't know why. So I need to figure that out, because once that's figured out, then I can go ahead and have all my internal network traffic encrypted, which some of the things that I want to self-host require that in order for you to actually use it. But yeah, that's one of the big things I've been doing. Other than that, we played a little bit of that BattleBlock. BattleBit there. That was fun. When you're not on a night map, that is a very fun game.
Yeah, have you been playing more?
No, just the bit that we played there the other day.
You want to play some more?
Yeah, I'm there for that after the podcast.
Yeah, let's do a little bit of that. BattleBit, shout out to Cows in chat. Got us into that game, and we looked at it, and the first map sucked. It was like raining to the point where you couldn't see shit. Second map was more clear, and that was fun. Definitely down to play that. And I played like one more match while I was gone with my friend because I brought my laptop, and fun game. Super fun game. I went on trips. I saw Cal's had a comment in there about planes, how many planes come out of LAX. When you think about that versus like how often there's an issue, it's an absolute anomaly for those to happen. I think if you don't count elevators, which technically I guess count.
Yeah.
The planes are like the safest form of transportation. Elevators shouldn't count, but whatever. So I like, yeah, it's weird, but just the matter of existentially when you're thinking you're sitting in a plane, I'm like, I'm way the fuck up here. If anything bad just happens, there's nothing.
Exactly, and that's what freaks me out about it too. Is there's no control over it either.
No,
there is nothing you as a human being are gonna do in the air to be able to adjust your fate.
Yeah, so I just have massive anxiety over anyone driving me or anything, or just any way that I can die by someone else's fate. Granted, like cars are like that, but like I have a say in that kind of sort of, right? You know what I mean?
You can always tuck and roll, worst case scenario.
Yeah. So it's like those kind of situations freak me out a bit. The mechanics are paid less than baggage handlers. I'm so glad you told me that after I'm done. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Kel said, just hit level 60 in BattleBit. I'm addicted. Night maps suck. Yeah, that's fair. BattleBit is fun though. I'm enjoying it. I think people were talking. I saw there's been more talk about it this last week, and I think someone mentioned is like, and you, Kels, you might even comment on it. Is like BattleBit. It might be a good wake up call for both EA and Activision to be like, dude, if the game's fun, the game's fun. Like, you don't need to have thousands of employees working on it just to make this giant thing when you could have a smaller team just make something really fucking tight.
The game is fun.
Yeah, as long as it's a fun game. I don't give a shit about like high fidelity games anymore. Like, I feel like we've hit a good peak that I feel good with. I know there's an extra level, right? Like there's that one unrecorded or whatever game that's like literally lifelike, right? So there's like always that upper echelon to hit, but like we don't need to hit it. I don't really give a shit. It's not something I don't care for. As long as the game's fun, it's fun.
No, honestly, I was even talking about this at work with a couple buddies of mine there. It's kind of one of those things that even when it comes to even like ray tracing and shit, it's a neat thing. But honestly, after I've been playing the game for a little bit, I don't notice it anymore, really. So I just kind of like, I don't care as much about it at this point.
If the game is a massive like cinematic story, then sure. If it's a multiplayer game, no. Fuck it, I don't need it. I'm just playing the game. Cygnus X1 said, my dad took a huge pay cut after 9/11 and he still makes less than he did before. That's shitty, especially with inflation. That's wild. Pay people correctly. Too much billionaires.
Agreed.
Let's see. What else? I was up in Reno, saw my best friend for about a week. Hung
Reno.
out. We did some stuff. I played a little bit of Smash, played a little bit of Street Fighter, a little bit of BattleBit while I was out there. Um, my best friend knows Multiverses, and he played a lot of it when it came out. So we actually we turned it on and we were like, wait a second, didn't it close down? We looked up, it was literally closing down that night. So like, oh okay, guess we get a couple games in real quick. Granted, actually, you can still play it right now locally, so you can still play local games, just you can't play online.
Gotcha.
I think they unlocked everything too for now. Um, so that's fine, I guess. Let's see. Did a lot of nature shit. As weird as that is sometimes. I felt like David, are you a nature guy at all?
Fuck no. I the closest I get is I like being out in the water. I like being on boats and shit.
Oh,
That's
okay.
about
So
it.
you're like a different kind of step in there.
Yeah.
I love the water. If there's anywhere I could be around the water, I'm fine. I don't even need to be in the water. Like I'll be a little bit in the water. I could be on a beach side, but I don't need to be in a boat or anything. Jet skis are fun though. Shout out to jet skis. But
Oh yeah.
I don't need to be around. I don't need to be in it. But like as long as I'm around water, I become like the most adventurous person ever. So I did a 10-mile 4-hour hike, um, with like an elevation change of like 1,000 feet, and that shit was killer. Fantastic trail. It was the Rubicon Trail over in Emerald Bay. That was awesome. Um, Gorgeous. It was. I looked online to see like what kind of trails I should do, and that one was top, and I went to it, and it said like probably the most beautiful trail you'll ever walk. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be hard to ever top that.
Hmm.
Uh, Probably the best day ever for it too. It was like high 60s, low 70s, so it was killer day for that. Um, I made it like I took my time, spent some time. So I was usually 2 hours there, 2 hours back. I did 2 hours there, and then or a little bit more than 2 hours, probably 2.5, almost 3 hours took me to get there because I was just stopping a lot to take pictures and hang out. And I took a detour back, and that shit fucking sucked. 'Cause I wanted to do one more thing, so I took a detour back. It cut an hour off, but dude, it was mostly uphill, and that shit fucking killed my legs. And I was like, at one point, I was like, oh, cool. If I cut across this even steeper part, I'll save myself about 5 minutes. Walked about, I'd say about 50 feet into that steeper part, and my leg made a feeling that I'd never felt before, and it was really painful. Took a few more steps on it. And I'm like, no, I feel like something's bad's about to happen if I keep walking right there. So I took a 5 minute break. Like, well, there goes my fucking 5 minute. I cut off on that. Cool.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I'm good. I got one last trip. We'll figure out details for what we're gonna do around that. That's in a couple weeks, but for now, we're gonna chill and just do our regular thing. I'll be streaming again. I'll be streaming a lot more again. So if you guys want to shout or come by twitch.tv/depunked, I'll be streaming. Probably, I still want to get through a world tour and see if we can 100% that and then play some more of that. And gotta do Dead Rising too. Still, not Dead Rising, Dead Island too. Um, so we'll do that on my channel there. Um, what else have I been doing? Let me read the chat here. Let's see if anyone spends $500,000 to visit the submarines decades from now. Kel says, "You telling me you wouldn't want to go find that Logitech controller?" It's a good. I would love to find that Logitech controller. Can
You
you
know,
imagine?
the funny part is apparently that was like the one thing that survived from that
Isn't
whole
that is that a
thing.
joke? I thought I saw that. That has to be it. That's fake. That's fake.
I could believe it.
I could believe it. It has to be fake. It'd be so fucking funny if it's real though. Like that's the last reference you see is just a fucking controller.
Oh, also, I forgot to mention, I did also finish up chapter 3 of Higurashi When They Cry.
We didn't get to
so
what
I
we
got that
played yet.
done.
We're just saying what we did.
Oh, well, I mean, I rolled all that into there. Figured we
Oh.
were doing that all together.
Well, yeah, good stuff playing that. I was planning on playing a lot of FF7 on these flights. I got a couple hours in, so I did some time in it. I mostly just took that time to just plan more school shit. So I gave myself a little more wiggle room for next month to play more FF7, but I'm getting in there little by little. I think I already got farther than I was last time, so we're making progress in there.
Have you left Midgar yet?
No.
Okay, so you're still pretty early on then.
Yeah, I'm still early on, but we're getting there. It's nice having that little. You just click it in the left thumbstick and it goes 3 times speed, so you can speed through a lot of things if you need to, which is nice.
Oh, I imagine.
Um, Tifa's just built to like die early, isn't she?
No, not really.
You gotta put it in the back lines usually a lot. Is that the thing?
No,
Oh, I don't know yet. I'm
I
still.
think you're just bad.
No, it's because I keep using it 3 times speed and I don't know what I'm doing yet.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no one should really be glass cannony.
Oh, because they keep attacking Tifa. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know why. Let's see. Trevor says, I hear the new Final Fantasy has Game of Thrones similarities.
I can see it a little bit with the story aspect. But from everything I have seen of the game, I really want to get it. I was hoping the guy that we got stuff from a few times would have sold a copy of it, but I think he got nabbed in term because he hasn't put up anything in like months. But no, I'm so excited. I watched gameplay footage of the combat developer, who's also the developer for Devil May Cry. Fucking play through it on the hardest difficulty during one of the boss fights and just parrying every goddamn attack. Holy hell, the game looks so fucking good.
This game, like, I thought Zelda was gonna run away with it. I think there's a good chance that Zelda like, I think Zelda's still gonna win, but I think there's a good chance that there's a couple upsets someplace with Final Fantasy. It seems
100%.
this is a banger year. It's actively nuts how crazy the stack this year is.
Like, there's definitely been like a couple like, oh well, that wasn't as good as I thought it was, but I don't think there's been any major duds, has there?
Fire Emblem.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fire Emblem. It was a good game if you like the combat. Like, it's literally Fire Emblem at its most polished in terms of combat. The story elements are not there, which is, to be fair, it was mostly a 3 houses thing that really instilled that kind of new thing to Fire Emblem. But this is just like pure. You're getting the game, and if that's what you want, you had a good time.
Well, not only that, but it was very much, from my understanding, a celebration of the whole series. But because they're trying to shove like literally 30 fucking years of characters and history into it, it's very disjointed, from my understanding.
Yeah, it's fanfare that doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'll eventually pick it up. Although, real quick, I just want to say, I want to know what weird revisionist history bullshit is going on where my YouTube feed has been just popping off with all these video editorials talking about how Three Houses was actually a terrible game. The fuck is wrong with you people? Three Houses was fucking great. Don't come in with this revisionist history bullshit saying that Three Houses was a shit game. Get the fuck out of here.
that's weird. Trey Video has a couple of comments in there. Resident Evil 4 Remake was great as well. Resident Evil 4 Remake was fucking incredible. And then Hogwarts Legacy isn't in that league, but I'm glad it wasn't a bust. It's good. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is like a solid like 8. I'm hearing. Like, I think I haven't really got into it, but I hear it's an 8, and that's still great. Like, that's still fine. I don't think there's really, even like Fire Emblem, like, it's just a good strategy RPG game. So like, it's not bad, right? It's not a dud. Yeah, we haven't had a big flop this year, have we? What's the big? I'm sure we're missing one. There has to be a couple.
For like major title releases, I don't think so.
Let's take a look real quick. Let's see. Games.
Because like the only one that immediately comes to mind was fucking the one by the Dead Space team where
Callisto. That was last year.
Where I thought that was beginning of this year.
That was last year.
Fucking A, they all blend together at this point.
Lord of the Rings Gollum, but that already looked kind of ass.
So I guess technically that would count,
Redfall.
Oh yeah, Redfall. All right,
that's our dud.
Redfall and Lord of the Rings.
Yep. Crime Boss. That already looked like it was gonna be rough anyway. There's a Blood Bowl 3? Huh.
Oh yeah, shit, that tanked fucking hard.
Yeah.
That was a real shit game. Although I wouldn't consider that, to be fair, like a major release. It's a very niche game of a very niche series.
Last of Us Part 1 was shit on PC.
True.
I'm just looking through the bottoms. At that point, dude, like, we were already at 60s. I'm already kind of driving up here. Forspoken.
That was pretty middling.
Yeah, everyone already kind of knew that was, but that was a big game that was supposed to be. I think that's really it, and that we're already at 70. So yeah, no, that's it at that point. Oh, Deliver Us Mars wasn't good. That sucks. I say that as like 68. Um, that's a good year, dude. That's a really good year. David, what'd you get this week?
Oh yeah, got a bunch of shit. Where to start? So got some imports. They were dirt cheap, and there's a guy that whenever I buy shit from him, he throws in extra free Monster Hunter games as well. So I already have a bunch of duplicate Monster Hunter games that I'm going to be selling because they're Japanese language, so I only need one of them. But I got this weird dating simulator. It's 1/48. It's AKB 48 is an idol group in Japan, which is partially responsible for Hololive being created. Yagu, when he wanted to go ahead and have a production company made for cover for idols, that's what he kind of envisioned, was doing something like AK-48, but with virtual models. And this is a weird combination of like a music concert CD and a dating simulator. I don't know. I got it because I got it for $2, and apparently this red variant is a harder to find variant.
Hell yeah.
And it was $2, and they gave me a free Monster Hunter game that I didn't have just yet. This one I got, and it came with Monster Hunter game that I already had, so I'm going to be selling that off.
What up, Zarlos?
Hell yeah. This is not so much a game as it is an application. So you remember back when the PSP was trying to be like a multimedia powerhouse and people were finding all kinds of weird uses for it? This is a fun one that I got, again, because it's like $1.20 I paid for it. And because it's just such a weird, neat oddity. It's Map Plus. It's GPS software for the PSP.
Interesting.
It's just such a weird little thing. I'm like, all right, I'm down for having that in the collection. That's a fun little oddity. And then Monster Hunter Portable 2G. Of course, Japanese version, but whatever. I don't play the physical carts anyways.
Yeah.
Then let's see here. As I mentioned last week, this would be coming in, and that is Assassin's Creed 3 on PS3. Eventually, I will be getting an Xbox copy of it, though, just because I do want eventually all of them on Xbox because of that sweet backwards compatibility. As I go ahead and throw all of these around. Also got Assassin's Creed 4 on Xbox. Ass Creed. Oh, I forgot to show this off a couple weeks ago. This is the iFixit Manta Ray kit. It is a phenomenal screwdriver bit kit for like fucking everything under the sun.
Interesting.
Highly recommend it. It has all the bits you need for working on consoles, game cartridges, all the weird, obscure computer bullshit I work on daily. It's $70, but genuinely highly recommend it. I've found so many weird uses for that. For bits that normally would be an arm and a leg to get individually. Let's see, what else did I get my hands on here? Shout out to Wario64. There was a really good deal that he tweeted out from Woot, where they went ahead and had a bunch of their shit on clearance. So I picked these up, 2 of them because I genuinely wanted them in the collection, and 1 just so I could have a sealed copy, honestly. The one that I wanted a sealed copy is Gang Beasts. Okay. I own it on every platform, but I figured it'd be nice to actually have it physical so that can stay sealed. That was like, I don't know, $5 or something like that. 2 Point Campus, even though it's on Game Pass, I'm like, fuck it, whatever. For $7, I think it was, I'll go ahead and I'll get it physical on console, and because it'll still be a while before it's that cheap on Steam, so why not? This was the most expensive game that I got in this whole things that I bought recently at a whopping 14 whole doll hairs.
Hell yeah.
But I am a big Doctor Who fan, and when I saw this on clearance, I was excited. And that is the Doctor Who duology pack there for 2 of the PS4 games.
Nice.
Really excited to go through that. See what else do I got lurking over here. This one I managed to snag for pretty cheap. This normally goes for about $25, but I managed to get my hands on it for 10, and it is fully complete in box, which is always fun to see for Sega 32X games, and that's Virtua Racing.
Hell yeah.
This is a nice sealed game. I managed to get this for a whopping $2 hairs, which apparently I overpaid for because this person bought it for 25 cents. But it is Cyber Girl, which is a pinball game that was in like those old pinball collections. This is actually by Epic Games, way back in the day, as it is a floppy disk game. And now for the two big money item things that I have here. This, I think this was like 70 when it was on pre-order at PlayAsia, but this has finally come in the mail, and that is the Etrian Odyssey collection on Switch. Super excited for that. I'm already seeing the prices inflate up for that, not surprisingly. And this is my second minty sealed N64 game for the collection. It's been like what, almost a year and a half. I think we've been waiting for this to finally fucking ship, and that is Glover.
Ooh, hell yeah. It's nice.
So have that sealed now. Very excited. And I think that does it, Chief.
David, you might have seen me looking around a lot lately. This last like couple minutes. Okay, here's the conundrum I have before I get off the show. What I got. Gamers got Go Hyper Grind in. You know where I'm at.
Yeah.
$540. I can get like 15-20% off. It's like $450 with tax. Okay, I don't have that money, but I'm looking around. There's two games I have here that are fucking awesome, but I just don't have room for them. They're not my games. Like I'm like, you'll see. I got these.
You're turning in your Fire Emblem collection.
No. Well, here's the thing. I've had these. I need to see it. I called yesterday. I feel like I kind of want to. I don't know. I just got this random, real fucking massive urge. I was like ready to like end the podcast and just run over and just do it because I'm impulsing right now. I have these games. I've shown these off a while back. I have these two that I want to get rid of. Not rid of, but I like these. But it's like, what do I do? This is not my type. I still have this guy. I still have A Link to the Past. Nice box, and I still have Breath of Fire. These are great games to have in a collection, right? These are great, but like GameCube, that's my thing. Like GameCube is my thing. Like that's a grail. So like, would I trade these in for that? Yeah, I'm not gonna get full value for them, obviously, but like I kind of even it out with getting like 20%, 15% off whatever I get, right?
Yeah.
So I'm so impulsing right now. I'm like, I just want to fucking like go fucking just do it and just see. I gotta see if they have it. So I'm gonna weigh it out. Because either way, I'd owe something for sure after that.
Fuck, if I could justify it, I'd fucking take those off your hands.
I mean, they're nice. They're nice copies. They're really nice copies.
They're really nice, but I'm buying 2 Mac computers next week, so.
Well, if you want to think about it for the podcast, think about it. Because these I don't want to get rid of these. I really don't. But like, I need my Grail. Like the Grails are what I'm going for 100%. And I don't know where to show these off, right? Like, I still have like more sealed. Like I still have shout outs to Nick. I still have Body Harvest down here and everything too. So I
And there's no other like collector's editions that you're just on that you could part with sooner.
That's what I was looking around. I'm thinking, I'm like, what do I just not want? Hold up. This is actually a really important text.
I got it. You get rid of Ridge Racer.
Dude, I am so fucking eager. Right, I kind of want to call and see if they still have it. What do I get rid of? Like, what do I just not want? Like, really, just not want. I want to see if they'll give me anything for that Explosion Man statue, maybe.
Do they often do things for statues?
I'll come in every once in a while for collectibles. Yeah.
See, that's hard. Is there any like recent shit where it's just like, yeah, I didn't actually enjoy that after all?
No, I don't like getting rid of games that close by, if that makes sense. I mean, I
Fair.
can get rid of Resident Evil 4. That'll drop by, right? That'll drop in price.
Yeah, they'll definitely drop in price.
I'll
It's
throw
fucking
Resident Evil 4 out. Yeah, we'll see. That's like what next?
Well, yeah, because you must have some things where it's like they're recent, so they're going to be a little bit more expensive now, but are easily going to drop value in a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm not gonna get back to Resident Evil 4 soon. All right, let's see.
And it's not like you're starved for ways to play Resident Evil 4.
No, but like right now, I'm hold on. You know what?
Call 'em.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'm gonna
it.
see if it's still here, and then I'm gonna ask if they'll. I'll give them a call. David, kill some time.
Hell yeah. Offer them a handy as well. That tends to help a lot. Tell them $30 in a handy. All right. So, Adrian
Get a news story out of the way.
Yeah, all right. So I'll go ahead and get over one of the news stories here. So one of the news stories I wanted to go ahead and talk about here is something that really irritates the crap out of me in particular. Microsoft has kind of had a memo leak where they wanted to go ahead and start moving the consumer market Windows installations to cloud-only instances. This is something that I guess this was back in like mid 2022 that they originally were sending around these memos, and I don't like it 100%. I work in IT. I've been in the tech space for the majority of my life, and to see a operating system go full cloud, especially Microsoft, which is already using Windows 11 as absolute fucking spyware, is a little bit heinous. So you're going ahead and you're going to have something that requires 100% internet access. So anyone in a more rural area is already fucked out of that. Anyone that's traveling could potentially just not have access to their own computer because of that. That is fucking wild to me. Also, what is that going to do for gaming? Because not only are you going to have an operating system overhead, but now you're going to have a constant cloud synchronization overhead. That is just going to be insane. I could see offering a cloud version of Windows. I could even see the merit to that, having a installation that always travels with you. To some level, that's kind of what already like OneDrive acts as like the concept. But the concept of Windows only being a cloud operating system, period, absolutely heinous, I think.
All right, it's still
That's
there.
the story.
I asked them because so their rule is they don't hold games unless they've been there for 3 days, and it's been exactly 3 days since it's been there. So I said to hold it till the morning. I know the people who were working there in the morning. Let's see. So maybe
Did you throw in a handy?
no, because a lot of them are females. I work there, and I'm not about to get myself in litigation. Shoutouts. Maybe we'll play a little fun game at the end of the podcast.
You're probably saying, well, maybe we'll give a handy.
No. So maybe we'll do a fun game at the end of the podcast where we figure out what else to toss into this trade in. Maybe we'll figure that out. That'd be a fun little thing because, that's a grail, and I hate trading in things a lot. Like it hurts, but it doesn't hurt if I get something back. So remember, like way back when I was doing like trades, like that doesn't hurt me because like whatever.
Trades.
And even though like the hard part is like, yeah, in value, is this kind of skewed? Yeah, but like the value of having that is much higher than like owning these things, right?
That's only ever going to go up versus a lot of other things you have a high probability of going down.
Yeah, I don't see after that Disney basketball shit that we saw a little while ago, which Sharp is one of the most valuable GameCube games now, which I fucking hate. I don't see the Grails going cheap. Yeah. I think we're kind of stuck. So yeah, we'll play that game at the end of the podcast. So we'll move on from that. Okay, let me talk about what I got. I got Cuphead. Shoutouts. Got that physical version of Cuphead. David, I was weak, so I got Final Fantasy 16.
I want it so bad, but I don't want to spend.
Bro,
70 on it.
I've heard so much fucking incredible things about. Everyone's like saying this is the greatest opening. Even like they're like this is fucking amazing. And then I think it's kind of a fun little juxtaposition to Final Fantasy 7 in my mind. I'm playing FF7 on the Switch, a couple hours here and there, and then play FF16 on there. Yeah. I don't know. I want to be part of that. It sounds killer right now. Everything.
It's amazing. Like a couple of people at work are raving about it right now, and I'm just like, I don't want to spend 70 on it, especially because it's fucking Square, and I know give it 3-4 months it'll be $20. So
Yeah, but the way I see it too is I want to play those games when they're out. So
there.
I don't want to stack all these. Did you read Trace 50's comment? 64.
No, then.
First N64 game he owned was when he was 5 was Glover.
Hell yeah! Shout
Yeah.
outs. Lover represent.
Yes, sir. All right. Ooh. That's it. David, you talk about that one. Talk about your other one. Your other story here.
So I talked about the Microsoft fucking going ahead and planning for the next version of Windows to be cloud only story, which I have a little rant on. But this next one is a large rant. This truly is a callback to David's rants here.
David's rant.
So Skullgirls is a game we've talked about a lot on this podcast. It's had a hell of a fucking saga between Mike Z being a bit of a fucking douchebag,
A bit of a bitch.
a little bit of a bitch, and having the studio rebel and get the license to the game out from under him and all kinds of other shit. So earlier in the actually later last year, we covered a story where we were talking about how the developers were actually working on a season 2 for Skullgirls. There's going to be a new wave of DLC, whole new updates to the game. I was excited because Skullgirls, I feel, is a very underrated fighting game still. Really, I think
It's
just at this point.
It's never been allowed that top highlight ever. Melee clutched it out for that, which rightfully so, right? Melee that was
That's fair.
It sparked a whole fire, but like Skullgirls has always just been like right underneath ever having that chance to be like, all right, we're here.
And so they finally did their first major overhaul, not only to the game, but to the contents of the extras for the game, like the art book for it, which is a little fascinating.
That's weird. Yeah,
So what they've done is they've gone ahead and have toned down and censored a metric fuck ton of shit in the
right.
game. There are some things I agree with. One of the things that they toned down is they reduced a fuck ton of the panty shots in the game, which whatever. I don't need that in my life. To have it toned down, if anything, opens the game up for a few more people to be able to play it. It's not like they removed all of it, just tone it down. Whatever, I could take it or leave it. I don't care about that. They reduced some of the more sexualized elements of Philia, who is an underage character to the game, which, yes, good. Stop doing that. Either, if you want to sexualize your characters, I don't fucking care. Have them be adults, please, at least.
Please.
Can we stop sexualizing children, please? That'd be great. So yeah, sure, I'm on board with that. But then there's other things that they've completely gutted of characters and their backstories. One of my mains, actually, is fucking Big Band. Big Band is a phenomenal fucking character. The whole game is set in this kind of 1920s, 1930s noir aesthetic.
Sure.
And that is his whole vibe. He was a beat cop that was victimized by dirty cops. He was basically beaten nearly to death and had a bunch of literal brass wind instruments shoved into his body to use as a fucking exoskeleton and keep himself alive. Fucking fantastic character, plays great, really great music.
Why you're teasing me? What they do?
They basically removed a lot of elements of his actual story.
How?
So they still have like a quick narration explaining that he was a victim of some assaults from other cops. But the actual, if you scroll down in the article I sent, they got rid of one major keyframe that outright shows him being beaten near to death by the other cops. And they altered another frame, which has them gloating over his body.
What was their rationale? Did they say anything about that or no?
No, they have refused to comment on anything. They have provided no comment or explanation. And I need to fucking say this because there's some weird fucking takes going on about this. And I kind of have to disagree with some folks out here. A lot of people are saying that it's good to go ahead and censor this because it's perhaps a little too triggering for some people. And I am not going to say you are not allowed to not be offended by something. If something is over the line for you, only you can say that. But we've talked about this a lot in this podcast before. Not everything fucking needs to be for everyone. And honestly, when it comes to a story like this that is fucking prevalent in our goddamn country right now, like police brutality, it feels like a weird thing to suddenly tone down and censor. Like, maybe you're a little bit of a fucking cop bootlicker, I'm gonna think. Because at the end of the day, removing those images and removing that harsh tone and imagery from that character robs a lot of the brutality that that character had to endure. It's like making it a footnote of like, oh yeah, here's this character. He's got a really cool design, and it's because he was beaten by cops. Don't ignore that part.
Right.
That's like censoring American History X. You know, that it's removing the major fucking points. It's taking the teeth away from the commentary. If you want to go ahead and clean up a lot of the weird underage bullshit, I'm 100% for that. Go for it. Shouldn't be sexualizing minors. Stop it. Get some fucking help. If you want to tone down the sexualization in general, I mean, it doesn't hurt me any. I could take it or leave it, but whatever. But when you take the teeth out of commentary like that, it fucking ruins it a lot. And another character that had some stuff toned down is Parasol, who her military fascist group had a lot of Nazi symbolism and Nazi imagery, because that was the literal fucking point, is that they were basically the equivalencies of Nazis. But no, we can't have anything that is fascist but kind of relating to Nazis. You gotta remove the correlation there. And again, it makes me a little sus, because you're removing police brutality imagery and you're removing anything associating fascism and Nazis. It kind of makes me feel like you're removing the teeth from these things because you're a little sympathetic to these things.
Right.
So I don't know. It's getting my noggin jogging. It's getting me a little fucking intrigued here. What some of the rationale are. But a lot of people have had the weird fucking take that it's removing triggers so that way more people can enjoy the game. And again, that's where I'm just going to have to hard fucking disagree with people that teeth should not be removed from commentary. Commentary hits and impacts hard because of the association. Having something brutal and uncomfortable be just a footnote does fucking nothing for your brain to intake it and hold on to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's disingenuous what the developers are doing currently. And the reason I brought up the art book is because they've also gone ahead and made the same adjustments to the existing art book. So if you go and re-download the art book, if you happen to have it already from Steam, it gives you the censored version of everything that they've done. Which, again, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's such a weird time, especially, again, because this is an American fighting game. It's such a weird time in our history to be going ahead and shying away from the horrors of this shit when this is, and maybe that's it. Maybe it's one of those things where maybe the publisher were the ones to say, hey, you need to tone that down because, we can't have scary, icky things that are relating too much to current events. But again, where no one's saying anything, I can't help but wonder if maybe there's just some fucking bootlickers and the developers that are like, we need to tone it down and put it under potentially the guise of protecting people. But no, I'm fucking disgusted by that. That's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
I've been looking up trying to find before and afters. Let's see. Yeah, I know.
FGC Salt Posting had quite a few of them up there. See if I can find them again.
Oh, I know. I see. I'm here. Hold up 1 sec. All right, no. Polygon has one. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, there's Parasol with it being like Nazi versus not. Oh, that's the only ones I got? Never mind. Okay, so yeah, they said here's some other ones. So yeah, toning down depictions of racial violence in Big Bang Story, removing the hair pick from Philia's afro during her burst animation, removing several illustrations of the game's guest art gallery, removing the Soviet announcer's voice pack, and replacing the 18 combo fanfare, barely legal to spiffy. Barely legal thing is kind of weird.
Yeah.
We can't lie. Like Skullgirls is an inherently very, I'm not gonna say very. It's a sexualized game, not very.
It's a horny fucking game. Like
it's not honest. Very. It's not very. Like there's like DOA is very.
Yeah, DOA is very horny, but this is definitely like it knows what it's fucking doing.
Yeah. I wonder. Well, no. So I'm with you on that. The whole taking out like actual like stories stuff like that. That's unfortunate. That's weird. I don't understand why you would do that. Cal says censoring content that's already out is lame. Depends on what it is, because like at some point, if you like, when was Skullgirls out? When did they make that again?
It's like 10 years ago.
Can you imagine? I can imagine like a 22, 23-year-old developer making that and just be like, all right, whatever. It's sexy. It's fun, but like whatever. Coming back when you're 33 years old, you're like, yeah, I don't. It's a little embarrassing, right? Like at some point, like, not, and I'm not speaking to the racial stuff, obviously. Like, that's the weird part. But like when it comes to that, that's what I see when some of this. It's like it's some of it's like it's just embarrassing to go back to, and like, I don't know. Like I don't know how I feel about that.
See, here's the thing: is I kind of get it, because like Arcana Heart's one of my favorite fucking fighting games. But it's one I feel embarrassed fucking playing, because that game is the most moe uncomfortable shit to look at when you see the game in action. But goddamn, if mechanically isn't one of the best fucking fighting games out there. But it's kind of one of those things that like I am always anti-revisionist history. Give us it as it was, and if you really want to go ahead and change things, give us something new.
No.
And that's really what I feel like it should have been. Is we should have had a Skullgirls 2
or an option. It's like those like gears, like where it's like, all right, you don't want gore, it'll just like kill you, right? Like if you change that someone, you'll just fall over. But like the gear, like the gore mode's happening.
Yeah.
Because we need to be able to critique it. I agree. I think you should have an option. Just I don't know what you call it, grown up mode. But like you can flip it if you need to, or do whatever you need to customize it. My is like, oh Jesus, everyone's like texting me. Jesus. I think there needs to be a mode on that, and I don't know. I don't. There's a maturity to it, I think, and if you censor it, you bring more attention to it, which is like what you're trying not to, right? Like if you had like added a mode to it, they just turned that off, no one would make news stories about it. Now that you're on here, now people are be looking up those pictures even more, right? Like now it's like you've done nothing except spotlight it more unintentionally, right? It's like again,
and that's the wild thing, is because this is the second time we've gone through this in terms of censoring a little bit. About like 2-3-ish years ago, Skullgirls had a lot of the stuff toned down a bit in terms of the over sexualization, and no one gave a shit. You know, there was like a very, very small vocal minority that was like, not every attack on this female character shows their tits or panties, and everyone's like, grow the fuck up, who cares? But to the level and extent that they're doing it with this one is where it's like, what the fuck is going on here? And I do agree with that sentiment. It would be nice if there maybe was like a slider mode of, fan service on, fan service
or
off kind of thing.
Yeah, just tone down or something. I don't know. You gotta own what you're doing, and what you're doing is in one way, yeah, you're censoring and you're hiding it, but also like it's just, I struggle to say maturing in a way that seems like not demeaning, right? Whatever you want, especially if it's like, there's some people that like some heinous shit. Like if you're getting off on some fucking like cartoons fighting game, who cares? But like it's when it gets more that egregious like gray area where they're underage, right? Like what Kel says, like they're underage or it's just like, yeah, it's like that whatever. I don't know. We're going in circles. Ultimately, it's weird. Some of it's weird. Other times it's like, I think you should just own up to it. And if you really feel bad about it and feel weird about it, then just make a mode about it. But like you're going back to it, and you're right. Like going back to it, and if you're embarrassed about it, then it's time to move on. Like it's time to make a Skullgirls 2 and go do that and do it the way you want to, rather than fix that. And if people have issue with that, they can go back to the other one. That's kind of the niche you carved, right? Like you part of the people that buy Skullgirls are into that stuff. Like that's their thing, and you've chosen to pursue that. Therefore, like you can't just say like, oh, sorry.
And especially at this point, the people that have stuck around for 10 fucking years are the diehards. Why would you explicitly do something that's going to piss off your diehards that have stayed around this fucking long for the game?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're going to be growing a new community. Maybe that's all at the end of the day. The heart of it is Skullgirls is an M-rated game. Maybe they're also toning it down in hopes of doing a new release for the new gen consoles and getting a lower rating. I could see that maybe being part of it too. Maybe trying to shoot for that teen rating so they can maybe get a little bit more people able to buy it, kind of thing. Who fucking knows? But again, why destroy what's already fucking there and literally take the teeth out of your social commentary? I don't fucking get it.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And also, I'll be honest, absolutely no one would buy a fucking teen-rated Skullgirls. If you go ahead and you say, we're going to reduce this, let's say that is their plan. We're going to reduce it down to a teen rating, re-release it on the PS5 and Series X, and we're going to go for the next-gen market of games. Especially right fucking now, when we have Street Fighter 6, which has been an absolute fucking banger, all things considered. Tekken 8's right around the corner. We have fucking so many other fighting games coming out. Like, this is a masterclass year for fucking fighting games. And you try to go ahead and try to make yourself re-relevant by toning yourself down. Meanwhile, Mortal Kombat's laughing to the bank with what they're doing with Mortal Kombat 1.
Right.
Fuck out of here. Like that. What the fuck are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You are not going to gain any relevancy or interest.
I agree. What's up, Becky?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a situation. Any last comments on that before we're out on that one?
Just that I sadly won't be supporting the devs anymore. I love Skullgirls. It's genuinely a fantastic fighting game. And it's just unfortunate that they've basically killed my interest in wanting to support it anymore.
Agreed. Well, I mean, I don't really care. I never had a stake in the game, so I can't say I'm one way or the other, right? So we'll see. It's just weird though.
I mean, I was a Kickstarter backer of the original.
I mean, you're yes. I don't really have stakes. I can't say I'm not gonna say one way.
I actually still have my Skullgirls charity poster right there. Actually, unfortunately.
Hell yeah.
Like I'm kind of mad about that now. Like that's dumb. I might honestly just take that down. And put
like
the
no, like
Yogi on there.
it's no, you're contributing then to the revisionist thing. Like that, it is what it is. That's a capsule in time, right? Like it's a capsule in time. You're if anything, you're rebelling to them. You're saying it was better back then.
That's fair.
At Becky, Idris, are you staring at the lake, bro? That place is gorgeous. How was your trip? Yeah, it was me. It was fantastic. That place is beautiful. It's Emerald Bay and around Lake Tahoe, and
Isn't that a fucking wave race level or some shit?
it sounds like it, huh? Emerald Bay is a I mean, when the light shines on in a good way, it looks green, and on that spot in particular, there's an island in the middle. It has a castle on it, and there's a tea house in the middle of it. I was planning on trying to go to that island, but time. I might go again next summer. We'll see, and get some jet skis out there. But yeah, Tahoe is a fantastic place if you want to just get some good scenery. Becky says, "Oh, I want to go to Lake Tahoe so bad. It's gorgeous, dude. Weather was like 67 degrees the entire time. It was probably the perfect day for everything. And it's expensive as shit out there depending on where you're at. But I mean, just play it right and go around to where you need to.
I mean, clearly it's such a beautiful place that they had to name it after a truck. So
exactly. Just watch out wintertime. Wintertime's fucked out there. Shout out to Jeremy Renner.
I wouldn't know anything about fucked winters.
Jeremy Renner, dude. Remember that?
No.
You don't remember how he got crushed by that cat snowplow?
What are you talking about?
That was like on the first day of this year, Jeremy Renner got crushed by a fucking a snowplow, the Cat 6 ones or whatever. Or like
Shit, no, I hadn't.
Yeah, dude, motherfucker, he was trying to plow out he got out of his driveway and was plowing through his family's, and then I guess his nephew was stuck in a car and he tried to save his nephew, but he got out and the snowplow kept going. It crushed him.
Jesus Christ.
And he got fucked. Like a bunch of his shit got crushed in. His like eye popped out. Everything was getting fucked, and you just don't know about this. Wow, that's crazy.
No.
And like his nephew like just knew how to hold him apparently in a good spot to get him to breathe, but he was like so fucked up that even like he was in and out of consciousness, and there was like blood everywhere apparently, but he was in and out of consciousness on the helicopter back. Like he knew everyone around there because I mean, Jeremy Renner, he knew his people around there, and the firefighters that and took him in a helicopter, brought him back. He had a little bit of conscious moment where he heard his friend, who was one of the people that was the firefighter that came in. He heard his friend go like calling people saying, "I'm sorry, I did all I could do." He thought he was dead. Like that was like, oh, he's dead. There's zero chance he gets out of this. And homeboy survived it. Got like even like did like a couple days into the treatment, he's like, yeah, let's do home treatment. Like I want to get out of the hospital and just be at home. And he's like he like as of like a few months, I was already walking around. He's like on a cane, but like, and I think he's gonna have chronic pain, but like he's actively like still like alive, which is that's
fucking wild.
Yeah. They're contributing partly to the fact that him being an Avenger and being just like on that Disney you gotta be fit thing, he just was so well built and like able to handle that shit that his body was like, all right, we're good. And then obviously like once he was surviving, I'm sure Disney threw all the fucking money in the world too. They're like, keep that motherfucker alive, please God.
For cameos.
Yeah, because everything, I mean that popped out. Everyone like, and yeah, even like all of his co-stars were like freaking out, like I think he's dead. Like he should not have been alive. It was like a miracle that he even survived that, and I just happened to be like one of the crevices of the, the snowplow, the big like it's like a great like what do you call it, like a track, like just happened to be one of the crevices of the track he happened to fall under too, which saved most of his vital organs or all of his vital organs.
Not to go into unsympathetic segue, but did you end up watching fucking Secret Wars? How is that?
Secret Invasion?
Yeah, that's it. Not Secret Wars. Secret Wars would be great, but
you know what? Everyone shot episode 1. I didn't mind it. I thought it was fine. Like I thought it was all right.
Is it all out or still just partially out?
No, it's week by week, and
Gross.
And it's definitely a slow burn. Yeah, people are shitting all over it. I don't mind it at all. Like I thought it was fine. It is slow burn, but like that's nice these days in terms of Marvel. Like I don't need everything to go at fucking breakneck speed. Like if anything, I want things to not be so chaotic. Episode 1, then slow down for everything.
Yeah, especially in something like Secret Invasion, where it's kind of like a spy thriller, really, when you get to the heart of it.
Right. Episode 2 just came out. Kelsey's loving it so far. Yeah, I was gonna watch it soon.
Yeah, I'll wait until it's all out and I'll fucking binge it.
That's
But
fair.
that really has spoiled me. The days of fucking just
Oh,
jumping everything all at once with Netflix and whatnot.
I forgot. This is totally off tangent off games, but
Hell yeah.
um, so my buddy Nick, he made me watch The Bear. You know what The Bear is?
No.
Oh, dude, holy shit! The Bear is on Hulu if you have Hulu.
Yeah.
Watch all of it. It's so fucking good. I forget the actor's name. So what it is it's this culinary artist dude inherits his dead brother's cheesesteak or a beef hoagie, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. I'm getting something wrong, but I think it's no whatever. In Chicago, and that place is fucked. Um, and so his brother's dying wish was for him to just make the restaurant whole again and keep it going. And it's just like a downward fucking spiral of what they've been doing. And he comes in and he knows what his shit is, but also he's just a fucked up person in general. Like he's like an alcoholic and he's trying to do all this stuff and it's like, did you ever watch Uncut Gems? Did you ever get around to that?
I still need to watch that.
Motherfucking piece of shit.
Even
dude.
funnier, one of my other really good friends recently just got around to watching it. They're like, "Yeah, no, it's 100% up more your alley than it is mine." It's like, how the fuck have I not seen it?
Dude, please go watch it before this next week. It's an incredible movie, and all of The Bear season 1 is that fucking movie. It's just people talking over each other. And let me sell you on it. Shows all right. It's 30-minute episodes too, so it's flying by, and it's a binge show. Like my friend meant to show me one episode. We sat through 4 or 5. Like we were just like going through it, and we're like, yeah, we're finishing this because season 2 because The Bear is so freaking good. We're getting to season 2. That Christmas episode had me on edge all episode. I'm like 2 or 3 episodes into season 2. Season 2 is a lot slower, so I'm gonna actually restart season 2 because I wasn't into it as much so far. But I understand what they're doing, and I don't not like it.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna talk about what season 2 is doing. I'll say it in as little, just not. I know you don't give spoilers, but like in case people are watching and haven't seen it, it's slower and it's taking more time on people. I think that's kind of what season 2 is doing, and I have to recalibrate my brain after going from season 1 to season 2, and I can still appreciate that. I still like it. I still like it, but I'm gonna rewatch them again. But season 1 is a fucking work of art, dude. It's so fucking good, and I think it's the penultimate episode, if not the one prior, is all on one take.
Really?
And it's fucking amazing. That episode is a fucking like you're like fucking stressed the entire episode and it just not stop.
Huh.
It's shooting up there. Like it's shot up there to a show that I fucking love. So yeah, big shout outs to The Bear, and then because my friends into cooking like that too, I made him watch Pig. I watched Pig again. That was the one Nicolas Cage. That is a movie that is very poignant. I hyped it up too much for him. He liked it. He still liked it. He still liked it a lot. But I was like saying, you're gonna love this. But I fucking love Pig. It's very poignant. And when I say that, you won't. That kind of messes things up by me saying that. But like, just trust.
Yeah, something I've been meaning to get around to. That's been on my to-do list as well.
Please watch Uncut Gems. Like, it's
I'll
if
make
we
time for
ever
that this weekend.
do a Movies Gone By, that's literally what's like first up. Like that, there's zero chance that anything else besides.
You know what? That would be kind of fun.
It'd be a lot easier.
Even wrangle Kyle in. Fuck it.
We kind of did on another movie podcast. We would do that. Like we'd all like nominate a movie, but and following that same thing with Games Gone By, where like it kind of felt like a slog when there was like a movie you didn't want to watch, and like it just kind of felt like a chore. But like if we could pace it out again, not bad. In time. Now, let's get Games Gone By going first, and let's see if I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
But that's
only so much time in the day.
Yeah, but that's definitely a movie thing. That'd be a lot easier too. That'd be fun. But please go watch Uncut Gems, then watch The Bear. If you just want to be stressed out, that's a good time, dude. I love tension and thriller and just stuff that just makes me just anxiety and stressed. I fucking crave that shit. I crave that shit. If a movie can make me stressed out, ooh.
All right. I'm excited for that. I'll watch. I'll make sure to watch that this weekend. But actually, you talking about the spoiler thing, just to go off topic even further down the rabbit hole real quick. There's a show the fiance and I have kind of binge watched through called QI. It's a British show that basically it's kind of like a panel comedy show, but they go through like a lot of like interesting facts and information. Was originally hosted by Stephen Fry, and now it's hosted by Sandy. Fuck, I can never pronounce her name correctly because it's so fucking Yeah, there we go. And they actually, one of the factoids on one of the episodes was the spoiler paradox, which made me feel better that this is an actual thing that they've studied and researched, where it's actually pretty common for the human brain to actually enjoy things more when it's been spoiled for them. And the way that researchers have come to understand it is because of knowing how it's going to end, it removes the stress
appreciates
of the anticipation.
The journey.
Exactly. It allows it to just let the journey be the journey.
Now I don't give a fuck. The way I enjoy things is I enjoy trying to be one step ahead of the process in a way that, like, it sounds egotistical the way I say it, but like the way I say it is me trying to be, I'm appreciating someone being ahead of me. Therefore, I'm trying to catch up to you and match you.
No, my fiance is the same way. Like that 100%, that is what she does for a lot of things as well. So I've kind of gotten used to that because that has been the point of contention for us on some things that we've watched together, where I'm down for it, but she's mad because she knew what was going to happen. Like she was able to be like, no, I recognized exactly these plot threads from like a billion other things where I was able to make one association off a comment from it. So because I predicted it, it's less enjoyable.
Yeah.
Like, no, just let the journey be the.
Well, the journey is that's part of the journey, though. The ending is the culmination of everything you've enjoyed in the journey, though. It's like it makes everything you're more attentive because you're trying to get there. Like it's interesting to say, but yeah, like I love trying to match where the movie is taking me, but it really sparks at another level when I get faked out and they juke me. It's one of two ways. Either they juke me or I catch on. I'm like, holy shit, that's fucking brilliant. You guys do that? That's fucking it happens. That's what I appreciate in a lot of those. So like, it's I appreciate when something keeps me on my toes. I don't like to get it complacent during a movie. And let's not do that. I'm trying to like live. At Becky, are those beer cans getting smaller or is Big Dave getting bigger?
I mean, they're smaller than the ones I had last time. Granted, I do have big fucking hands.
That's true.
But I mean, they're not quite a full tall boy. I think these are technically, yeah, they're a pint cans. Interesting. I didn't realize this was 7.2% by volume.
You're asking what are you sipping?
Today we have Lawyer Up by a local brewery called Kushnok. It is a coffee porter.
Yeah, yes. What's the pairing for the night?
The pairing is more of this.
So let me share a funny text real quick that happened. So when I was panicking about Hypergrind and I was like freaking out for a second, I texted someone real quick and I was like, hey, I'm just impulsing bad because I was telling them about it before. Actually, I did something yesterday. I gotta mention. I just remembered. I don't know how I forgot this. I mentioned that, and they heard they're like $540. I'm like, I know. It's just something I need though. Like that's a need. And I mentioned it to him like, yeah, I have an impulse. I need to. And that's what I called them really quick. I'm like, hey, can you hold it there? Yeah, we'll hold it. And then I got a text from her a little while ago. She's like, I just called. They said they sold it. Sorry. I'm like, oh no, I just called and held it. I was like, oh. Yo, I went to the room. I saw the room yesterday in theaters.
I was so pissed. The closest theater they had to me was a 2-hour fucking drive, and it was only on Tuesday at like 9.
It's so worth it, dude. It's so fucking worth it.
I would have done it if there was one just a hair closer on a fucking work week.
Sure, or a weekend. That's fine.
If it was a weekend, I wouldn't give a fuck at all. But yeah, on a work week,
dude. real quick before I get into it, Kel said a porter straight from the can. That's a real man.
Yeah, and unlike fucking filthy cowards, I don't drink my beer cold. I drink it warm the way it was fucking intended.
I don't give a shit about beer. It didn't go either way. I don't give a fuck.
Beer should be room temperature. It should not be fucking cold. When things are too cold or too hot, it alters the flavor of what it's supposed to be. Alcohol
Unless
is
it's hot
meant to be
chocolate.
drank room temperature. What?
This is hot chocolate.
Fair. But generally speaking,
Well, that's all things like water is best ingested room temperature, but like
agreed.
sometimes you want a cold one, man.
Yeah, fiance won't touch it unless there's like 20 ice cubes in her fucking water. It's like, no, just room temp. It's fine.
I get divorced soon. Abaki, no beer should be boiling temperature. That's fair, dude. So I'll just say I took someone I'm seeing, right?
Yep.
I said, hey, I'm landing in. I was like, it was like fucking where it was like go time. So she picked me up.
Tongue punched the fart box.
I'm landing and I landed in an airport during a thunderstorm. So like I'm already brimming it. I landed at 5:20 and the show started at 7. So all right, I got enough time to like get out there, wait for baggage, get out there, drive all the way home, get changed, and go to the theater. That's doable. I gotta hustle a little bit, but that's doable. Land the tarmac. Thunderstorms. Safety crew's gotta be inside. We're gonna wait this out for like 20 minutes. I'm like, oh fuck. And then go down there, and then sure enough, my baggage is like one of the last ones to show up. I'm like, all right, so she picks me up, and we hustle it. I go there, get my car, go there, change real quick because I feel gross just sitting in the clothes I've been sitting in all day in airplanes. So we walk in there like 2 minutes before showing, and they just happen to make it like just in time as they started that. We missed some of the previews. Actually, the previews were pretty good. So I mentioned this as a preface because I told her, I was like, hey, do you have spoons? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, can you bring those? She's like, okay. And then I asked, do you have a football? She's like, no. And she tells me a story. She says in passing, she's like, this isn't helping my mom and my sister's viewing. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I'll explain. I'm like, okay. And so she picked me up. She's like, so, because we're still pretty fresh and we're still kind of filling out. Yeah. So like not serious, but like it's potential. We're going to Disneyland because she's been wanting to go. She's on her own. It's jobs I'm not quite aware of, like where it's like if you don't use your vacation time, you don't get it anymore. You got to use it. So she's taking it and she wants to go to Disneyland and she's like, I just don't want to go alone. She's like, if you want to go, I'll pay for like everything. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And we're like, it's kind of a good litmus test too, right? Too. It's like if we get along,
you got to go still before the Republicans killed Disneyland. So.
This is true. But also it's a good litmus test, right? It's like all right, if we get along the entire trip, everything's like back where maybe it's something, right? Yeah. But like because it's so fresh, her mom and her sister are like, this guy's very new. We need his license plate, his driver's license pictured. And she's like, I'm not sending you that. She's like, we're quiet. So, and she was like, but now you're asking me to bring spoons and a football randomly, and I don't feel comfortable anymore. I'm like, you'll find out. And so we walk into there, and it's a crowd that's very new. Were you say something, or are you still going?
There's a thought that popped in my head, and I'm too white to ask. I mean, are they also asking these questions because you're a minority?
No, we're both Hispanic.
Okay, you're both. All
yeah.
Right.
No, it's just women have it tough out there, brother. Like I don't know how to say it. And then,
reasonable, 100%. I get it. Men are bastards. Yeah. But it's just also one of those things that just.
Remember, like a year or two ago, when that young couple went across country, and then like one didn't show up anymore, and then.
Yep.
Yeah, that's. I'm imagining that's just where people's minds go, and that's fair. If I had a daughter doing the same thing, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna kill him.
No, 100%. But that's also just like a weird with the state of the world going on. I'm just like,
no, I got like, I'm in New Mexico, dude, and where there's not that stuff is largely.
That's fair. I suppose that's less of a question,
yeah,
because that's more common.
Yeah,
but
Which, by the way,
being in one of the whitest states makes that immediately a thing that pops into my fucking brain.
that's fair. By the way, we're gonna be passing through Phoenix, and because of the timing, I'm literally gonna go from camping 2 days with coworkers straight to leaving. Like it's gonna be one of those fucking hell weeks.
Oh, gross.
So I'm going, but that's my last week. So I'm like, I'm just gonna knock it all out, and then I'm chilling. But I'm gonna see Aquabats in Phoenix, so I'm happy for that.
One that's fucking great. Aquabats feels very underappreciated. Two shoutouts to Happy.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, David's
I mean,
the antithesis of not white.
I mean, I'm basically black. I lived with a black family for 6 months, so
Yeah,
I'm
he knows
basically
a black
there.
person. His friend from junior high is black, so he's not racist.
True.
So anyway, we get in there, and the screening is largely new people. You can tell, like everyone's kind of like got a little air of like everyone's like excited to finally do this because it's like it's been a while. I don't think we've had a screening for that here in a long time, or maybe I just keep missing them. But like it was an air of like everyone's like laughing and everyone's enjoying it, but like kind of some clapping in the beginning. But okay, and so she got confused when I told her because she thought I meant bring the spoons just like for something like we're eating tonight or something. I'm like, all right, did you pack the spoons? She's like, yeah, okay, here. So I'm open, I'm grabbing. I'm like, all right, and then like no one does it at first. Like when you see the frame spoon, toss. And this is my first time, so I'm like, I don't want to be the first one to do it because maybe I'm doing it wrong. So no one does it. I'm like, and there's like 2 or 3 veterans in the crowd because they're doing the things. Like they're
Yeah.
knocking it out. They're doing the things. Like whenever they say best friend, he's your best friend, and then sure up a lot of misogynistic comments because that's the room, right? It's like, how could you do this? Because she's a woman. Stuff like that, right? I made one of those comments initially too, and she looked at me like, "Oh God." I'm like, "It's part of the thing. It's a bit."
Like, have you never heard of like these live theater?
She doesn't know what the
participations?
room is, by the way.
I mean, that's fair, but I feel
Yeah,
like
I know,
even
but
through,
like
osmosis, people at least know like Rocky Horror has
well,
that association.
that and the lights were on the entire show too, so like there was like it was like something's going on, and no one threw it. The second time, I'm like, all right, fuck it. If I'm the only one, I'm the only one. And so third time, spoon, 1 spoon. I'm like, okay, to fuck it. I don't give a shit. Next one, spoon. All right, there's 2. Next one, spoon. Someone picked up my spoon from down there and also played along. I'm like, oh, here we go. It slowly caught on little by little, but then still, it's not enough. When you see spoons getting thrown in the room, you're throwing spoons. The spoons are getting tossed. So I said, all right, fuck it. I have a whole pack of spoons. And I ran down my aisle. I'm like, all right, guys, take some fucking spoons. We're doing this. And everyone's like, yo, everyone's like, yo, spoon man, let's go. So I'm like, all right, everyone's taking spoons. And then if you look at my Twitter right now, there's a video of that where I waited the next moment. I'll put it up here for the actually no, I can't because I just checked audio earlier and the audio's not really working out that well. Twitter.com/debunked. Go check that out. You see, yeah, I took a recording of it. I was like, I know when the next one's coming up. Came up there, I recorded, and you hear me go spoon, and everyone else spoon, and it's just like a wave of spoons now. I'm like, someone had to do it, dude. I got it. There was no football, so like. Next time I know I'm bringing a football and we're playing some toss in there. David, go ahead.
Oh man, that reminds me. The room is also so I adore the room. I've sadly the only theater experiences I've had with the room has been with the RiffTrax versions.
No.
It's not the same.
It's not.
But it was the only way to see it in theater for me. Prior to this event, which unfortunately wasn't able to arrange. But I have done the room drinking game once.
Oh, that fucks you up.
Even worse is this is the most fucked up I've ever been in my life because it was only me and one other friend that did it. So I had Mark, he had Lisa, and we shared Johnny.
Wait, what's your version of the drinking game then?
Oh man, I gotta find it. But there's basically a version of it where it's meant for like 4 people. And there's one that's for Johnny, one that's for Mark, one for Lisa, and one for everyone else. And so I took all of Mark's, he took all of Lisa's, and then we shared the everyone else and Johnny, but Johnny was the worst. Having to share shots on Johnny was
What do you
a
do?
nightmare. It was oh fuck. It was like every awkward laugh, take a shot for Johnny.
Oh, so the one I know, the only one I know of is you take a drink every time there's a salutation.
Gotcha. No,
And
that
you will
was
die.
No, this one was like very character specific for each group because it was meant to be kind of like everyone had their own part to space it out, but we didn't because we shared shit. So Johnny's was like every awkward laugh, you have to take a shot. Every character that passed a football, you take a shot. Every time that there was just a moment of awkward silence for the character, you take a shot.
Yeah.
For every character involved in the scene.
Dude, the room is it's such an anomaly of just cinema, right? Like it's funny because like there's been a study actually that more intelligent people like trash movies because we're able to identify what makes it bad, right? Like you understand like it's the antithesis of cinema, right? And you're appreciating that. But it's so hard to get people into it because there's so much sex at the beginning and you gotta laugh through that because like otherwise it's tough, right? So I heard two different ways people.
It's so easy to because one, they're fucking on the spiraliest of spiral staircases.
Right.
And two, the way he's positioned is he's fucking her belly button.
Right. So, but like, right, if you don't know what you're getting into, you don't see it quite, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's tough to like get. So you have to just like trust, and you have to be with someone. So I watched a couple videos, and they're like, you cannot watch The Room alone. You must watch it with someone else, and more ideally, a veteran, because someone's gonna guide your shit through that. Otherwise, if you watch The Room alone, it's just a dumb. All right, I don't get it, but whatever.
Like unless you are that person that like gets it.
Right, but like you don't do that on your own, really, right? Like you get it with people. Like that's a contagious laughter.
I mean,
movie.
I feel like that's kind of how I've had to endure things because there's only a couple friends I have that are into so bad they're fun movies. So like my first experience with Manos: The Hands of Fate was by myself, and The Room was by myself, and a lot of these
it's
other
tough. But she was so like shy and embarrassed. I gave her a spoon, like throw a spoon. She's like, I'm not throwing this spoon. Like, and I'm like, you can't be like that. And so I was like, next time you're throwing a spoon, she's like, next time I'll throw this spoon. I'm not throwing this spoon right now. And it was cool. Like one guy I saw walking out, I just looked at one of the spoons, like, I'm keeping this. I saw him walking out with a plastic spoon. I should have kept one too, but whatever. Yeah, I should have kept one too, but I mean,
you should have signed some of them.
Yeah, Spoon Man. I should have kept it, but chances are I probably would have like just thought it was a spoon, just tossed it. It's like how I have somewhere up there, I can't see. I think it's right in between Explosion Man and then the Dark Souls. Yep. I have the bottle cap of the Corona from when we watched Fast in LA.
Hell yeah!
But like if someone cleans my room, they're just gonna toss that shit. I don't know what it is.
All right, I gotta pee real quick. You keep going.
Yeah. Does that mean David could say the word? He could not say the word. I refuse. If he's given a pass, I take it back. Oh hi Mark. Oh hi at Becky. Dude, it's so fucking good. I had so much fun during that. And it's just an anomaly of things. It's so funny. Some people get it. Some people are like so confused, and then eventually it gets on that you have to just get into it. And like once someone does something, eventually someone else says, "You haven't seen The Room? Oh, you need to change that." Just meme flips. You gotta watch the movie. The movie's an experience. The way I've heard it is that it's like an alien was told how to make movies, therefore they did. The trick to watching The Room is you have to rope a newbie into it every viewing. I agree, Kels. My coworker has not seen The Room, and I tried to pull her out to the screening, but she had a commitment to get to. But after the screening, she was like, "How was it?" I was like, "You're gonna." And so I told her, like, we're gonna watch it. And I always make people do the double feature. I always make them watch The Room, and then we watch The Disaster Artist right afterwards. I think that's a really good double feature. And I made and her last night do that too. And I think it's just a really good way of like understanding everything and really like, okay, I get it. I think that's a good 1-2 punch. I did not hurt her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. It's the world's first AI movie. It honestly, that's a quote. Go. You need to tweet that out and make that go viral. That's unironically true. It's so fucking bizarre. Every twist and turn there, and just like things just do not make sense. Humans go from like doing something, I fuck them. Or no, I love them. Yeah, you fuck them, and then 2 days later, I love them. It's so weird. Maybe Johnny is vampire. Kel's had a revelation that The Room is the world's first AI movie, and it's honestly true. It's true. Like, Tommy's not.
I don't know about first.
Oh, okay. Well, it's an AI movie. I was telling them too that Kel said the trick to watching Room is you have to rope a newbie into it every time. I agree, and I said you gotta do a double feature: The Room and then Disaster Artist. I think it's a good way to like I
still gotta watch that.
Oh, it's so good. How do you not see that, bro? You're slacking on the movie game. I bet he's not seen.
Oh yeah, 100%. Maybe
I don't think we can stream
maybe
it.
one of these nights we do a Blue Rupees movie night where we just fucking stream some. Because fuck no, it's not on Amazon Prime. So
No, it's absolutely not. We'll figure something out like that, but that'd be
maybe
fun.
one day when we get a Patreon, we'll fucking do a goal.
We can do a commentary.
Sure, we could record a commentary track.
Mm-hmm. That'd be fun. We'll think about it.
Play your cards right. You know, if you guys are willing to throw to a Patreon, let us know. $1.
Let's do our shit first. Let's get there first.
No, fuck it. The good old comedy button principle. $1 gets you everything. Why not?
Did you know about Roomful of Spoons?
No.
So these guys made a Kickstarter back in like 2015, I think, to do a documentary on The Room. They got all the co-stars, everyone was on it, even Tommy. And then Tommy vehemently was off. And the movie's been done since 2016, and he's still blocking the release of it. They are still trying to get that out. It is. I looked at the Kickstarter just today, and there's still updates as of like May where they're like, hey guys, you guys have the most rock solid patience. People I'm sure have died. People at Baghdad should have died since that came out. And Tommy is he every time, and they've won. The documentary has won. But every time they win, Tommy finds another way to block it. Like he will find another way to block it. Weird. Because they interviewed some of Tommy's family, and they've dived in somewhere where Tommy's from, and Tommy's like not about it.
They demystified him. Then
that's what people are saying. It's like they think that might be a shtick. Is that he just either that or he's just like it's just like that thing where he's just not want to be seen as like a foreigner. Also like the ties to the mob, because apparently I guess there was like there's some people have seen this has been screened like way back when 2016. It's got so it's unfortunate because like people are like, yeah, I saw a screen of that. I was like, oh shit, what happened, bro? That was 6 years ago. I don't fucking remember a lot of it. But like some things are said like that when he first came out here from Poland, that he got a job as a dishwasher somewhere that had ties to the mob, and then suddenly all of a sudden he had a bunch of money, and some people theorize that The Room was a money laundering scheme that just backfired in and of itself. Which makes sense. Which unironically makes
way too much
sense.
Holy shit.
So Roomful of Spoons, check that out, follow them and keep track. And they're trying. They're fucking trying. They're still vehemently fighting against it. And they're like, we're winning some of these and we're winning these, but like every time we do that, he just throws another fucking roadblock at us.
So fucking wild.
So like it's something. If he's blocking
that makes me wonder, like, hypothetically speaking, let's say they got hacked and all of their information was
they can't. Like, why would you even do that at this point? They got hacked, and that just proves it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is like hypothetically speaking, let's say they got hacked and that video leaked online. Like, I'm curious what that would be.
I don't know, but like it makes literal sense. Like we look at like that and you're like, what the fuck happened? How? and like it makes sense.
Also, that was meant to be like a cough, cough, nudge, nudge. There's your excuse, but
I don't know. I don't
no
know.
balls. Just release it. Say you got hacked to call it a day.
Oh, hacked. He said had. What if they got had?
No, no, no. I'm
I thought
saying
you meant like
hacked.
no, because that I don't trust someone with the unlimited amount of money that Tommy has to not just fuck you royally somehow, some way.
Got hacked, bro.
And you don't, and I don't know. You gotta be careful. But that is still go follow them. Roomful of Spoons. Check that out. Go do that. It's fascinating. I've been down 2 fucking rabbit holes this last like literal 10 hours. It's been all about The Room and all about Titanic. It's so fucking weird. Speaking of leaking, David's OnlyFans when? Is that Becky?
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. All right. I want to finally divert to what I've been wanting to talk about for a while.
You have a thick boy of conversation to have here.
There is also this. I've been down a rabbit hole. I've been down a few separate rabbit holes, which is nice with me. So let's see. Actually, talk for like 15 seconds because I gotta send my coworker something I just got.
Hell yeah. It's kind of one of those things that, speaking of fucking going down the rabbit holes, something that's weirdly starting, because I mentioned this a little bit earlier about how weirdly there's like this revisionist history going on with fucking Fire Emblem Three Houses, how it's suddenly a bad game. All of a sudden, out of the aether, I don't know if it's like a weird sense of nostalgia or something, but I'm also suddenly getting recommended a lot of videos from people reminiscing about Petscop and talking about how, like, fuck, we're never going to have like another thing like that again. Because following that journey was genuinely such a wild fucking journey, especially for that finale. I'll never forget that fucking Easter of just being like, oh, hey, there's a surprise upload. Cool. Oh, shit, there's a second upload. Oh, fuck, there's a third upload. What the fuck? There's a fourth upload. Oh, fuck, here's a fifth upload, and it's the fucking finale to it. Like, such a wild
Eventually,
ride.
I'll look at that. Did anyone like Nextpo do anything to that?
I don't think any of like the big ones talked about it like in depth at the end of it. But truly, like I followed that from the beginning, and that was like one of the last ones I really followed.
I'm gonna go put a video of it on my YouTube so I can get. I'm running out of those kind of videos to watch.
No, 100%. Petscop was fantastic. Right. Really good series, and just that would be a fun one to do, like a revival special for, just like a one-time only of resurrecting around the campfire for, and just fucking talking about that one.
I can't do one-offs. I would just do it.
You just fucking
do it. You try to propose 3 shows right now, David. It's not happening.
That's what I do. I can't.
No, that's a me thing. No, that's what I do. You're supposed to be logistics.
I am logistics, and that's the problem, is I can find time for things.
All right. So I want to talk about this FTC hearing. David's apparently in the dark. So
the FTC won't let Microsoft be. So everybody listen to Adrian.
Yeah, there you go. I almost said something. We're gonna do this small town murder style where I'm gonna go through everything and David's gonna be the fucking. He's gonna be the one just like reacting.
I get to be the drunken chucklehead. Yeah. By the way, we are assholes, but we're not assholes, guys.
No, we're assholes. We're not scumbags.
Yes, we're assholes. We're not scumbags. That's right. Yeah. It's been a hot minute. I gotta finish getting caught up. I got to like episode 100-ish.
I haven't. I just jump around. I don't.
No, I have to go in order, and it's fucking frustrating because there's 2 other episodes set in Maine I want to get to, but they're just so far along. I'm like, ugh.
Oh, yeah. That's that one thing I don't need to order on. All right. So let's talk. I'm gonna try to go into as many of this as I can. I'm gonna go through The Verge right now. I've been following this pretty religiously, but like it's so rapid that I've been falling off a little bit. So let's see. Let's see. All right, here we go. I'm gonna jump into a little bit into this. Microsoft has said, quote, that Xbox has lost the console wars.
Yeah.
Its rivals are positioned to continue to dominate, leading to why Microsoft is doing what they're doing. Microsoft or Xbox Cloud Gaming is used for mostly trying games. Okay. All right, now we're at the opening statements. FTC's opening statement. Activision makes some of the most important video games in the U.S. Microsoft and its competitors need AAA content for its consoles. They license Activision content and pay a premium for it. They say that the evidence the FTC will put forward over the next few days is just a fraction of the total that can raise anti-competitive concerns. The FTC, and this is going to become a recurring thing, David. FTC does not want to include the Switch in its console market definition. This is an ongoing thing. They say is that the Switch is not competing with Xbox. Microsoft says yes, it's part of the gaming market and it's a competition. It's a competitor. This is get used to it. You're gonna think all you want. You're gonna hear this a lot.
My initial thought on that is one, I kind of get where both sides are coming from. From the FTC perspective, I get it from the concept of them being like, well, this is not a top of the line home console. This is more like a novelty console. I can see almost where they're coming from in that regard, but I do agree. When your fucking console has almost outsold the PlayStation 2, the number one most selling console of all goddamn time, especially because, let's be honest, as much as I adore the PS2, ask me any day and it could potentially be my favorite console. Some days it'll be the PS1, but PS1, PS2, different days, different answer on which one's my favorite. But genuinely, the main reason the PS2 sold as much as it was a cheap DVD player.
Yeah.
Like 100%. If it didn't have that advantage of being first to market and being a cheap DVD player, would not have soared as much as it did. But so now we're talking about the Switch, which it's just a fucking console. Straight up. It has Hulu. It doesn't even have Netflix or any other streaming bullshit. You can enjoy Hulu on
YouTube
your Switch. And YouTube. You can have YouTube and your goddamn Hulu on there. It doesn't have a web browser. It doesn't have any other streaming services. So really, it is just a gaming console, not even like a multimedia thing like the Xbox and the PS5 are.
Right.
So it's literally carrying itself by just being a games platform, regardless of its mobility, because I'm sure that's kind of like that weird middle ground that they're looking at as.
David, you're gonna hear I'm telling you now. You probably don't want to go on a rant right now because you're gonna.
I'm getting it out of the way so you can go a bit more uninterrupted.
Okay.
So I kind of get where they're coming from, because I'm sure they're looking at the hybrid portability as like a gimmick and thinking of it more like a toy versus you look at the PS5, you look at Series X, you look at PC. Those are clearly trying to push boundaries. The Switch is living in its own little fucking world, not giving a shit what anyone else is doing. But again, to be honest, there's a high possibility it usurps the PS2 and becomes the number one fucking selling console of all goddamn time.
Yeah, so there's more comments, and I'll make them as they go on because they kind of go on some of that stuff. I think one they mentioned too is alongside the form factor, which you'll hear. Another one they say is that people will buy a console alongside a Switch, which is a fair statement.
Yeah, I genuinely, there's no one I know that the Switch is their only.
Yeah, so that's I think the strongest one they could have, but we'll see. We'll get to it. Okay, so FTC will call upon NVIDIA to discuss cloud gaming. Microsoft's opening statement focused on the threats to Sony's revenues. Let's see. Microsoft argues that Sony has been a leader in the console market and wants to protect its revenues. Wilkinson argues the acquisition will allow Call of Duty to be streamed via the cloud and available on a subscription service. Okay, Microsoft is arguing about Activision. The Activision deal is mobile. So Microsoft's thing is that like they're making the play for mobile. They've said the entire time. They're like, hey, this stuff is like, yeah, we get it, and yeah, it's good, and we would like all that stuff to work out. We're gonna keep Call of Duty on PlayStation and whatever, but our play is mobile. And even Jim Ryan, you'll see some emails. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but Jim Ryan even had emails when this deal first came out saying, yeah, they're going for the mobile stuff. I'm not worried about it.
Which makes sense because
mobile is fucking. it puts console revenue to shame. Like mobile market is bonkers, and that makes sense.
Yes, and that's something that I feel like the core audience does forget is as much as we may still collectively as a core audience laugh at the mobile gaming experience, it's such a normie thing that I don't think most people don't have a few games on their phone going. And especially with Candy Crush being the most profitable casual fucking game. And then of course you have the Call of Duty mobile and a few other big
Warzone and
things
stuff like
they
that,
have.
and kids play that, dude. Like that's the thing that people don't realize too is like, yeah, some kids will play on some that I've heard and seen, obviously seen, but like let's just stay with her then. I've heard my students, high schoolers, talk more about mobile gaming than they have console gaming.
Yeah,
Straight up.
100%.
Matt Booty is the first witness up here.
Djibouti, what you got for
Let's
me?
see. All right, we're off the first page finally. Page 7 of 8. Sony plays the chief privately said Microsoft's Activision deal wasn't about Xbox exclusives. Yes, this was a big email that got dug up during all this. Jim Ryan said in a email, quote, "It's not an exclusivity play at all. They're thinking bigger than that, and they have the cash to make moves like this. I've spent a fair amount of time with both Phil Spencer and Bobby Kotick over the past day, and I'm pretty sure we'll continue to see Call of Duty on PlayStation for many years to come." That's a bad start. That's a bad email for them to start off on because they're like obviously admitting like, yeah, I'll be fine, and that's their big play. Is I'm trying to say no, this is not going to work out.
And that aligns with everything we've seen from Microsoft before. I mean, the fact that they kept Minecraft 100% multi-platform shows that there's certain big things that, and we've even said it on the podcast multiple times, there are some things that are too big to just keep on one platform because it's so much money being left on the table not having it multi-platform.
Right. The only thing is that like they get in these weird situations of like exclusivity and not when Microsoft has like Redfall and Starfield, right? So like they're saying like they're doing this like we have in Minecraft, but like what about these? That's kind of like the back and forth too. Microsoft explains how Call of Duty could run on Nintendo Switch. So they're mentioning that it was confirmed a little while ago that they're like we're bringing Call of Duty to Switch. That's gonna happen.
Again, not surprising, even if it just ends up being like a cloud-only version, because Switch has been, or Nintendo rather, has been very receptive to doing that with like Capcom and Square Enix.
So, quote, "No effing way." That was the reaction from Xbox's Matt Booty to Nvidia putting games on GeForce Now without Microsoft's permission. Microsoft was, quote, "not putting our first-party IP on competing streaming or subscription services. No effing way," in a 2019 email from Booty. He then went on to recommend in a March 2021 email to Phil Spencer that Bethesda's games be pulled from NVIDIA's GeForce Now shortly after the acquisition. Quote, "We have pulled all Xbox Game Studio titles from GeForce Now so as to not compete with xCloud. I would recommend that in the absence of any other plans that we do the same for Bethesda titles. Microsoft has signed a deal with NVIDIA recently to bring Xbox PC games to GeForce Now and tried to appease regulators like the FTC." Asked why Booty was keen to remove Microsoft's games from GeForce Now previously, he said he was frustrated at NVIDIA. Quote, "I was frustrated at the process. We did not have clear deals in place with NVIDIA for the use of our IP. They were putting games onto our service, in some cases without our permission," unquote.
Okay, if there's a genuinely without permission, that's a weird legal fucking area where I gotta imagine there would be some lawsuit going on, 100%.
Sure.
So I don't know if I entirely believe that. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
But secondary to that, I do understand the knee-jerk reaction from a business perspective to be like, no, we shouldn't have, because again, even going into this console generation, I feel like as soon as Game Pass was introduced as a concept, that was Microsoft's focus. And we've reported on it multiple times where Microsoft has said, we don't give a fuck about the console sales.
We lost.
Game Pass.
Game
Pass.
They made a comment, and it was very, very telling, is that I think Phil Spencer said it during his apology thing, where he was talking kind of funny about Redfall. They lost the most important generation to lose in all of gaming, which was Xbox One and PS4. They lost that vehemently. They lost that. Why? Because that was the generation in which digital sales are going forward forever, right? Like it's like locking someone into an ecosystem. Once, especially digital sales, how big they are. Once someone buys 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 20 games on PS4, why am I gonna go to Xbox and not have my games anymore? I'm just gonna get PS5 and my games are there. You lost that. Like them losing that specifically fucking sucked. And that might have just like tumbled everything for them going forward.
Definitely,
It killed them.
It killed them for that generation because of their approach. And you made a comment on this a while back. And in hindsight, I do agree with you. Where when the Xbox One was originally revealed, they tried to push it as a digital first console, genuinely. And they had some interesting sharing features, but because of the fact that there was a lot of online only shit and a lot of hard restrictions.
It was way too ahead of its time, brother.
It was ahead of its time, but at the same time, still, I feel like, let's rewind the clock for a second. Let's say that instead of their original proposed idea that they had, where, no used game market, fuck it, you can only have brand new games, and but on the flip side, if you have digital stuff you can share with friends. Imagine if the concept of the Game Pass was what launched instead with Xbox One. The landscape it would be right now.
It'd be different. I think I guess it depends on how they rolled it out, because remember, Game Pass at first wasn't really that big of a deal. It was like 100 games, and it was like kind of games that everyone already played, so you're like, okay, whatever. But eventually started seeing rolling and getting bigger and bigger.
But that would have been at the launch of a console as well. Like again, the initial games to tide you over.
The thing that the price, Xbox had to not be overpriced PS4, like that fucked them. The Kinect fucked them. Like if they went head for toe. I'm gonna make a comment. I think if Microsoft just cut that Kinect and made it just a straight up console, everything would be different. I think right now. I think the messaging was bad. In hindsight, that's kind of cool, right? If you bought a game and we can all share that shit, it's like, oh, cool. All right, David, you got Final Fantasy this today. All right, cool. I'll get us whatever game this next time, and we're good. And we keep sharing that. Like that's cool. That works now when people don't give a shit about physical nearly as much. Like
that genuinely, you're onto something, because that genuinely should have been something they retried, I think, with Series X.
I think at this point you're just going for goodwill and you just try to sweep everything. You're just like, all right. Oh, for the sharing, I think it's too much.
Yeah, the sharing you should have tried, because PS5 kind of has that.
I think now when you have Game Pass, you don't want to be putting more factors into the mix. You don't want to be like, all right, can we also do this? There's like, just take the fucking game.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but that generation was that loose, because it was literally no more. It was even ground. Like, yeah, PS3 passed Xbox 360 by a little bit. That was like equal, dude. Like, it was like you guys are starting on the exact same one. Whoever has the better games and better console presentation out the gate wins. And Sony just floored it. Like,
yeah,
Xbox went reverse. Xbox had a better launched library. I think free. Like, it was Killzone and Knack versus like Killer Instinct, Dead Rising, and Forza.
Yeah, that's a rough lineup to go against. Goddamn.
It was like Xbox had that shit. But yeah, they shouts to Don Matrick, you fucked everything. And Rise, they had Rise too, and Rise, like, that was a fantastic tech demo, looking like, I think it still looks amazing. Like, it wasn't the most fun game, but like, it looked incredible.
Also, the Kels in the chat, technically Xbox Gold is still a thing. It's just they don't have the keep forever Xbox games anymore.
They do.
I thought they stopped doing the original 360 games.
Oh, 360 games, yes.
Yeah, because there's a difference. Because the Xbox One games that you get are not keep forever. The 360 games are 100% even if you got rid of games.
You still... Oh.
No, because with the 360 games, even if you got rid of your subscription, you still had access to the 360 game. You don't if you get rid of your Game Pass or your Gold, the Xbox One.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I feel like the verbiage might have changed potentially.
I'd be curious to look that up. Not relevant to this.
Yeah,
but
maybe we'll.
That would be one thing
If the chat cares, we'll look it up afterwards. But otherwise, let's keep moving. Because we're still in the fucking beginning.
Yeah.
Dispatch from the effing streaming wars. Matt Bowie says thinking about Xbox exclusive has changed since the days of the no effing way in 2019. And then there was a parentheses. I'm not sure if the attorneys are bowdlerizing fucking or if that's just literally what he wrote. That's true. We never found out if it's effing or fucking. His explanation on this.
Let's be honest. You probably said fucking.
Yeah, his explanation on this was quote. I think that we've seen that while content is absolutely important to strategy, it really is a durable advantage that others can enter the field and others can build on a content library relatively quickly. Today's example is Disney Plus competing with Netflix, where he argues Disney has been able to ramp up its library quickly, and obviously it's a way to downplay the idea that Microsoft will make Activision Blizzard games exclusive if the deal goes through. All right. Bethesda executive Pete Hines is taking the stand here. Let's see. Quote, there might be some differences of opinion on the AAA part, but that was our intent, yes. Oh, wait. When it comes to... when they said that did it get locked off of PlayStation after you guys got bought out? I guess the thing was, has Microsoft blocked a AAA game? And that was they were saying, well, Redfall. Anyway,
I mean,
yeah, no Starfield on PS5 apology. There was Pete Hines saying, all I could say really say is that I apologize because I know I'm certain that frustrating to folks, but that's not a whole lot I can do about it. FTC questioned Hines about this interview, and Hines says, quote, it bothered me that they were upset. I don't like when our players are upset over something we do. It's kind of a dodge, but
yeah, that's not a real answer, and
Yeah.
fuck you. That's not your real emotion. You don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Let's see. Pete Hines, Starfield would be getting delayed again if it were released on PlayStation. FTC is arguing that the game exclusivity is an anti-competitive move, but Pete Hines is under friendly questioning from Microsoft's attorneys now. He's making the opposite case that exclusivity lets you streamline the game. Anticipated Xbox exclusive Starfield, he says, wouldn't be coming out September 1st. It's actually September 6th. If it were also going to play to quote, we would not be putting this game out in 9 weeks if we were supporting an entire additional platform, in my opinion.
Also, fuck off with it being anti-competitive. That's the whole point of a fucking exclusive game. It's why you don't see Mario on the fucking Xbox and the PlayStation.
On the Xbox and the PlayStation. All right.
On the Xbox and the PlayStation.
Bethesda Indiana Jones games is exclusive to Xbox and PC.
Which I think is dumb. I think if you're going to try to go for a fucking licensed cash grab like that, you should put it on all platforms, but whatever.
I mean, you look at Sony with Wolverine and Spider-Man, like.
But Sony owns the rights is the problem.
Not Wolverine, and they don't own game rights to Spider-Man. They own movie rights.
Oh, I thought they own the game rights as well.
No, but people are questioning shit now because like it's always been known they own movie rights. So people think that maybe in this play to getting Spider-Man on the MCU and in Endgame and stuff, that there was some sort of play for like, hey, we want the game too. But definitely not Wolverine. So like there's
Wolverine makes sense. That should be multi-plat.
Yeah.
Genuinely, they would make so much more fucking money. They literally caved and put MLB The Show on fucking multi-plat. It'd be dumb not to short-sighted dumbness. Whatever. Continue.
All right. Let's see. Pete Hines on Redfall, quote, it wasn't as polished or as good as other things that Arcane had released in the past. Microsoft is spending a lot of time getting Pete Hines to explain why Activision's Call of Duty isn't a direct competitor for Microsoft-owned games like Starfield or Redfall. This includes a little more than admission that Arcane's Redfall wasn't anything Microsoft hoped for, something Phil Spencer acknowledged at launch.
So throw yourself under the bus and be like, yeah, well, I mean, we fucked up, so it's fine that it's not multi-plat.
This is true. All right. Sarah Bond, head of Xbox Creator Experience, is getting sworn in. I love this one, actually. Quote, the Diablo franchise is built on this idea that you can battle. They were trying to describe Diablo. The Diablo franchise is built on the idea that you battle an unstoppable evil, which is the devil, effectively. That's not something I expected to hear at the hearing, but that was Sarah Bond, head of Xbox Experience, explaining Diablo to Judge Corley. Quote, it's literally my father's favorite game, says Bond. Judge Corley says, quote, it's aimed at a certain audience, shall we say, to which Bond replies with, quote, yes, including my 76-year-old father. So that was
I mean, what gamer grandpa, I guess. But
Well, that was the whole thing. That's the whole like they're trying to say like, oh, this is obviously just a little kid game or a teen game like fighting devil, and they're like, well, no, my fucking 76-year-old dad likes that game. That was a cute little
work
moment.
with
I thought.
someone that's also in nearing retirement age that also like took a few days off from work to go ahead and play that one.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. It's a cute moment because I didn't want to read it to not spoil it for the chat, but the bolden for that was an unstoppable evil for 76-year-old gamers.
Hell yeah.
Bond likes Xbox Game Pass. Game Pass is gonna get some shit in here. You're later on. Like we still got ways to go, but let's see. Explaining Game Pass to Judge Corley, quote, when we first started the program, it was new. There was concern expressed by publishers, says Bond. We do licensing agreements to ensure overall that it's beneficial to both sides. What we found is that it's actually generated a lot of discovery for games. Microsoft says 60% of people who have played Human Fall Flat, a puzzle game, had not played that type of puzzle or that type of game before. 40% of that 60% then went on to purchase a puzzle game in the Microsoft Xbox store. Bond also discussed that Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, which includes Xbox Cloud Gaming, also discusses that. FCC argues cloud gaming is a separate market, but Microsoft claims it's just a feature right now. It's a feature and delivery mechanism. Most of our usage is on console. Microsoft has a bigger cloud gaming ambition to stream its Xbox games to iOS and Android and reach billions of players through a dedicated Xbox mobile store. Makes sense. All right. Okay, we don't need to do that. Activision forced Microsoft into a new Call of Duty revenue deal. Sarah Bond is detailing how Microsoft had to agree to a new revenue share deal with Activision to get Call of Duty on Xbox Series S and X. Activision refused to agree to repair its Xbox dev kit work and hinted that it had a different revenue share with PlayStation. Activision Bobby Kotick wanted Microsoft to agree to a new revenue share deal before work had begun on Call of Duty for Series S and X. Quote, it was clear that that Call of Duty would be on PS5, and that would not have been good if it was also not on Xbox if it was launching at the same time as Bond. Activision also asked Microsoft if it wanted to bid on marketing deals for Call of Duty, but it declined. That ultimately meant Xbox couldn't show Call of Duty in its own Xbox showcase.
I'm curious to know the details of that, but
we'll get some more. We'll get some more.
For the record, fuck alleged child rapist.
He talked a lot today, so you're gonna hear a lot from him.
Oh, good. So I will say it even stronger.
Yeah.
No, record. Fuck alleged child rapist Bobby Kotick. Very high up there on the fucking Epstein fucking travel logs.
Tell him, David.
Fuck alleged union busting Bobby Kotick. You ignorant fucking cunt. Alleged. Continue.
We'll get to that again. Valve was happy without a Call of Duty agreement. Sarah Bond reached out to Valve to offer a 10-year deal.
Give a fuck.
Yeah, Sarah Bond reached out to Valve to offer a 10-year deal for Call of Duty on Steam. Quote, Valve believe that strongly believe that content should be on their platform. They do not want to be seen to signing contracts that lock up or drive commitments to content over 10-year periods of time, said Bond. Quote, they don't have any other such agreements. They told us that they had no need to sign that agreement and that they believed us that they would continue to provide it on Steam just on their own accord.
Valve is literally
Gavin just like, yeah, you'll come by. That's fine. We don't need you, but like if you want to come down, it's fine.
Every developer that has tried to make their own third-party store has come crawling back to Valve because at the end of the day, they realize
Epic Game Store's still there.
I mean, that's the only one. They got lucky with Fortnite.
Yeah.
If they had not gotten lucky with Fortnite, 100% they would be back too.
Well, yeah.
And for the record, Steam should have competition. I buy a lot of games through GOG because I do like the DRM nature, the DRM free nature, I should say, where I can go ahead, buy games there, and on my old XP laptop, throw installers that work on natively for that XP laptop and just fucking play them like so. Or even on my modern computer, if I want something DRM free, go ahead and install it. Bam, there I go. Just playing it right there. I do think it's important for Steam to have competition. But at the end of the day, let's fucking be honest. we've said this a lot. It's something that I am bothered by, but you're right because you're a bigger proponent of it. People are going to go with the easier option. When you think PC gaming, what is the first thing that fucking comes to mind as a resource for PC gaming?
Crypto.
Fuck you. It's Steam.
Yeah,
100%.
It's why even though that RGB Ally is looking pretty nice right now, Steam Deck is still just gonna kind of edge out on that just because it's like turn it on,
The
have
ROG
games,
Ally is fine, but from the performance reviews I'm seeing from it, it's
give it. They'll upgrade it again, but I'm hearing it's actually not bad, and you can do whatever you want.
Asus is no, you can't trust Asus.
We'll see. Give it a little while. Let's give it a little while. That's fair. But like either way, regardless, let's say performance is not an issue. You could turn Steam Deck on. There's everything there. They're cool.
Yeah, 100%. And because they are the primary ones in making the compatibility layer, so that even if non-native Linux things exist, they're the ones fine-tuning and tweaking to make sure that it can help to work on your Steam Deck.
And it's easier for the normies, right? Is it supported?
Yeah.
No. Okay, I'm not gonna look at it. But if you want to make it happen, there's a chance you could probably make those ones even happen if you want to fuck around with things and do that. Which Steam Deck's like totally like, yeah, fuck around with it, do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Like my Steam library, when I boot up my Steam Deck, I have like shy of 2,000 games in my Steam library. 500 are great on Steam Deck. So even for someone like me, and granted, that's also because I have a fuck ton of weird, obscure old shit that, of course, would never be 100% be confirmed to be great on Steam Deck because even though they run amazingly perfectly fine,
But they could also have just like a
no
cursor. That's the thing too.
Exactly.
Like it could literally just be like you gotta enter something on a keypad and all of a sudden it's not great. But
plus the developers still have to be around to confirm that it works
Right.
great on Steam Deck. In some of my cases,
right.
but it is one of those things that, and again, I'll even say to that extent, because of so much involvement with legacy content of losing games because of licensing rights to music or so many other shit like we've seen with Grand Theft Auto or like we've seen with licensed games like through Marvel and stuff like that. Steam still gives it to you 100%. If you bought a game through Steam, except in like some very rare circumstances, they own the downloader. They still will give it to you even if it's taken down because fuck you paid for it. Here's the download from our servers. So whereas in console games, if you don't happen to have a fucking 360 that has like for
PT,
a while,
just say PT.
Yeah, PT.
There you go.
Fucking immediate example.
All right.
You can't download that. Also, I got to pee again real quick.
Jesus Christ.
Like, till the air.
He's at the pee a fucking
Bladder is small.
His bladder's not small. He just drinks too much. I don't know why he has not realized this yet. Yeah, Becky wants more beer for David. You want more piss breaks too? This guy. Man, I don't think David realizes how much there is. Like he's gonna talk about everything, which is fine. That's fine with me. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while now. And tomorrow's the last day, so it'll be super interesting to see where that goes. Sorry, my voice weird, by the way. I don't know if I got sick. I don't think I got sick, but like I think just got back. I got some weird allergy thing going on there, so got a little bit of a radio voice going on there. There you go. We're about halfway. No, I think we're a little more than halfway. Let's see. No, we're about halfway. Ooh, everybody 1-2 Switch comes out soon. Everyone's excited for that. Oh man, David needs to stop peeing so much. Everyone in the chat's doing well, by the way. This is just it's a decent night. I'm having a good time. And Maggie, hell yeah, there you go. Let's see. What? He needs to take the camera with him once. He would break his shit so quickly, somehow, some way. Big shout out to the comment, by the way, where there was a comment on the one with Jordan and I. They're like, "Yo, this is how we can have an episode with Bam Margera." I was like, "Oh, that's funny." Are you do game streams again? Yeah, I'll do some more tomorrow. I'll probably do some more Street Fighter tomorrow, and then figure out what's to go from there. But yeah, it'll be fun. I'm excited to get some more games done. I just got FF. You weren't here, I don't know, but I got FF16, so I'm definitely excited to dive into that too. I might get in a really good game mood right now too. So hopefully this is finally where I start to knock out some of this like backlog I got brewing constantly. Damn, David's not back yet, huh? Oh,
Unbelievable. There she's sleeping along.
oh, what the fuck?
Come on, Chuckles. He's a fucking
Oh,
here.
did anyone see the Jonathan Majors update? I just saw that. Holy shit!
You know what? Use that one brain cell. I believe in you. You sweet baby. All right. Well, you're in here now, buddy. Get.
He's talking about his cat. Holy shit!
You sweet chunky baby. Are you father like son?
What the fuck? Hold on. What actually happened? Probably was some big turn in the Jonathan Majors case, but I'm gonna wait it out. All right. Whatever.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. The cat's gonna get bigger than Big Dave one day, quite possibly, dude.
I mean, you know, the saddest part is
David
Arrow
is a
used to
big
be,
pussy,
like, the
though.
tiniest little thing. Hell yeah. No, Arrow used to be like the tiniest little cat until he had the operation that denutted him essentially, and then he ballooned after
Now
that.
he's like, fuck it, I'm not gonna get pussy, so might as well just eat.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. We're going. Microsoft has agreed to an 80-20 revenue split for Xbox games. Microsoft has agreed to lower revenue splits than its typical 70-30% for Xbox games. FTC Council accidentally mentioned the 80% split while questioning Xbox's Sarah Bond. Microsoft agrees to the lower revenue split, quote, where we believe that is critical to get that content. So that's good. Microsoft was working to offer Xbox.
Better than what Valve does with Steam, so
This is true. Microsoft was working to offer xCloud separately. Also, shout out to Tom Warren. Tom Warren did all this on The Verge. Microsoft argued that Xbox Game Cloud Gaming xCloud was just an add-on or feature, but the company was working on a dedicated version of the xCloud that wasn't tied to the premium Xbox Game Pass Ultimate tier. Xbox's Sarah Bond was asked about this September 2022, and she, quote, Xbox would very much like to do it, but Microsoft has changed their mind, perhaps thanks to the regulatory concerns about cloud gaming. Bond said Microsoft's strategy changed when the company has been analyzing usage. Operational costs are higher, and Microsoft has made deals with partners that offer similar cloud gaming services. Microsoft has also promised that Xbox Cloud Gaming would support your existing game library to the end of 2022. That never happened. Microsoft didn't respond to a request for comment on the delay of that when asked earlier this month. All right. Let's see. So Microsoft just when we're referring back to that Jim Ryan quote or Jim Ryan email saying it's not about exclusivity. They're thinking bigger than that. Microsoft fired back saying, "Today Sony has showed that all along we'll stand by our promise to keep games on its platform and make clear that work to lobby against the deal as only to protect this dominant position in the market." Okay, that's day one. Let's see. Phil Spencer's coming up this next day. All right, we're on page 3 of 8 now. It's juicy, dude. There's a lot of shit. Microsoft opened the FCC with a bombshell Sony thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, that was it. Never mind. Okay, welcome there. Xbox game lawyer Xbox's Jamie Lawver is taking the stand. Does catch Jamie appear now? Oh, they sealed the courtroom because like, all right, this is like confidential financial shit that we just can't show. So they sealed it off for 45 minutes, which is all right.
to be a fly on the wall,
right? Shout out, Phil Spencer was wearing a suit and tie, no game shirt underneath the blazer. It's weird.
if only he was wearing an Ahego hoodie.
Yeah, right. All right, they came back in eventually. The Xbox ecosystem. For some reason, the FTC lawyer keeps calling the Xbox ecosystem the Xbox ecosystem. But beyond that, Phil Spencer is being questioned about revenue splits, Xbox creators, yada yada. Nintendo Switch FPS and teraflops time. The FCC doesn't think this Nintendo Switch should be counted in the market that Xbox operates in. It has been a source of debate between Microsoft and the FTC, and now the FTC is grilling Spencer about the Switch. Quote, the Switch is designed for people to take it on the go, says Spencer. It has a battery, it's a mobile platform that people can take it with them, whereas the Gen 8 Xbox One consoles require that they be plugged in the wall and don't have the screen. Nintendo built a different platform. But the FTC reads Spencer's previous testimony back to him. In terms of CPU and GPU, it would be more akin to a Gen 8 device, said Spencer previously. The question then moves on to how many FPS the Series S, X, and S can support. Spencer said he doesn't know about the FPS that Switch can support. Following, he's asked about the GPU teraflops, and as the FTC is once again trying to demonstrate the Switch is different than PS5 and Series consoles. Spencer says, Xbox X metric operates higher flops than Switch? As the FTC lawyer, Spencer says, that's fair to say. Let's see. FTC wants to prove its high performance relevant console market. FTC is now asking Phil Spencer about a bunch of redacted documents related to market analysis, yada yada. Argument here is that Microsoft only compares Xbox against PlayStation internally, but that's trying to compete to Switch with regulators to put itself at third place in the market. The FTC wants to prove that its high performance console market outside PS5 and Xbox is relevant market. Yada yada. I see, that's where I don't get it, because like, well, they don't want to use the Switch because they want to be third place. Like, well, either way, we're last place. Who the fuck cares? Right? Like,
but it's a big difference between being like last place against like a close race and last place against literally nearly the highest selling fucking console of all time.
Right, but either way, like the disparage, it's still like a gap, right? Like it's FTC's just going around circles, in my opinion.
I also find it interesting that they chose not to answer on that, because that feels like they're trying to keep like a good relation with Nintendo, which makes sense considering the state of like GoldenEye and a couple other things with Rare. But that's also one of those weird things
where you say 60, like we know it's 60.
No, it's 30. The console gets fucking 30 FPS.
No, but it can support up to 60. So it's like Smash is 60.
Technically, it can support up to 60.
Smash is 60.
You're right. Technically, it can support up to 60.
Yeah, Smash is 60.
The vast majority of games.
But it's asking what you can support. That was the question. Was what can it support?
Fair.
All right. We're back at Trading Console Wars. FTC lawyer asked, quote, do you think that Microsoft Gaming lost the console wars? And I love this because someone made a shirt at the very beginning, quote, quote, as the console wars is a social construct. Someone made a shirt with Phil Spencer saying the console wars is a social construct. I love that shirt. I want to buy it. It's so fucking good. It's a great shirt.
Holy fuck, that's cringe.
As the console wars is a social construct with the community, I would never want to count our community out. They're big fans, Spencer answered carefully. Quote, if you look at our market share in the console space for the last 20 plus years, we're in third place. We're behind Sony and Nintendo in console share globally. Phil Spencer sees Sony as an aggressive competitor. Quote, do you view Sony as an aggressive competitor? Asked FTC. Quote, Sony is the market leader with a considerable capability and an aggressive competitor, says Phil Spencer. Every time we ship a game on PlayStation, Sony captures 30% of the revenue that we do on their platform, and they use that money, among other revenue, that they have to do stuff to reduce Xbox's survival on the market. We try to compete, but as I said, over the last 20 years, we failed to do that effectively. Xbox needs AAA content. The FTC is now questioning Phil Spencer about AAA content. Quote, is your view that Microsoft needs a predictable cadence of AAA content for your services? Asked FTC. Spencer says, I think our customers need content that they know ship dates for to invest into our platforms. Yes. He also agrees that Microsoft needs this type of content to drive acquisition for users of Xbox. FTC is also pushing Spencer on how many AAA games come out each year. Obviously, those are a small portion in the overall market, as there are a lot more indie games. Moving on to Call of Duty now. FTC is now questioning Phil Spencer about Call of Duty and about negotiating deals with Activision for Series S and X around the launch of the console in 2020. A document mentions that the revenue split offered, and what we heard yesterday, Activision wanted a better split with Xbox Series S and X optimized versions. The FTC is trying to establish the idea that Microsoft acquiring content so it doesn't have to pay those fees and can have exclusive content. Quote, if you own content, you don't have to pay for exclusive content? Asked the FTC. Spencer says, we don't pay for exclusivity on our own platform. He does note that Sony does apparently sign deals to keep third-party games off Xbox. Quote, when a competitor is actively signing third-party games to skip our platform, it became more important to us to secure third-party games on our platform, including inclusive of Call of Duty. Microsoft has already considered skipping PlayStation for Activision content. Quote, have you had conversations at Microsoft about skipping PlayStation with Activision titles? Phil Spencer asked by the FTC. Spencer admits, quote, I don't remember a specific conversation, but it would seem like a normal conversation to have. These
Yeah,
conversations,
like no shit.
yeah,
Like
these conversations were part of the evaluation of Activision Blizzard ahead of the proposed acquisition announcement. Microsoft measures the economic and strategic value of an acquisition. Man, my voice is like fucked up today too, so let's see. Eventually, I'm getting more radio-y. The FTC wants to know whether an asset could have a strategic value that outweighs the economics. So when Microsoft do something like make Activision games exclusive to Xbox as a strategic play, even the economics might not make sense. This isn't about quote. This isn't a value of strategic. It's strategic analysis. It's more of a commentary on how the asset fits into the strategy that we have. There is no numeric value assigned, says Spencer.
that's bullshit. But I do think that Microsoft's whole legacy is capitalizing on being bastards, like just undercutting the competition and brute forcing an option you have no choice to use.
That's a legacy. Nadella has been different. Nadella has been different. Like his whole legacy, like there has been the war of like a Bill Gates and Steve Jobs fighting each other to like make things on theirs. Like Nadella just dropped that shit. Like that's why you can see like
even recently when it comes to like the Microsoft suite of productivity things. I'd argue that's still what they're predominantly known for, but I do see where your sentiment's coming from. But also, just again, putting the corporate brain on for a second, I do get where some of these lawyers are coming from the perspective of like, this is literally Microsoft's MO.
Yeah. Hey, talk about that for like 15 seconds. Let me get some medicine real quick.
Yeah, you go for it, homie. I get. I am 100% at the point where I don't care. I have no fucking horse in this race. I don't give a fuck about Activision. I genuinely can't think of the last time that Activision released a game I cared about. Blizzard, I want to enjoy Blizzard games again. I can't because of a lot of the horrendous associations with the company now. But I would love for a Microsoft-led Activision Blizzard because I would like to be able to eventually down the road enjoy those games again. But it's kind of one of those things where I do see where, again, the lawyers look at the legacy of how Microsoft handles things and be like, you literally have... It's the crying wolf scenario where, even though this one head of this one part of the company says, no, we're not like that, bro. Where the lawyer's like, yeah, but like literally every other leader in every other segment of this entire company's history has literally been like, fuck you, we're Microsoft.
Yeah, but I think all they got to point out right now is how they've been trying to put like games on like iOS and Android, and they've been putting like Word on all these, like you can get Word on Mac and all that stuff. That's all they got to say. They can say legacy, I get that, but like that's kind of the kind
But
of
it's still anti-competitor because there's still the one option. Yeah, there's LibreOffice and any Office and Open Office and a lot of like free open source software alternatives. But truly, at the end of the day, what is the one fucking option? What is any fucking company in this country?
You'd be surprised. A lot of people just use Google Docs too, like even like at a university level and even like at a state level and city level.
I mean, that makes sense because of the shit being locked in, especially with schools with fucking the fucking Google laptops there. What the hell
the
call
Chromebooks.
Yeah, the Chromebooks there. That makes sense, which that's been a heinous fucking thing for a lot of fucking schools as they realize that those are actually far more cost than they expected because they just suddenly, whoops, lost a lot of support contracts and don't suddenly get updates and are just suddenly not working a lot across the board. But so yeah, fuck Google again. Also, side tangent because we're talking about Google. It's not in our stories, but it's one thing that because we brought them up, I want to highlight. Fuck Google for suddenly be like trying to resurrect Stadia again.
I even see that.
There's a lot of information coming out on how they're trying to do a Stadia 2.
Yeah, it won't work. All right. Microsoft considered making Minecraft Legends exclusive. Microsoft considered only shipping Minecraft Dungeons on Xbox and PC. The FTC references a chat between Phil Spencer and former Xbox CMO Mike Nichols, where both considered and agreed it should be exclusive to Xbox. We know that that wasn't the case. Sony held back PS5 dev kits for Microsoft and Minecraft. Minecraft still doesn't have an optimized version for PS5, and it appears that a Sony decision to hold that back, sending Microsoft PS5 dev kits ahead of time of launch is why. Sony was reluctant, Sony was reluctant to ship us PlayStation dev kits. It puts behind our development for Minecraft and PS5, Spencer. The FTC says Microsoft fought back by still not providing an optimized version of Minecraft on PS5 for nearly 3 years later. Quote, there's a version of Minecraft that runs on PS5, Spencer, but it isn't an optimized version. It's simply the PS4 version of the game. There isn't an Xbox Series S or X optimized version of Minecraft either, though. So they get away with that.
It's kind of one of those things that I'm actually genuinely surprised they haven't done an optimized version for Series X. But legally, again, from a corporate mindset, I get why they're laying the groundwork for that and nothing else. Because what this is saying is in the future, even if we're trying to put our best foot forward and keep things on all platforms, they're not playing ball. They're not wanting to go ahead and give us options to do this. And so that's where, like,
I got into a thing. That wasn't a thing. It was civil back and forth, like not even an argument. But like, you'll see later on where they talk about this 10-year deal and that Microsoft, like in internal emails, they said full intent, like, yeah, we'll keep it going. But they're like, this guy responded back saying, well, why does Microsoft just say indefinitely? Why do they have to say 10-year deal? I'm like, because you don't want to give the competitor an indefinite thing no matter what, because you never know. You're going to be officially, you'll be the bad guy. If somebody says, all right, we want 90% of your revenue, and you said indefinite, then they're like, we can pull out because that's not legally binding, right? Like, there's not a legal signing, but they're like, people know about that, and they're like, wait a second, why are you taking away our game? Even though like somebody's a bad guy, they're the bad guy.
It does create a precedent, so that's the problem. Is even though it's not inherently legally binding in the sense of like a contract, it is legally binding in the sense of intent.
Sure, so but either way, you don't want to give an indefinite thing out because the landscape's changing. Like, that's the thing. And I told them that, I was like, they can have the intent to and want to and continue to do that, but like, you don't give a competitor an indefinite thing because like you just don't know.
That's just it, and that's where I even mentioned this in past episodes of the podcast where it's disingenuous, I think, to say Microsoft would want to keep Call of Duty 100% like exclusive to the platform. One, the fact that they'd even be willing to put Switch versions out, even if they're just cloud versions, which I suspect is what they will do. Again,
I don't know. They were saying like it's gonna run worse. There's gonna be a thing coming up here. Spoilers. There's a lot. Like, whenever you reference, it's kind of funny because like I know all this stuff, and you're kind of referencing stuff that you'll hear about it a little bit.
But it's still one of those things that I think is disingenuous to say that they would ever want it to be exclusive, because again, that's one of it's Microsoft. If they could find a way to make fucking World of Warcraft run on consoles, and I guarantee you, if this goes through, they're going ahead and they're saying, "Hey, Blizzard, fucking put World of Warcraft on goddamn Xbox." They're gonna work on a fucking console version of it. They would be dumb not to.
World of Warcraft comes in too. It's funny. Again, you're nailing some of it. Okay, so let's go to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
FTC is back to questions about Switch and Bethesda. Quote, do you anticipate Call of Duty on Switch will look the same to the player as if the player was playing on Xbox Series X? Asked the FTC.
Oh, are you dumb? Do you eat crayons?
Quote, I think it'll play as a great Switch game, says Xbox chief Phil Spencer. I don't think it will look the same.
Holy hell! That's the most diplomatic answer. I gotta give it to Xbox's team.
Phil Spencer, he had that one nailed down. He was ready.
Holy hell.
That's a great answer.
Again, I said this earlier, but like, Xbox clearly trying so hard to be like, yeah, but Nintendo's the real competitor here, but at the same time, like, no, we gotta be nice to them.
Well, no, but like, that's the most true answer, right? Because when you get a port on a Switch, you're like, oh, this port, it's not the best one. You're not playing Witcher 3. It's like Witcher 3. It runs as
really solid.
Witcher 3 runs like a great Switch game. We know what that means, right? Like, it's like that. Yeah. And then that's even an emphasis, actually, more even. Like, I'm playing Witcher 3. Like, that runs like a phenomenal Switch game, or Switch game. But like, we know what that means. That's a great answer. I agree.
Yeah, like Tears of the Kingdom
runs like a great Switch game.
Phenomenal for what it is. But at the same time, like, if you did Tears of the Kingdom on Xbox, no, there'd be a fucking night and day difference.
Right. FTC wants to know now if Microsoft has done any economic analysis of Nintendo in terms of Activision Blizzard deal. Presumably, creating a version of Call of Duty for Switch will be costly. FTC wants to, again, determine that the Switch is separate from its high-performance console market. The FTC lawyer reminds Spencer of the Bethesda Roundtable press event. Quote, do you remember that you said if you're an Xbox customer, this is about delivering great exclusive games for you on platforms where Game Pass exists, says the FTC. Quote, yes, I do, says Spencer. Xbox exclusive games is another part of the FTC's case where they regularly believe Microsoft will make Activision Blizzard games exclusive to Xbox in a move it deems anti-competitive. Okay. A bond.
Okay, but we even talked about this on the podcast. Do you think for a second if fucking Nintendo said, you know what, bro? Go ahead, put Game Pass on fucking
Microsoft
Switch.
would be salivating.
Microsoft would be like, fucking, no, we don't want you to have that. They would fucking do that in a goddamn heartbeat.
Yeah, it's literally, that's all I want, is I want it everywhere. A bond, Booty, and Spencer email about Bethesda. Booty. FTC.
Swooty.
Yeah, FTC references a February 2021 email between Xbox's Sarah Bond, Matt Booty, and Phil Spencer about how to announce the Bethesda acquisition. Quote, I want us to be bold in our announcement of the Bethesda close. Focus on Bethesda on Xbox, Spencer wrote at the time. I want us to get comfortable with saying the acquisition of Bethesda is about making Xbox stronger. Our focus with Bethesda will be on the Xbox ecosystem. The FTC wants to know if Spencer had any other conversation with Microsoft executives about making Xbox or Bethesda games exclusive to Xbox. Quote, exclusivity is a general topic in the console business, so it's a constant conversation, says Spencer.
No shit. Again, like, it's any other fucking console. Again, Nintendo. If you were fucking going after Nintendo, yeah, that's literally what sells it. Like 100%.
Why is Endgame not streaming on Netflix?
Why is fucking Last of Us only on fucking PlayStation and I suppose now PC? But I mean, like, again, like, no fucking shit. Like, it's also one of those things. Like, yeah, you're gonna have those exclusives. Like 100%. If the day comes where they announce a New Vegas 2, no fucking way that isn't going to be exclusive. And I fully expect it.
I can tell you're enjoying this. See, this is what I've been reading like all day, dude. All week.
Well, it's honestly kind of more fun that I haven't followed along because it's kind of fun to react to live like this.
And we're still not even halfway done, David.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, just to shorten that up then, like, this is why I kind of hate this boomer bullshit of all these fucking lawmakers and people in the decision not having a concept of how all this works, because this is so well and beyond. Like, yes, you can argue copyright in general, you can argue a lot of other things in general when it makes sense of like, oh, I have invented this thing. Well, this thing I have invented is kind of a competitor. Well, how much of the patents is the same and how much of the patents is different? That makes sense. You don't inherently need to be a literal engineer to get the grasp of like how they're different. But when it comes to intellectual property, on a software level, it does require a certain level of finesse and knowledge that is just fucking lost on a lot of these lawmakers. And is the
you'll see more.
Oh my god. All right, continue.
Phil Spencer won't confirm Elder Scrolls 6 is an Xbox exclusive. A 2021 interview notwithstanding. And this was a big topic with us.
Yes.
But this is kind of goes to what we were saying a little while ago. Spencer tells an FTC attorney that it's too early to know. Quote, I think we've been a little unclear on what platform it's launching on, given how far out the game is. It's difficult for us to understand how to nail that down. It's so far out, it's hard to understand what platforms the game will even be on at this point. So how about the interview? Quote, I don't know that I made a public statement saying that, says Spencer in response to questioning. When I said it, I believed it was true, but if you ask me today, I can't recall a public statement. It's a long line questioning where the FTC tries to establish an Activision Blizzard acquisition would lead to exclusive games.
No, like literally the only thing we've heard about Elder Scrolls 6
is happening.
It was literally that game award where it's like, hey, this is very early. Here's a literal fucking showcase of the title screen. Here's Elder Scrolls 6, and that's all we've heard about it. And that was even before all this started. Right. So, I mean,
Let's see, because he said I'm going to read that quote, so I'm going to deviate like for a second. On
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
Verge article from November 15, 2021. Let's see. They talk about, but in order to be on Xbox, I want us to be able to bring the full, complete package of what we have. And that would be true when I think about Elder Scrolls 6. That would be true when I think about any of our franchises. So it was kind of like paraphrasing. So no, he never said that. All right. Xbox Omaha, PlayStation is New York. Phil Spencer is back under Microsoft questioning, and he's trying to dispel allegations that Microsoft would degrade a game like Call of Duty on PlayStation, an argument Sony has particularly made. Building a high quality game for Xbox and building a somehow lower quality game on PlayStation would be a huge financial, reputational loss for Microsoft, said Spencer, given how much more successful, in his estimation, PlayStation is. Microsoft's lawyer brings up an analogy. It would be like filming a good version of a movie to open up in Omaha, but have a bad version launch in New York. It's different questioning with that. It's a different question than whether Microsoft might withhold games altogether. Something that means it would lose sales from PlayStation, but ultimately streamline development.
Counter argument: Ubisoft did it with Watch Dogs.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't say that, huh? All right. Phil Spencer swears under oath that he won't pull Call of Duty from PlayStation 5. Spencer notes, and there's legalese you're gonna like in a second. Spencer notes that Microsoft would suffer damage from going back on its word in any case. Quote, I think we've seen in preparation for this that the gamers are an active and vocal group. Us pulling Call of Duty from PlayStation, in my view, would create irreputable harm for the Xbox brand, he said. But now he's also solemnly sworn under oath. Quote, I would raise my hand. I would do whatever it takes, he told Judge Corley in court. My commitment is, and my testimony is, that we will continue to ship future versions of Call of Duty on Sony's PlayStation 5.
Still legally binding.
It's perhaps worth specifically noting he said 5 in that oath. Did you catch that?
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. This console gen's going for 10 years. There's no way.
Oh, you're gonna hear something about that actually too.
I swear to fucking Christ, if they go ahead and say, "Oh yeah, our next Xbox is in fucking 3 years," eat my dick.
Not 3 years, not 3 years, but in the realm of that.
That's fucking dumb. Fuck out of here.
Let's see.
Holy hell. There is literally no reason for this console gen not to be like the 360 and the PS3 in the last 10 fucking years.
I'll tell you this now. The estimation that Microsoft gave in this was 2028.
All right, continue.
All right. Phil Spencer's back on the stand. Quote, mobile has grown to become the number one gaming platform on the planet. Let's see.
Yeah, that's inarguable.
Quote, turns out there are a lot of barriers to console games being displayed on a phone screen. Microsoft's mobile gaming travails are the big theme of the early testimony. Phil Spencer says that Microsoft found, quote, very limited success making, unquote, making native mobile games outside of the Minecraft series, and it turned to cloud gaming in hopes of winning players over that way. Quote, my real hope was that was the fact that we'd had at this point nearly 20 years of Xbox games built on our console platform, that we'd be able to give us a unique offer to players on phones. Turns out this didn't work. Latency was an issue. Things like game fronts weren't designed for a tiny screen, and Microsoft never solved the controller problem. Remember that yesterday, Microsoft contended that stream is more of a feature than a separate product right now. So it's saying it's not creating a monopoly risk by enhancing its own service.
Makes sense. PlayStation's still struggling with PlayStation Now to fucking do anything with that, and that's been going on since the PS3. And even Nintendo, with its first-party attempts to break into mobile, almost everything except I think Fire Emblem Heroes has shut down.
David, we're still almost halfway. Microsoft tried to buy Zynga. Activision is key to Microsoft Mobile's strategy. Microsoft argued over the past year, but this isn't the first time Microsoft tried to get into mobile. Quote, we entered into some discussions with a company called Zynga. It ended up getting acquired by Take-Two, says Spencer. Microsoft spent a lot of time talking to Zynga, Spencer confirms. In the end, quote, in the end, for our opportunity, we thought we needed to have something that was even bigger than Zynga. Was given our small, was even bigger than Zynga. We thought we needed to have something that was even bigger than Zynga, and given our smallest organization, this mobile business. That was a weird quote I didn't have it there.
Fair, but it makes sense because they're obviously Candy Crush is bigger than at this point Angry Birds.
Microsoft acquired Bethesda after hearing Starfield would be exclusive to PlayStation.
Yeah, I saw this headline going around, but I
Yeah.
didn't look into it.
Microsoft's Xbox chief revealed one of the key reasons behind the acquisition of Bethesda parent company ZeniMax potential Starfield PlayStation exclusivity. Speaking at the FTC versus Microsoft hearing today, Phil Spencer revealed that Sony regularly pays competitors to quote skip our platform, and Microsoft felt like it needed to own Bethesda to compete. Quote: when we acquired ZeniMax, one of the impetus was that for that is that Sony had done a deal for Deathloop and Ghostwire to pay Bethesda to not ship those games on Xbox. Said Spencer. So the discussion about Starfield, we heard that Starfield was potentially going to end up skipping Xbox. We can't be in a position as a third place console where we fall even further behind on our current ownership. So we had to secure content to remain viable in the business. That's straight up.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of one of those things where, especially where we see that with Final Fantasy, which arguably is
That's coming up.
Yeah, and also where we see that a lot with like Persona and stuff, which I imagine that's coming up too. Because I saw a headline about how they even considered Sega at one point, which holy fuck, could you imagine? But actually, wasn't that on one of our predictions? I think that was on my prediction at one point.
For what?
Was them buying Sega?
That's gonna be in here too.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But yeah. Hold on.
I was gonna try. No, I thought I was gonna give you. If I could find it later, I'll show you. I thought that was linked to the shirt. It's not the shirt. Anyway, going on. Spencer talks about Xbox and mobile stores. We know Microsoft wants to build a mobile Xbox store to take on Google and Apple. And Xbox chief Phil Spencer is taking shots at those platform holders today. Both Google and Apple exert control over the largest gaming platforms, says Spencer. Apple won't let us put a streaming app on their store, so we can't bring console games through their storefront. Asked why Apple isn't allowing an Xbox app into the App Store, Spencer says it's about competition. Quote, it's competition for their control of the largest gaming platform. These are games that players want to play. We have a delivery mechanism to deliver those games. They choose to block it. He says Apple has been, quote, has been allowed to do that. Spencer.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair to point out.
Yep. Spencer on Sony relationships. Xbox chief Phil Spencer said he had a call with Sony CEO Kenichiro Yoshida after announcing Microsoft's Activision deal. Quote, I got positive affirmation from Yoshida-san, said Spencer. He also had slightly longer call with PlayStation chief Jim Ryan, but the outcome was similar. Quote, he understood our rationale behind the deal. I think the email exchange showed that he understood this was not about PlayStation. Yep, and that was the email that reaffirmed that. Phil Spencer says, quote, I've never been around this much paper. Phil Spencer's flickering through his exhibits as he continues to be questioned by Microsoft lawyers about the Xbox business. He jokes, I've never been around this much paper. The follow-up question that around Xbox is, quote, is it incorrect or correct to say that Microsoft will always make its games exclusive, says Microsoft lawyer. That's incorrect, says Spencer. Does that include ZeniMax? Yes, says Spencer. And Activision games? Yes, says Spencer. Okay, so that's the...
And that makes sense, because again, it's fucking dumb to go ahead and ever make Call of Duty exclusive, unless it's like a side one. I could see you doing like a Black Ops or a fucking
Zombies.
World at War or Zombies exclusive, fine, whatever. And I'd honestly argue it'd also be dumb. I mean, clearly, I guess the jury is out on this one, literally and figuratively, about Elder Scrolls. But I think Elder Scrolls would be another example of being too fucking dumb to have being exclusive, unless it's a spin-off kind of one.
Right. Spencer says rivals have far more exclusive games.
Yeah.
The FTC is worried about Microsoft.
Well,
The FTC is worried about Microsoft making Activision Blizzard games exclusive, but Xbox chief Phil Spencer says competitors have a much larger collection of exclusives. Quote, Sony has a significant catalog of exclusive games. It's drastically larger than what we have on Xbox today. Both Spencer and Nintendo's first party is stronger than Xbox, unquote.
that I'll call foul on. Halo, Gears, fucking Fable.
If you're talking about IP, sure.
100%. Well, the IP is the exclusive.
No, so when you're talking like, it's talking about like current catalog, I think more like, so like.
But that's Microsoft's fault at that point. Like,
Sure, but like again, he's just saying that's part of the process. He also argues that, right here. He also argues exclusive are just a normal part of the gaming business now. Quote, it is an established part of the
always,
right.
But...
Quote, is an established part of the console business, and Sony and Nintendo are very strong with their exclusive games. And then Sony also has an exclusive marketing deal for Final Fantasy 16, says Spencer. Yep. All right.
But I do think that is disingenuous of Microsoft to be like, oh, but I mean, they got the God of Wars and the fucking Last
Yeah, because
of
Microsoft
Us.
does have the IP to do whatever they want, but I mean, it's also neither here nor there right now.
I mean, how many times have we talked about the fact that they
Banjo.
literally are sitting on Banjo? But I mean, like, how we've talked about the fact that they're literally sitting on the opportunity to do their own Smash equivalent.
Yeah, no, I think that would have been a fair thing for FTC being like, all right, well, why can't you not just like pay
Can't you make good games? Like, what the fuck is
instead
wrong?
of well, I mean, logistically, right? It still makes sense what they're doing, but like the FTC could have still, it's still again one double reinforce what I'm about to say.
I know I'm
Microsoft
fighting
had-
on both sides of this.
No,
It's
the FTC would have
weird,
been, or Microsoft was better, but they could have been like, instead of buying these companies, why could you not build your own company and use your own IP,
yeah.
right? We're back, and the FTC is grilling Spencer on Call of Duty. The FTC is back to question Phil Spencer, and the FTC wants to run a little late to make sure that we hear from a Google witness about Stadia. The FTC begins asking Spencer, quote, can you swear under oath that you can promise that you'll ship Call of Duty on PlayStation without looking, or quote unquote, without looking at the terms? Quote, that's my goal. Yes. If what you're trying to propose is that Sony might change the terms of how we ship games on our platform, then that would prohibit us from shipping on their platform, unquote. The FTC asks why the contract for Call of Duty on PlayStation is different than standard Sony contracts. Quote, Sony is asking for significant commitments, even though we know how to ship games on PlayStation that we do on a regular basis, unquote. After some back and forth about the future of Activision games will ship on PlayStation, a Microsoft lawyer objects and Judge Corley cuts in, quote, your point's been made, move along. Shout out to Judge.
All right. Yeah, Judge ain't fucking caring at this
There's
point.
a good couple times from the Judge here. FTC digs into Xbox business. FTC wants to know about the Xbox business and why Microsoft is spending nearly $70 billion on Activision Blizzard. FTC, your business is not necessarily meeting its internal targets today. Quote, it is not right now. No, admits Spencer. FTC, so you're paying $70 billion for a mobile business? Quote, the business is across mobile, PC, and console, but when you think about it, the unique opportunity to relative to our business today, it's that mobile engagement that Activision drives, unquote. Spencer then says Microsoft is trying to grow the overall Xbox business. It's not just about the console. Quote, we're trying to compete in the market by growing our business. Some of our business growth is something that our competitors would like to have. So some of that growth is probably from our own competitors not realizing the growth themselves, unquote.
That is a very sneaky thing because I will say, well, as much as a lot of it is, again, I'm going to harp on this because Candy Crush is literally like the most profitable casual fucking mobile phone game there is. But also, again, a lot of what the whole point of xCloud is to, as much as they have claimed it as a feature, is to try and get the console experience on phones. And there are plenty of people that are satisfied with it. You know, they get one of those fucking bone controllers or whatever the hell they're called, or even as they've seen now, just getting a little attachment for their Series X controller. And it's kind of one of those things that, okay, we're gonna go ahead and put Skyrim. Literally, I mean, it's on fucking everything, and I'm pretty sure it's the only game that competes with Doom in terms of being on every platform. But I suppose technically Doom is also now owned by Bethesda, so
yeah,
fucking Doom, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, fucking Wolfenstein, legacies, long-lasting legacies of IPs that now it's just like, all right, every Doom game now on your phone. It's through streaming or native regardless, but fucking every Doom game, here you go.
right.
Every goddamn fucking Wolfenstein game, every fucking Elder Scrolls, all of it. Just bam, here you go. Right on your fucking phone. Enjoy, asshole. Like, phenomenal aspect. Even like as much as they say it's not about the console experience or it's not about the PC experience, about the mobile, a lot of that stems also from getting those experiences onto the mobile.
Right. All right, your favorite part, David. I told you to get used to this. We're back to the FCC and Microsoft arguing about the Switch. This is getting rather tedious now. The FCC has console props in the courtroom to try to show the Xbox Series X and S and PS5 are very different from Nintendo Switch. It's, quote, incorrect to say Nintendo isn't a competitor, unquote, says Xbox chief Phil Spencer, and he comments on the visual appearance of the consoles in the courtroom. Quote, the PS5 and Xbox Series X shipped at the same time. From a form factor, these two functionally look more equivalent. Spencer is teaching the FTC how acquisitions work. You're going to like this one a lot. You could tell Phil Spencer is frustrated by the FTC questions here. He remains calm, but he shoots back to illustrate his knowledge of financials and acquisitions. This one was a fun one to read. All right. Quote, now you have a $70 billion upfront payment to Activision, right? Asked the FTC lawyer. Spencer responds, quote, no, when you acquire something, it's not a payment. It's like when you buy a house. You're buying an asset that has value, so it's really a transfer of cash into an asset called Activision that you believe retains the value that you acquired. So to try and characterize the $70 billion as somehow spent is incorrect. Financially, it's really moving $70 billion in cash into an asset, which is a game publisher. That to us is actually worth more than $7 billion, so it is not spent, unquote.
Holy fuck, that literally has so much of per my last email energy.
Yeah, right. Like it's so fucking.
Holy fuck.
And I love when someone says it's like, and they give like the most like basic ass analogy to try to make someone understand, right? It's like buying a house.
Yeah, you know what you guys have done to fuck over economics for the lower middle class.
All right, you guys know all about that. All right, Phil Spencer's finally taken out. He's like, I'm done. All right. Google former Stadia product lead is taking a stand. Up next, we have Dov Zimring, Google's former Stadia product lead. The FTC has been focusing on Microsoft Cloud coverage in this case, so we're likely to hear focus more about that. Perhaps we'll get some more insight into why Google shut down Stadia earlier this year. During yesterday's testimony, we learned, okay, good. Let's see. What was Stadia? FTC questions him about that. Zimring says it was key for Stadia to have, quote, have sufficient content to have Blockbuster at the right time, unquote, which is probably a big part of why it failed. When asked about Stadia's technology, Zimring said, quote, to our knowledge, we had the best technology in the market. We had performance capabilities that didn't exist in the cloud market like 4K, unquote. Google prototype Stadia running on Windows servers. Google former Stadia product lead, Dom, quote, we had prototyped Windows early on. The mission we established at the very beginning was to enable revolution experiences. We saw Windows as limiting to innovate in that regard because we didn't have control over their operating system, unquote. Google did hint that Windows games running on Stadia, but that's very different to running actual Stadia games on a Windows server. So why didn't Google go with Windows for Stadia? Quote, Windows would have doubled our total cost of operation and on hardware that was equivalent to a generation console like the PS4, unquote.
Fucking embarrassing. Fuck off, Google.
Google was willing to spend 5 years building AAA games for Stadia if it hadn't cost so damn much. According to Google Stadia product, the company did have an appetite for AAA games. The surprise shut down the company's internal studios was because the 5-year development cycle had become pricier than projected. Quote, it was going to be far more expensive in the environment that we found ourselves in. Referencing the game consolidation is an underlying reason. Zimring also confirmed reports that Google paid developers to port their game Stadia, but the FTC lawyer let him get away with publicly confirming how much.
You're fucking Google.
All right. Judge Corley cut off the FTC's Phil Spencer questioning. It feels like Judge Corley grew tired of the FTC questioning Phil Spencer earlier. Judge Corley cut in when the FTC was asking about if Spencer could legally bind Microsoft to keeping Diablo on PlayStation. A Microsoft lawyer objected, and Judge Corley said, your point has been made, move along. Then later, Judge Corley directly cut off the FTC's questioning about Spencer after the regulator asked if Spencer could make a commitment about Call of Duty being on the same platform. Sorry, let me repeat that. Then later, Judge Corley directly cut off FTC's questioning of Spencer after the regulator's lawyer asked if Spencer could make a Call of Duty commitment for bringing the game to a Sony PlayStation Cloud service. Quote, I don't think that's it. I'm going to cut the questioning off there, said the judge. There was an audible oof from the few members in the audience watching on. I love it. All right. I think we're actually about halfway now. All right. Xbox is like Polaroid. Microsoft's Xbox chief Phil Spencer compared the Xbox business to Polaroid and struggled to adapt to digital photography. In 2019 email, Phil Spencer said it's important to have a mobile gaming strategy. Quote, first, we are exactly like Polaroid. We are core gaming, which isn't growing. It's TAM, analogous to film photographers, while mobile gaming MAU is growing. WW at a significant rate. My digital photography was growing. Okay. Microsoft wants to move Windows fully to the cloud.
Yeah, which we kind of actually touched a little bit on
Yep.
with my story earlier. Let's see that one.
Xbox Lori Wright will no longer appear today. FCC's and Microsoft have agreed to not call Lori Wright as a witness. Wright testified in the Epic versus Apple case 2 years ago, so part of that testimony will be used today. Said testimony will be used. Oh my God, the testimony is mostly or mainly focused on the Switch as a competitor to Xbox, where Wright previously said it was a competitor but less than PlayStation, which is fair.
Yeah.
FTC and Microsoft will stop arguing about that particular point, and then parentheses from the editor. No, they won't. Without Wright on the stand, is yada yada. Okay. A warning from Judge Corley. It's been brought to our attention that at least one person was live streaming the audio last week. When you do that, you are doing jeopardizing the ability for us to even offer live stream, says Judge Corley. So those of you who have recorded a live stream, you are about to jeopardize that, and probably not just for this, but for all proceedings across the U.S. if you continue to do that.
Yeah, that's a bitch answer, but whatever.
Speaking of that, PlayStation chief Jim Ryan is taking a stand, kind of. Sony's PlayStation chief isn't in the courtroom or live via video link, but we're about to hear from him thanks to a pre-recorded deposition video. Let's see if I make it through this. I'm not streaming afterwards, but guys, my voice is... You can hear that leaving. All right. Let's do this, though. Xbox games that move shooting things. PlayStation Chief Ryan is asked about why Xbox resonate better with customers in the U.S. and outside the country. Quote, many of their games involve an element of shooting and online multiplayer, both of which are typically more popular in the U.S. and outside the U.S.
Microsoft is known for pew pew.
Yeah. Jim Ryan believes Nintendo is a different market. Quote, Nintendo's hardware is different, is much less sophisticated in nature. The PlayStation and Xbox is typically retails for a cheaper price, and its audience is aimed rather younger. Counterpoint, Series S is cheaper than Switch, isn't it? Sometimes. Or no. And then the OLED. It's the same price as OLED. There you go. Why is it beneficial to have third-party exclusives on PlayStation? Sony's, yeah. As he's been arguing, exits are bad for Microsoft pushers. Yeah, okay. A quote, I think that pretty much every Bethesda game was multi-platform prior to the acquisition. It's not true. Sony is wary of PS5 or PS6 info to Microsoft. Sony's PlayStation chief Jim Ryan says the company is wary of sharing dev kits and next-gen console information with Microsoft for their games. Quote, we simply could not run that risk of a company that was owned by a direct competitor having access to that information. Sony made the decision to delay supplying PS5 dev kits to Microsoft for Minecraft. Quote, the development kits allow the developers to have visibility to work on the features that our new consoles will deploy. It would typically mean that a developer may bring its console to a new platform and that it would be otherwise the case. Commercial risk, yada yada. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Microsoft only offered older Activision games. Xbox chief Phil Spencer set Jim Ryan a commitment list of games last year that would remain on PlayStation after proposed Activision deal. The list included Overwatch, but not Overwatch 2. Other Activision games on PlayStation must be sufficiently broad to align fully with gamers' expectations, said Ryan in an email. He calls it a, quote, not a meaningful list in his deposition. Sony's alarm bells started ringing in August, apparently. Jim Ryan says August 26, 2020, from Phil Spencer, quote, really set alarm bells ringing inside Sony. Up until then, it was Sony had negotiated an access agreement. Microsoft argues Sony didn't have initial concerns after January 31st proposal email and calls this to Sony CEO and Jim Ryan. Quote, I wasn't particularly happy with the January 31st proposal, but hope that it was an opening salvo, said Ryan. I believe the transition is bad for competition. We certainly had one meeting over the CMA over the summer. That's about it. Okay. What does Sony think about Starfield? Jim Ryan is asked if there's anything wrong with Microsoft doing exclusive like Redfall. He says, I don't like it, but fundamentally, I have no quarrel with it. What about Starfield? Quote, I don't like it, but I don't view it as anti-competitive. Jim Ryan confirms that he told Activision he wanted the deal blocked. Microsoft lawyers bring up Jim Ryan meeting with Activision CEO Bobby Kotick on the same day as the European Commission on February 21st. We'd previously heard Ryan had said to Kotick, quote, I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I just want to block your merger. Jim Ryan confirms the meeting and what he said, quote, I told Bobby Kotick that I thought the transition was anti-competitive, and I hoped the regulators would do their job and block it. Ryan says Kotick wanted to cover himself, or quote unquote cover himself with the extended Call of Duty deal with Sony. Quote, what Bobby wanted to do was cover himself by extending the marketing collaboration between Sony and Activision in the event of the transaction not proceeding. That's just funny. All right. Yeah. Okay, they talk more about the email with Jim Ryan saying it's not a play for Xbox exclusivity. Sony's hedge against Game Pass. We're now looking at notes from a meeting with Fidelity investors in February 2022. Jim Ryan discussed the importance of first-party content to fend off competitor Game Pass. One of the reasons why we are investing massively in first-party development and publishing is to provide us with edge against pressure of a historic business model. Having a business model where you own elements from top to bottom increases your ability to self-determine it. Microsoft lawyer. Do you think it would be better if Microsoft kept Activision games on PlayStation? Ryan. Yes, I do. You're going to love this. Listen to this part. Microsoft lawyer. So do you believe it's Microsoft's best interest to make Activision games available on multiple platforms? No, I don't agree with that. Microsoft lawyer. So if you were running Xbox, would you recommend making Call of Duty and Activision games exclusive to Xbox and PC? Ryan. That's a hypothetical question that I do not wish to answer. Microsoft lawyer. So you don't get to answer? Ryan. I don't have enough knowledge to answer that question. It's a great all that back and forth. It's so good. Okay, here's a lot of stuff, David. This is big stuff here. Okay. Ryan says publishers don't like Game Pass. Jim Ryan, speaking to those Fidelity investors and publishers don't like Game Pass, quote, I've talked to all publishers and they unanimously do not like Game Pass because it's value destructive. He defends the comment saying it's, quote, a very commonly held view by publishers. Microsoft lawyer. So you had no reason to think that Mr. Kotick would put Call of Duty on Game Pass if the transition was not completed. Ryan, correct. Ryan also said to investors he was expecting more than 25 million Game Pass subscribers and that Sony's 50 million PlayStation Plus subscribers during that investor meeting.
You know, I almost kind of get where he's coming from in that regard, in the sense of we've kind of talked about that a little bit before on the podcast, where so many developers have kind of come out saying that Microsoft paying for them to be on Game Pass alone has covered the entirety of their development costs. So imagine a world where publishers are being literally cut out of the middle that they get to be in, where developers get to essentially self-fund by just the virtue of being on Game Pass. So yes, in corporate business shitty world, I get where publishers are pissed about the concept of Game Pass, because it's literally Microsoft cutting the middleman out of the equation, saying, hey, you fucking throw your game on a Game Pass for a while and we'll cover basically the entire cost of your development cycle. And developers going, yeah, we'll do that. And then we get to stay independent of a publisher and get to do whatever the fuck we want. So yeah, I entirely get Jim Ryan saying from a publisher perspective, them hating that idea because they don't get to just leech off of a fucking developer that unfortunately needs more money to develop something.
Right.
Fuck out of here with that.
All right. One sec.
Yep.
Xbox beat PS5 sales for 3 months in 2021. Jim Ryan confirms that Sony had some shipping constraints in 2021, meaning the Xbox Series S and X sales beat PS5 for around 3 months. He says there's no other time during this last generation where Xbox sales have materially exceeded PS5. The PlayStation chief
are they doing that as like global sales, US sales?
I think global.
Gotcha.
PlayStation chief on Xbox on cloud gaming, just on cloud gaming. PlayStation now has a subscriber base of 3 million users, Ryan says. He predicts that cloud gaming won't be a meaningful thing until at least 2025. Quote, I would say that cloud technology would be a meaningful, competent a component of how gamers access games between 2025 and 2035. We're making significant investments in cloud gaming in anticipation of it becoming a very meaningful way of how gamers access content. Okay, whatever. FTC economic expert testimony. We're now hearing a deposition from the FTC's economic expert, Dr. Robin Lee. Lee agrees with FTC's market definition of the Series S and X and PS5 consoles as high performance instead of the broader market, including like Nintendo Switch. Damn. Fuck it. All right, here you go, David. They're arguing about the Switch again. Microsoft's lawyer is questioning the FTC economic expert, Dr. Robin Lee. He has defined the PlayStation and Xbox as a high-performance console market that's separate from the Switch. This has been an argument between Microsoft and FTC for all 3 days of this hearing. Microsoft's lawyer is bringing up documents from Sony where it describes the Switch as a competitor for contracts with Activision. Lee is rather evasive in his answers about how he defined the console market, which you can tell is frustrating Microsoft's lawyer, Beth Wilkinson. I find that, and this is editor note, I find this whole argument tedious. Of course, Xbox and PlayStation compete with Switch, but not in the same way they compete with each other. Yeah, it's literally the perfect way to say it.
Yeah, literally. Again, we've said this so many fucking times, but I'm going to reiterate: the second highest grossing game console of literally all fucking time. Get fucked if you're telling me that PlayStation... Okay, you know what? You're right. The PlayStation 5 and the Series X are not competing with the Switch because the Switch is in its own league.
I would say this.
Fuck off.
And what I would do right there, if I was Wilkinson, I would be like, so if they're not competing, are you saying that PS5 has no interest in the Switch market whatsoever because they're not in the same market? They would say probably no, because we're not competing for that. Okay, so what about this little handheld thing you got with the screen in the middle? It was like a Switch. What's up with that thing, huh? And it looks exactly like a fucking Switch.
I'm sure they would do some weird bullshit thing where they're saying, "Oh, this is with the Steam Deck,"
which is competing with the Switch. Which is competing with the Switch. All right. Questions over Dr. Lee's report. Microsoft lawyer Beth Wilkinson is asking Dr. Robin Lee about quantitative models used to create the report. Lee predicts how many PlayStation users would switch to Xbox if Call of Duty was exclusive to Xbox. Quote, on average, during Call of Duty titles... wait, what the fuck? On average, during Call of Duty titles during Generation 8, Xbox share would increase by 8.9 percentage points. Such a loss would come from PlayStation losing players, as Call of Duty isn't on Switch. Wilkinson argues that Dr. Lee's model takes data from older consoles and applies to new consoles. Wilkinson also points out that Dr. Lee does not have models for share shift in multi-game subscriptions or cloud gaming, where titles like Call of Duty are taken away fully. Ooh, okay.
You need water or something on my home?
I'm drinking a lot of water, brother.
All right.
Yeah, I want to get through this, but you could tell I'm not speaking after this for a hot minute.
Yeah, tea with lemon is also really good for that if you happen to have tea on hand.
Yeah. Kells, I can wait Doom Eternal on all 3 consoles. They're definitely in the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, again, shout outs to Doom Eternal for running, honestly.
Dude, we're not even at like some of the biggest, juiciest parts yet. It's kind of wild. All right. There's a lot of marketing jargon here, so I'm just gonna like preface a lot of it. The model that Dr. Lee uses is the share model, which measures overall North American Gen 8 consoles, Xbox One, PS4, that applies likely outcome of PS5 or Call of Duty was removed from PlayStation. There's a foreclosure model, which measures global sales that include Gen 9, Series S and X and 5 to predict the future. It has a conversion rate that assumes 20% of Call of Duty players will convert to Xbox, which I don't believe whatsoever, maybe. And then it had I think that was it. It's a share model versus foreclosure model. And I'm not doing anything else. Let's see. To be exclusive or not exclusive, that's the question. Microsoft has own models for Activision games and analysis keep games exclusive. Quote, nobody at Microsoft recommended withholding Activision games, says Microsoft's lawyer. Dr. Lee responds, quote, my understanding is that for consoles, Microsoft recommended not exclusive, but for subscription services, they recommend exclusivity. I don't care about that. Let's move on. Oh, I love this. This is one of my favorites. This is a banger moment. All right. We're back with Dr. Lee after a brief lunch break, yada, yada, about the 10-year offer. Quote, in my analysis, I only look at agreements that have been signed, unquote, says Dr. Lee. Microsoft's lawyers point out there are agreements that have been signed between Microsoft and competitors. Microsoft's lawyers keen to point out that an agreement for Final Fantasy 16 is keen to point out an agreement for Final Fantasy 16 exclusivity. Microsoft's lawyer, one of the things that Sony could do is take a game that was on multiple platforms and pay for to have it only on PlayStation, right? Dr. Lee, That's my understanding. Do you have a particular example? Microsoft lawyer, do you know the game Final Fantasy 16? Dr. Lee, I've heard of that game. Microsoft's lawyer, do you know that it was on Xbox and PS5? Dr. Lee, I don't know what consoles are released on. I wish in an alternate universe you caught him slipping. Do you know it was on Xbox and PlayStation? Yeah, it wasn't. Bullshit. Which I didn't realize too. I thought it was gonna be on PC at least. It's on PC. That's wild.
Yeah, I could have sworn the marketing material at the very beginning of its announcement also said PC.
I was like almost gonna buy it on Steam Deck while I was gone, but I was like, oh shit, it's just not. That's why.
It'll be one of those things where it's probably like 6 months and then it'll be Steam.
Perhaps.
Square has been making bank on getting PC ports of shit lately, so there's no way it won't eventually be on Steam at least.
All right. Making a rage.
Or Epic. Seems how they had fucking Kingdom Hearts come out there before they had that on Steam.
Right. Will Call of Duty be removed from PlayStation? Microsoft lawyer wants to know Dr. Lee's opinion on whether Call of Duty will be on PlayStation after the merger. Quote, I don't agree that it will be on PlayStation for certainty, says Dr. Lee, arguing that it's, quote, likely for foreclosure of Activision content will occur. Judge Clay cuts in and wants to get a clear answer. Lee says it's likely that Activision content will be foreclosed, but he says that whether Call of Duty is likely to be withdrawn from PlayStation. There's a back and forth. Judge Corley intervenes again. Quote, there are a lot of popular games, not just Activision, and there's no way of predicting what game is going to be popular, which is going to be the most popular game. Judge Clay wants to know why Dr. Lee hasn't analyzed Call of Duty separately. Dr. Lee says Microsoft is likely to foreclose Call of Duty and other Activision titles. Partial foreclosure harm and price increase potential. FTC, can you partial foreclosure harm customers? Dr. Lee, like exclusivity, both pro and anti-competitive effect. FTC, do you think that partial foreclosure can affect competition? Dr. Lee, yes. FTC moves on to Call of Duty on PC and Xbox. Judge Coley intervenes again, wants to know why wouldn't people simply switch to a PC where they could get their games and more value out of a PC to do productivity and work? There's your boy, David. There's your boy, David. That's your boy. That's your question.
Yeah.
Judge Coley, the Series X or Series S is pricing more closely to Switch. Does it compete with the Switch? Dr. Lee, there's a Series X and PS5 a Series S. So the market, if you're thinking about the price increase Series X, the customers will buy an X console, yada yada. There's anything about the Series S there. It's just kind of like humble jumbo. Okay.
I mean, that's something they could have argued in a much better detail, I imagine, because especially considering the fact that even a low-end graphics card is the same price as a fucking Series S. I mean, the 4060 just came out, or is about to come out. I know Review Embargo, at least, has come out for the 4060, and that's $300. Literally, the newest, lowest end release from NVIDIA is the same price as getting a Series S.
Yep.
Just for the fucking graphics card. That's one thing I'll definitely give to fucking console onlys is that, yeah, congratulations. That's a real good fucking value if you just care about playing games. Like,
I'm not gonna read the rest of this. There's some guy going back further than there. Cloud competition. I'm gonna skip. Up. GeForce Now showed up there. I don't really care too much right now.
unless any more delicious leak.
There's some more. There's some good stuff still.
Oh.
Let's see. Next up is Microsoft's own economics expert, Dr. Elizabeth Bailey. Dr. Bailey claims that Call of Duty isn't essential. Dr. Bailey says Call of Duty is not essential, critical, or a must-have. It's not a unicorn. That's the opposite of what we heard Dr. Lee earlier say, that even Judge Corley described Call of Duty as a unicorn previously. Dr. Bailey says Dr. Lee's markets are, quote, too narrow, that the merger will expand the reach of content. Also, I'm back with Uwu.
Hell yeah. Real quick to interrupt there and to give your poor vocal cords a break for the moment anyways. I still love this. This has been one of the coolest.
Keep talking. I'm gonna go make tea.
Yeah, you go do that. This has been one of the cruelest aspects of this whole fucking thing. Is so many companies, especially Sony, have been like, oh, but fucking Call of Duty, bro. Fucking Call of Duty is such a household name. Call of Duty is the shooter. And everyone's like, bro, I mean, there's other shooters than Call of Duty. But everyone that's so anti this acquisition is like, no, Call of Duty is the only shooter. And like, fucking way to throw Battlefield under the bus, which I mean, granted, Battlefield's thrown itself under the bus. Speaking as a long-term fan, I mean, I think I still have. Where is it? Bees. Yeah, right here. So I don't have the very first Battlefield game, but I mean, still, Battlefield 2 PC. I have my box copy. Well, I mean, it's not my original box copy because I got rid of my box and I had to rebuy the box and everything. But I mean, still, I've been a fan of this series essentially since this game. I have always loved Battlefield. It has always been, because I've never been an FPS person really, but Battlefield was always the exception. But it's still one of those things that, like, again, way to fucking throw other FPSs under the bus. And even from Sony's own perspective, way to throw Killzone under the bus. I mean, again, Sony's done fuck all with Killzone this generation. And really, they did fuck all with it last generation, too. Hold on a second. Poor Arrow wants out. My sweet brown baby. Here you go. Come. You need to go out, buddy? There you go. Have freedom. But it's still one of those things that Sony literally has a first party. Actually, they have multiple. Because Sony not only has Killzone, Sony has MAG, which, please, give us fucking MAG 2. I know I'm in the minority with this about enjoying MAG and being a fucking MAG fan, but I'm someone that put literally hundreds of hours into MAG. I fucking, what's the term for it? Fucking when you master and then you restart. Prestige. I prestiged every fucking PMC in MAG. Fucking give us MAG 2. But even beyond that, SOCOM. Where the fuck is SOCOM? SOCOM, MAG, Killzone. You have literally three at some point in time. Three huge first person shooters, we'll say. Because I think technically Killzone at some points was third person, but whatever. Three large first-person shooters. One of them hyper-realistic with SOCOM, one of them being quasi-realistic with MAG, and one of them being your more kind of run-and-gunny, cover-shootery style with Killzone. You have three flagship FPS series, and you can't go ahead and come up with a goddamn competitor for fucking Call of Duty? You're outright just saying, oh no, Call of Duty, bro, it's too fucking good. We can't compete with Call of Duty, bro. Like, that's so fucking pathetic. Fucking Zipper in Guerrilla Games. You're telling me that there's literally nothing that Sony can do with either three of those fucking series to go ahead and compete against Call of Duty. You're telling me that Battlefield, with its long history and prestige, like I know Battlefield ever since Hardline, and some would argue ever since 4, and another larger group would say ever since 3. Like I'm still in the group that says Bad Company 2 was the last primo fucking Battlefield game. But still, again, you're telling me a company that owns the rights to MAG, to Killzone, and to SOCOM can't come up with any fucking competitor to Call of Duty, and that Battlefield can't compete with Call of Duty anymore, or any other shooter out there. Like, fucking wild to think that it's that level. Like, I'd even argue, like, even though it's not in the same category per se of shooter, but I think Fortnite has fucking proven, and PUBG have proven, that you can have other wildly successful FPSs regardless. Like, that's such a weak sauce fucking answer. Basically, all you're saying by saying that SOCOM, that Killzone, that MAG, that Battlefield, and all these other games can't compete to the same level of Call of Duties, y'all fucking suck.
Hey, David.
Yo,
What do you make your coffee in?
coffee mug and a coffee pot.
Oh, you don't do slow drips?
Every so often I do a French press. We have one, and that's like a lazy Saturday kind of thing where I know I'm just gonna be fucking around all day on a project. But 9 times out of 10, because I just need something to go, I'm just doing a regular coffee maker.
That's fair. I've been considering getting a slow drip for my classroom because they're so fucking cool.
It's one of those things that I do like the idea of the filter drips where it's
Yeah,
literally
that's what I
just
mean. Yeah, those
filter.
ones.
Yeah, one of those guys. I do like the concept of them, and a lot of people do swear by them. Same thing with like a French press. Like I said, I mean, I have like an actual French press for the occasional times I want to do that, but it's definitely one of those things that if I just want a fucking cup of coffee, I don't want to wait. I just want my coffee.
See, I'm not like I need coffee, but it's just like a little like bonus. Like I'll get it. But pour over is just so fucking cool, dude.
Yeah, kind of neat. There's a YouTuber that did a really cool video talking about like the styles of coffee that I'll send to you at some point when I remember what the fuck he's called. Actually, let me just pull it up real quick. But yeah, I mean, just like high level, like because we've talked about this on the podcast many a times before. Like, I think that's such a cop out that Sony literally, like, as much as people identify Microsoft already as being the FPS platform, we've even talked about that, where they have Halo, they have Gears of War. Even if they get Call of Duty, there's literally 3 major FPS IPs under Sony's belt, plus a whole nother independent one that has been in the public consciousness of games since the fucking XP 98, somewhere around there, with the original Battlefield Vietnam. Like it's fucking wild that they would even fucking be like, but Call of Duty is that important. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. Going. Let's do this.
Uh, oh wait, shit. Technology Connections. That's the YouTuber. Shout out to Technology Connections. He does a lot of really like just weird, random, in-depth videos. Like he did one on the color brown and how it's not actually a real color, and that brown is just a dark orange.
Brown as shit.
Actually, no, or is it the other way around? That orange isn't a real color. It's one of those two. It's either orange or brown. It's not actually a real color.
I can see that because at what point dark orange? What's that turn into? Shit.
True. But yes, he did a really good video talking about coffee makers and whatnot that I'll actually send to you because I feel like you'd appreciate it. But yeah, just shout outs in general to that channel. Not that he needs shout outs from us. He's far larger than us. But,
Fair. All right.
I mean, literally, the coffee maker video I sent you is 2 million views, so far larger than we'll ever fucking be.
Right.
But,
all right. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Microsoft is focusing on mobile gaming for Activision content. We've heard Microsoft say that. Yeah. Quote: mobile is the largest market. It's about 70%.
Yeah.
The overall 150 billion gaming market, PC gaming is around 33 billion. Console gaming is at 28 billion. Xbox is less than 0.5% of mobile gaming revenue. Activision Blizzard is also very small mobile gaming, so combined they'll have 3.8% of mobile gaming. Let's see.
I mean, that sounds small when they say it, but that is large in like the grand scheme of how spread out mobile gaming is.
Sure. Dr. Bailey has analyzed telemetry data from Xbox, PlayStation. Dr. Bailey has been access to the key of telemetry data from both PlayStation and Xbox for Call of Duty. Microsoft argues that the data for market share and usage shouldn't be limited to just US and it should be global. It reinforces the nexus of competition and competitive decisions are made not global nor local or limited to the United States. Dr. Bailey was able to analyze game time, determine if the same games are popular in the US at other times of the world. If you look at the most highly played games, that set of games that are most highly played in the US is a very similar set to that most highly played games in other countries of the world. Okay. Is Call of Duty an essential game? Microsoft wants to paint Call of Duty as not all that important because gamers have plenty of other games. Dr. Bailey says there is a good percentage of gamers who are playing more than 10 franchises on PlayStation. Dr. Bailey also looked at whether Call of Duty players spend more money. Something came in Dr. Lee's report. We only have an audio feed here, so it's difficult to show what data is being sent. But there are comparisons between Call of Duty and God of War Ragnarok. Both games have been bundled with consoles. Dr. Bailey argues how often a game is played on the first day is proxy to how important that game is, but she's not aware of any different game bundles in different U.S. states. There could be a hole in the data. Call of Duty is an important game. It's a popular game, but there's nothing to suggest it's uniquely important. She also looked into... Let me finish up real quick. But she also looked at the Switch being successful without Call of Duty. Switch shares have grown 35% without Call of Duty, says Dr. Bailey.
Yeah, 100%. Switch has been successful without a metric ton, honestly, of what we would expect of third-party support. There's fuck all for EA on there. There's fuck all for Ubisoft on there. A lot of the like larger companies that you would expect to be flooding a platform really haven't put fuck all on Switch. I mean, we just literally got the Arkham trilogy, or that's coming soon, of the fucking Arkham trilogy, weirdly on Switch.
Which, hey, if that came out like 4 years ago, I would have been fucking excited. Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah, 4 years ago,
Steam
that would
Deck.
have been wild. But
now Steam Deck.
Yeah. But it's kind of one of those things that like that's kind of proving what I was saying too, is they're not that needed. The only way I could see the argument honestly being made is if they were trying to acquire EA. Because the argument genuinely being like, you then monopolize all the sports games. Which I could also see at some point, if anyone actually cared about monopolies and busting up companies for that shit, EA essentially having the monopoly on fucking sports games. But that would be like the one time I would kind of give someone, be like, okay, yeah, because other than Madden, what other football games do people care about?
Right.
Other than FIFA, maybe you could make the argument of like Pro Evolution Soccer, but like, really, again, what the fuck else is there for soccer games? Other than fucking NBA Live or literally any major fucking sport contract game, other than EA's version, who gives a fuck? There are people that own consoles legitimately just for sports games. And you know what their sports games come from? It's all EA. And I'm sure probably a handful of people that maybe have a couple consoles just for Call of Duty as well. But I think when you really break down the numbers of that level of casual to who's willing to buy a console for sports versus who's willing to buy a console just for Call of Duty, it's a lot lower than we would expect.
David?
Yeah.
You ready to get mad?
Oh, I'm always
mad.
That's my secret, Cap. I am always angry.
All right, day 3 is over. We're kicking off day 4, which is today. We're kicking off with Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick.
Oh, good. My favorite person.
Okay, I got some talking here.
All right, what does this alleged pedophile have to say?
All right, alleged pedophile Kotick has to say on Activision history and Sony. Activision Blizzard, yada yada. He talks about how he bought Activision when it was insolvent more than 30 days after it, quote, lost its way. Okay, he discussed Sony, just jerking off Sony right now. Okay. They made CDs, Walkmans, whatever. Okay. All right, 2 pages left. How does Activision make a Call of Duty game every year? A new version of Call of Duty appears pretty much every year, and EA's Medal of Honor inspired the game. Quote, people at Activision were playing it, says Kotick. It provided endless conflicts in history and to build yearly releases. Quote, we had to instill a compensation and reward system to keep people motivated to work on sequels, says Kotick.
How is a new year? We literally have multiple developers working on one at any given fucking time.
This is true.
Dumb fucking question. Okay, whatever. Sure, continue.
Why is
literally known since the fucking PS2 fucking era that they have Treyarch and Ravensoft and whoever the fuck else. Sledgehammer. They literally have multiple
Infinity Ward,
all working at these at the same time.
Rare.
That's no fucking secret. Like,
LJN.
What were you trying to establish with that question?
It's FTC trying to throw low balls at first. Quote, they're trying to just make the easy points, right? So, quote, why isn't
What
Call
is the point?
why isn't why is it Call of Duty exclusive to a single platform? Quote, you'd alienate 100 million monthly active players. You'd have a revolt if you were to remove the game off one platform. Gamers are incredibly passionate and you get invested in the experience. It's like a sport. Microsoft wanted to acquire Square Enix as a part of a plan for mobile Game Pass. As a part of big wave of acquisitions, Microsoft considered adding Square Enix, the publisher behind the Final Fantasy series, to its Xbox portfolio. The news comes from internal documents released as a part of the FTC things. Okay, so let me pull up this document now. We're here.
It's one that Gore actually said as like a wild guess at one point too for the acquisitions.
Yeah. So this wasn't supposed to leak. This got fucked up, and now that's gonna come into play. Probably the last thing we say about this whole thing. All right, Juice, you need to behave if you're on here. You gotta behave. You gotta be a good cat.
Good orange cats today, man.
Yeah. All right. Hey, chill. Okay. Thunderful. I don't know who Thunderful is off the top of my head. Who's Thunderful?
The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Hey, dude, you gotta chill. Thunderful made. Interesting. Steam World build. Planet of Lena. Some Lego games. They just make a lot of random games, I guess. Okay.
Sure.
Let's see. Supergiant. I'm surprised none of us said that actually.
Yeah, that's fair.
Niantic, which is interesting.
It makes sense. But that, I imagine, would have been a much harder just because of how much Nintendo does have an interest in them.
All right, Playrix. I don't know who the fuck Playrix is. They make a bunch of mobile shit. Zynga.
Yeah.
Bungie. It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, they would make. I mean, that actually would be kind of dumb. I was about to say it makes sense, but it's fucking dumb for them to get rid of them just to be like, we changed their mind. Come back.
Different leadership, man. Scopely, which they make all those like Yahtzee and Monopoly games.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And then IO Interactive. That would have been kind of sick, dude.
That would have been interesting.
That would have been interesting. All right.
Microsoft buys the Embracer Group. Fuck it. Literally own everything at that point.
Someone messed up, and okay, this is where things start to get a little snowbally for later. It's a little issue. Someone messed up in the redactions for some of these documents. A new exhibit just dropped, and a lot of financial data has been marked out with a black pen. Fortunately, it doesn't keep secret when you scan it in. And use the right marker for that. So we got all the information we were trying to, or we got all the information about development times of Last of Us and Horizon Forbidden West.
Okay.
Both costing about $200 million to make. Both taking however many years. Both like I think a couple hundred employees. I want to say. Kotick regrets not bringing Call of Duty to Switch. Quote, I made a bad judgment, says Activision CEO Bobby Kotick about not bringing Call of Duty to Switch. He said he thought the Switch was trying to do too much with that Switch and that wouldn't be a success. It's probably the second biggest video game system of all time, says Kotick, with deep regret.
You dumb, alleged union busting, alleged pedophile motherfucker.
Let's see.
Also, alleged sexual harasser. We'll add that in there, considering all the shit that's come out about him.
Kotick discusses Sony's claim Microsoft would degrade Call of Duty on the PlayStation. Quote, you'd have vitriol from gamers that would be well-deserved. People who make video games have great pride in the work they do. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm sure some do.
Kotick, you would know about that, right? All right, Judge Crowley wants to know about World of Warcraft. Judge Crowley intervenes and wants to know why anyone would pay $15 a month for World of Warcraft instead of a $7 game.
Holy fuck, that was cold.
Big
Like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't intended that way, but goddamn, that was fucking cold.
It's a fair question and it's a great question. All right.
Holy shit.
It was developed almost 20 years ago. Really rich experience. People play it for longer hours than most. The content you wouldn't have mostly. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Activision is currently interested in Game Pass. Quote, I have a general aversion to the idea of multi-game pass or multi-game subscription services. Maybe as part of being in Los Angeles, having large, big media companies move their content over to these subscription services, and the business results have suffered. FTC now pointing out how big Call of Duty is. FTC points out how Call of Duty was the number one selling console game for 13 years in a row. Kodak confirms this is correct. He also confirms that Modern Warfare 2 made $1 billion within 10 days of launching in 2022. It's also the highest grossing entertainment opening. That includes games, TVs, and movies. But Kodak says more comparable to box office figures. FTC points out there are not other console games that have a more successful launch. Quote, I think we generally have been most successful with those games. FTC points out that Vanguard was a rare disappointment in Activision. Quote, it was disappointing commercial sales, says Kodak, but it was still number one selling game that year.
Yeah, that's hard to argue to be like, I mean, it disappointed us. Yeah, but you were literally still the highest selling game that year. Yeah, but I mean, it didn't do what we wanted it to. Like that's a weak argument.
It was
Still,
2 new consoles came out that year, so I mean I think that's fair to consider game buying would be a little down.
but it is fascinating though that all things considered, that is still higher grossing than even EA with all of its sports things. Because as much as I think a lot of core gamers do like the poo-poo sports games, they are still insanely high.
I'm glad you're starting to realize the normie side of things.
No, I've always known it. I've just always rejected it. It's just now I'm at a point where I have to acknowledge it, and I don't want to.
FTC pushes Kodak on multi-subscription services. Quote, or FTC, Activision hasn't signed deals to offer COD first on other platforms, right? Kodak, it's possible. FTC points out Activision hasn't made a formal decision about not putting its games on subscriptions. Quote, we'd evaluate, says Kodak. Generally speaking, I don't believe in multi-subscription service for games is the best way to enable games to make players to make their investments.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we would hope what Bobby Kotick thinks doesn't matter in the fucking grand scheme, because the hopeful ideal is that if Microsoft is able to go ahead and acquire Activision Blizzard, he's fucking gone in his
yeah, and that's generally a big hope, and then also that but then you worry because they do Microsoft has been hands off, but hopefully with that Redfall thing they'll be a little more hands on.
Here's the thing: if they're going ahead and they're removing a literal CEO, I gotta imagine they would go ahead and instill one of their own to right the ship, to be like, okay, there's been some bad sentiments,
bad juju.
There's some heinous shit that's been going on. Here's your golden parachute, because that's just how corporate America works. Here's your money for being a fucking bastard. Go away. And then we're gonna put our own person in there that's gonna right the ship, set it right, and then we also get the credit and the gamer goodwill for being the ones to make things a better world.
Right. All right. Big testimony from Kodak over Call of Duty on Switch. Let's see. FTC is now pushing Kodak on mobile and Switch games like Call of Duty Mobile. Activision partnered with Tencent because Kodak admits, quote, we couldn't make that game on our own at the time. The FTC is arguing that Activision didn't have the experience to make Call of Duty on mobile. So why would Microsoft be able to create a version for Switch? Kodak responds, literally from a high level, they could evaluate what would be required, or they could envision a game that might make it on Switch. The FTC then reveals that Kodak only found out about the Switch version of Call of Duty from news reports. That the agreement also proposed that to bring Call of Duty, a future Call of Duty game on the Switch console, quote, we would consider it once we had the specs, but we don't have them at the present. We missed out on the opportunity for this patch generation of Switch, but we'd have to wait until the specifics. We don't have any present plans to do so. But in Kodak's previous testimony, he says, I think we will make a Call of Duty game for Switch console, or the Nintendo console, the new one. I can't tell you specific plans, but I can tell you it's something we consider. Judge Corley intervenes. If the merger doesn't go through, you said you'd make a mistake with the Switch. You're not going to make a mistake again? What would be the reason not to? Quote, if we didn't have the resources, then there was something wrong with the specifications. Judge Corley, so you'd be able to put Call of Duty on Nintendo Switch. Quote, I think we consider it, and if it was something we were able to make a great game, we'd likely consider it.
call
All
a
right.
partial foul there, because the whole reason they partnered with Tencent wasn't because they couldn't design something for mobile. It was so they could get into the Chinese market.
Yep.
Like full stop. That is the reason they partnered with Tencent. It is a regulation that you cannot sell in China without partnering with a Chinese company. Full stop.
Yep.
That is why they partnered with Tencent. It has nothing to do with them not believing that they could make a fucking mobile game without Tencent's help. It is 100% to do with the fact that they wanted into the Chinese market.
Yeah, but those mergers also have the verbiage to cover both sides.
Yeah, but I'm just calling a spade a spade.
All right. TFTC asked Kotick the difference between Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Call of Duty Warzone. Warzone, of course, being the mobile version. Regarding Modern Warfare 2, it will get to a point where a lot of content will be playable on the phone, says Kotick, but not now. TFTC provides previous statements where Kotick says playing on a phone will be quote like using a refrigerator for a safe.
What?
Mark your bingo time. It's Switch argument time. Let's see.
Favorite of this stupid bullshit.
Yep. All right. So they covered up the badly redacted text. Yeah. Forbidden West cost $212 million over 5 years, 300 employees. Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million with over 200 employees. If we were reading right, development started 2014 right after the original game was released. But that was already public. Okay. Microsoft argues how its gamers spend the time. They talk about that there's still multiple platforms that matter. So, quote, I'm showing my report that these are the top 15 games that are being played on Xbox and on PlayStation. You can see all those top 15 games are also available for play on PC, says Bailey. Many gamers multi-own. They already have a PC. It's a large percentage.
Yeah.
How many Game Pass Ultimate users actually use cloud gaming? Quote, it was one of those Game Pass Ultimate gamers, yada, yada, yada. Okay, I don't need that. Whatever.
I mean, I imagine it's a percentage of a percentage. Like, it's not going to be a high volume.
All right. Sony says only one more Call of Duty game was guaranteed to come to PlayStation. We knew that Sony's marketing deal with Activision expired in 2024, but apparently that doesn't include a 2024 installment of Call of Duty. The last game covered by the contract of Call of Duty Title was to be released in late 2023, reached part of the PlayStation letter from Jim Ryan that someone didn't properly redact. Still, Activision reportedly planned to bring Call of Duty to PlayStation with or without the contract. Okay.
Again, just tying into that, it'd be dumb not to keep doing multi-platform. Like,
okay, let's see. 1 million players, PlayStation gamers, play nothing but Call of Duty. That's according to Jim Ryan, whose redacted letter to the FTC wasn't redacted that well. They dug it out and said, in 2021, over 14 million users by device spent 30% or more of their time playing Call of Duty. Over 6 million users spent more than 70% of their time on Call of Duty. And about 1 million users spent 100% of their time playing Call of Duty. In 2021, Call of Duty players spent an average of 116 hours a year playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty players spending more than 70% of their time on Call of Duty spend an average of 296 hours in the franchise. Okay. The court has pulled all exhibits after Sony's redaction mess. Let's see. Sony accidentally revealed how much Call of Duty is worth to PlayStation. We knew it was over $1 billion. PlayStation boss Jim Ryan, unredacted letter, says that Call of Duty represented $800 million in PlayStation revenue in the United States. In the United States alone. I think that says 1.5 billion, right? Worldwide. Those players represent way more money to Sony than that, though. Ryan says Call of Duty's players spend what looks like to me $15.9 billion per year on average on everything else they buy.
Yeah, because you figure they gotta have the PlayStation console, the fucking
PS Plus,
the controllers.
All right, there's more Nvidia shit. I'm gonna skip past. Last page. Ooh, it's been a journey. 4-hour podcast, David.
Hell yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, but you know what? There were times where we started recording right now.
That's true.
So we're gonna make it through this. We got this.
And
Talk about your
bet.
actually. Yeah, I'm gonna just not talk and play Final Fantasy. I'm gonna make more tea. Keep talking.
Um,
1.5
so
billion.
kind
David.
of yeah, to kind of hop into this then. So just some additional feedback. It's kind of interesting to see a lot of the behind the scenes information of like how much money these companies actually passively make, because that's another thing that I feel like whenever we discuss console wars and all that other dumb bullshit that people take for granted is how much of the income is passive from it. So knowing that they're literally making over $1 billion just from Call of Duty alone, thinking about the concept that like they make profit off of every sale, but not only that, but like every bit of DLC, every fucking little microtransaction, all that, anything that has to process through their store and system is additional money that they're just earning passively through that income. This is another reason why I just find this shit fascinating and stupid whenever these companies are like, but it takes us X amount to go ahead and do that. Like, I 200 million, I think Adrian said it was, on fucking Last of Us and all that. Yeah, but that was literally a quarter of what you earned just from Call of Duty alone. Like, fuck off. Pay
Hey,
your developers.
so I forgot. We also said we're gonna do that whole hunt for what Adrian can get rid of thing. I'm letting the water boil really quick. I'm wondering right now. I'm like, what the fuck do I still get rid of? What do I not want, David?
I would say collector's editions would be the first thing, and then
You know what I just thought of?
hmm,
Do I get rid of my Overwatch statues? Is it time?
I think it's time. I mean, I'm biased in that, but I think it's time.
The only reason I wouldn't is because they fill the shelf.
Yeah, but then that's more room for helmets.
I wish
That's
it would have been.
a pure helmet shelf.
This would have been a really easy one if the Mega Man helmet and the actually Mega Man helmet does fit, but the Fallout one doesn't.
Hmm. It's fine. You'll find other helmets.
We'll figure it out. I think that might be the play.
You're still working on getting a Daft Punk one, right? Or did you
Yeah.
finally?
No, Daft Punk's gonna happen, but right now it's a matter of how expensive is it gonna be. I think that might be the play, and then but then
Yeah, get rid of all the statues, and then after that, you have collector's editions as backup, and then after that should be anything modern. Anything
yeah, we're,
that's
we're
like
never we're never gonna get
that's
rid
not-
of we're never gonna play the Night of Fata Morgana, so whatever. I get rid of that one. It's sealed.
I mean,
No,
honestly,
I'm not.
honestly, I'd say for you, it's
No.
probably not a terrible idea.
No,
just
I'm gonna keep that.
I would hope that you enjoyed it as much as I do.
I'm gonna
but
like
after-
it. I know I'm gonna like it. Let's see.
One day that'll be on Games Gone By.
I have Sakuna, Rice and Ruin there. I don't need that.
Yeah, because that you can still get for a reasonable price.
Yeah, I'll get rid of that. Let's put that on the list. Let's do it.
You know what? Fuck it. Just sell Final Fantasy. I know you can't hear me, but just sell Final Fantasy. Actually, I can hear myself in the
hold
echo, so you can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, just sell Final Fantasy. I know you just got that and you're excited about that.
That's fine. I'm gonna play it anyway, right? It's fine.
Yeah, you
The Steam Deck hasn't
should've
been
just
touched in a
got it
while.
digital.
The play date, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. Get rid of your Playdate. Well, it has no games. It's fine.
I'm keeping Bomberman, that's for sure.
No, get rid of Bomberman Act Zero.
I'll get rid of Devil's Third. No one cares about that game, right?
True. Literally no one.
I'll get rid of Yakuza Dead Souls. No one gives a shit.
I mean, actually, I think that still only goes for like 2030.
Yeah, it's not that much.
I still need to eventually get it for my collection. It's one of the only Yakuza games I'm missing, but
Oh, I have. Oh, fuck. I think it might be time for this.
Hmm.
I have one actually. That's gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt, but I think this pushes over. I think. I think this is the time.
ooh, that might be one of those things that, because I doubt you'll collect anything else for that platform, that might be worth doing.
It sucks. I've this is like kind of such a one-off, right? Like it's cool to have, but like
Yeah,
what
I think
in the grand scheme of things, right?
because even though you're a Mega Man main in Smash, you're not like a hyper Mega Man fan.
If I was like, yeah, if I'm all Mega Man in, like, yeah, that's sticking around, but like, yeah, that hurts, but
Because also, where that's not complete in box or anything, that's a bitch to display even. So even if you want,
that's more my point too, for sure. Let me put that back there. All right, so I think I have.
Actually, that's a good point. Do you have any other like Game Boy or handheld games?
I like my handhelds a lot, actually. I have it in a nice little box, but this specifically because I can't play it, right? Like, all right, so I think this is what we have.
Also, Ari in the chat. I've never played RE4 before. Should I do
Remastered
or classic?
The remake. Just do the remake. All right, I think this is. It's not gonna be enough still, but we'll see.
I think you definitely show up with backups just in case, but
I'm gonna take. How about this? I'm gonna take this. This is the haul that I'm okay with. I'm okay with this. It is what it is. We're moving on.
saying if it doesn't equal enough, you'll just walk away.
If it isn't enough, I'm gonna come back and get a statue or two.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is you should show up with like the stuff you're immediately okay with, but have backups already on hand.
No, because I want to make it tough for me. I think I'm okay with that. That hurts. You know what hurts the most, unironically? I don't know why. Never played the game, never played anything in the franchise, but this is such a nice fucking thing to have. And I have two loose. But like,
well, get rid of the fucking loose ones.
No, because I still like having a little like SNES collection to like still play.
Well, then get rid of one of the loose ones.
No, I have this Breath of Fire 1. I have two loose. Like
oh, the way you phrased
I know. It took me a second to get to where you're at. No, yeah, no, that would have been played right away.
Gotcha.
No, I got Breath of Fire number 2 loose.
I mean, oh man,
I'm keeping that. That's because because the idea of collecting, the idea of having, because like even I have some complete 64 games, and that just gives me a little bit of anxiety, because I'm like, it's taken out of my collection to be like here, but now it kind of like makes my actual collection look a little off, you know?
It's frustrating because for you in particular, I'd almost say it's worth getting rid of Breath of Fire 1 and 2, if only because the GBA versions are really good and up and slightly better, and where you are more of a portable person.
Yeah, but I have an SNES and I want to have some games for it, and I think that'd be a dope game just to go back into just on the actual SNES, like play it. Like
That's true. I know Chris has wanted to do Breath of Fire in the past for games gone by, and I've even wanted to do it because he and I were both big Breath of Fire people. But
yeah, and I would rather have it loose. I think just because I think having that just gives me anxiety. Zelda, like I like Zelda. I haven't played that one. Wild.
I mean, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I was always thinking about that for games gone by too.
Honestly, you should get an EverDrive, like just straight up, because that's where I'm at with a lot of my games. Is a lot of my like older games, I get sealed, but I play them just off of like EverDrive.
I have the Mii U.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I got my little emulator thing.
I mean, yeah, you could do that as well. I mean, just on the emulator thing.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to play on original hardware, there's the EverDrives and whatnot.
This is true.
Because that's the thing is, I do like emulating on PC and stuff for a lot of the really interesting high-end things you can do. But I do kind of every so often just prefer the original experience. So just slap an EverDrive in or an ODE or something where it's like it's all the original hardware, just I don't have to open anything.
Right. I just bought something else I can get rid of probably. I have these things. I'm let's see. Hold up. Maybe, because I think I could find a spot for these. They're small enough. I got these two, and they look so nice together, and they're not that big, so I'm even put it like on my classroom stuff. Like it's not. I got them to like a GameStop clearance, so
I mean,
I
it's worth throwing in. They're a couple bucks. Why not?
if I don't have enough, we'll see. All right. I think
Also, at Becky, you missed it. There was a period for like 20 minutes during the podcast I was lifting straight.
yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna get my tea because it's now ready. So do your thing, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go do that. But no, while we're on this tangent, to anyone in the chat, there's nothing wrong with playing on emulators. There's nothing wrong with playing on the ODEs or EverDrives or anything like that. I feel like a lot of the retro gaming community gets so hung up on how you should play your games instead of just having fun with games, which is fucking dumb to me. There's so many games I would not be aware of if not for emulators. The sword and sorcery games, the fucking goddamn, honestly, even Phoenix Wright, the movies. There's so many interesting games that without emulators and piracy, I wouldn't have known about. And it's just wild to me that so many people get weirdly uppity about that. I have a lot of flash carts and things like that. On my Super Nintendo, I have not on my Super Nintendo. Yeah, no, on my Super Nintendo, I have a EverDrive. Let me pull that over here. So just to demonstrate, actually. But I mean, on my PlayStation, I have the X Station. On my Saturn, I have the goddamn.
I thought David was just fucking left.
Mode. I have. Oh yeah. Here.
All right, David. He got muted because he pulled his mic out. Welcome back.
All right, you can hear me now?
Good.
So what I was saying, just to top that off, because I don't know where I kicked my cord like a dingus, is fucking play games however you have an interest in playing them. Don't ever let anyone tell you you're playing your games wrong, whether it's through an emulator or on cloud if you're a fucking weirdo, or playing them through an ODE or EverDrive or even original cartridges or discs. However you want to experience the game, there's no fucking wrong answer as long as you're having fun at the end of the day. I do find it weird that people get so obsessive about that. I personally do prefer original experiences. Sometimes it is nice to have a nice emulator experience where, like Dolphin is a great example of being able to do something far beyond what GameCube and Wii were intended for, and doing basically native 4K ups, versions of all their games and getting fantastic online multiplayer. Although, fuck, I forgot to include that in our fucking story. But did you see that there's a Wii homebrew that came out recently where you can actually order Domino's pizza from your Wii now?
No, what?
Yeah, someone released, because you know how like the AI president thing is like them doing shit. It's like a big fad right now.
Yeah.
On one of them, they highlighted one of the newer Wii mods that have come out, which is an online ordering app, and you legitimately can order Domino's delivery through your Wii in 2023.
Nice. I remember you did
fucking
like,
wild
stuff. You could do. You could tell Connect. Hey, Connect, order me an Xbox.
Did you see Gore's reaction? I saw that too. No, we touched on it very briefly. Like, it's one of those things. No hard feelings to Gore, but I'm also less inclined to watch his shit now that we don't talk to him. He's still
I just haven't been on YouTube, but
I'm on YouTube all the time, just because I always need shit to listen to.
This man's like, I'm actively not.
No, like it's
I
one
know,
of
I'm
those
messing.
things that like if I could actively engage in a conversation and talk to him, I'm more apt to watch his shit. But it's one of those things that knowing that like everything I watch of his is just going to be like, oh, this is a thing I want to watch, but now it's just him talking over it because I don't get into reactionary shit. And no shade to him or honestly any other reactor, but I don't give a fuck about reactions or anything like that.
You don't watch reaction
Just
videos, you give him a view because he's the homie.
exactly. But if he's not talking to us, I don't give a fuck about giving him views. Then
Let's
that's
be a
that's
little
just the,
kinder about that.
that's as kind as I get. I'm just being honest. Like, you don't give a fuck about maintaining a conversation. I don't either. Then, like,
Jesus. The views of David does not reflect the views of Blue Rubies.
I'm just saying. I am one of the. No, here's the
I
thing.
know.
Like, I have this. This is my viewpoint. I don't think we don't often go like into the deep lore of our own brains. But you and I have personally talked about this before. I am very much a friend that I will just fucking disappear. And that's part of the reason why we do Blue Rupees, is because we wanted to always have an excuse to, talk and stay up to date with each other. Because if left to my own devices, I'm that friend that just disappears for months at a time, and then I just crawl back in and be like, I just remembered you're a human being I want to talk to. What's going on with you? And then I fucking disappear again. And like that's just me. I entirely out of sight, out of mind. If you are not someone I am forced to interact with on a daily basis, it's not that I don't care. I just don't have the brain capacity to worry about you. And so that's just kind of where I am with Chris's stuff. Is like I have no hard feelings towards the guy. Again, I feel bad because maybe we did something wrong and he just doesn't want to tell us, whatever the case may be on that. But like, all right, cool. You've decided you want to be in your own little headspace. Cool. I just have no brain capacity to put into you anymore. I'm just gonna go do my own thing. Like,
Nah, Mackie, David about to be based.
oh, David is always based. Let's be honest.
You don't seek out people if you're not in an active relationship with them, which is fair.
That's just how I am. And life's too short to put energy into people that don't reflect that same energy,
How much RAM does David's brain have as that Mackie?
5 bytes is a pretty accurate guess. If I had to guess, I probably have one whole megabizzle of RAM in my brain.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta reply. I got a random work text.
Yeah, no worries.
What CPU
sure
you working with?
What CPU am I working with? I'm working with an AMD Athlon is what I'm fucking working with.
I think he's asking your brain.
Yeah, that's my brain. My brain. My gaming rig is not fucking running a goddamn Apple.
All right,
I can assure you that much.
Let's keep going. According to SIE internal surveys, almost half of PS5 owners in the United States also own a Switch, while less than 20% of PlayStation 5 owners in the US also own an Xbox Series X or S.
Man, me and the
20%, baby. Let's go. I'm always a minority. Quote. There you go. Here's NVIDIA talking. I believe PC gaming will always be better than consoles.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fisher says that GeForce Now doesn't cannibalize the games market. Let's see. I do believe accessibility. Yada. Okay, whatever. NVIDIA might be a little steamed about Xbox dismissing cloud gaming. Quote, I believe it's not speculative. I believe it will ultimately be successful. It's my strong belief that cloud gaming has a profitable future. I think it's good for the industry.
I mean, they have to stand by it because it's what they're trying to push as their secondary now that their primary cash cow is slowly dying.
Looks like Sony's confidential PlayStation secret spilled because of a Sharpie. Like someone read the documents with a Sharpie. You can scan that in still. Oops. This is one of some calamities amongst us. Okay, so that watch list that we read off with the buy list, that's all redacted now. It's already on the internet. Here we go though. Nadella is taking a stand now, David. Okay. FTC quizzes Nadella on Xbox market share. Let's see. The document says Microsoft sold more consoles live today than previous generation of Xbox One and the market share leader in North America for 3 quarters in a row amongst next-gen consoles. Dell confirms that was accurate. FTC highlights Microsoft's gaming targets. FTC, Microsoft exceeded its metric for gaming business. Is that correct? Dell, yes. We set it low. That's funny. Nadella says cloud gaming includes Xbox Live. I don't think of it strictly as a substitute for the console. I mean, at least the market feedback to date has been people love their consoles, people love their PCs, people love their phones, and use cloud gaming as an adjunct. Just to make it clear, whatsoever or whenever I think about the cloud in the center, in the context of the Xbox pillar of content, cloud, and community. Xbox Live is part of the cloud. So even when you're thinking about a console or PC, the cloud is actually very integral to the experience. Not just streaming alone. When I think about the cloud, streaming is still part of that overall cloud. Adela emailed about making cloud mainstream. As a software company, I think software first. So I always want to be able to work on all platforms. I want this to be like a Samsung TV-like socket for us, says Nadella in the email, where socket is a device endpoint. I want to make it clear to the world that Microsoft is focused on cloud-first approach for xCloud, Teams, and Windows 365. I want to use every opportunity to make cloud mainstream.
Yeah, makes perfect sense with everything we know of Microsoft.
Yep. FTC and Dell keep looking at confidential documents. Hard to see what they're saying. Looks like they're checking about some data. Nadella wants to get rid of exclusives, but Sony. FTC questioning is fairly lightweight here, but we're on to Microsoft's own lawyer talking about Nadella. He talks about exclusives. Nadella says, quote, if it were up to me, I would love to get rid of the entire exclusive on consoles, but that's not for me to define, especially as a low share player in the console market. The dominant player there, Sony, has defined market competition using exclusives. So that's the world we live in. I have no love for that world.
I'm going to call bullshit, if only for the one reason. And we touched on this a little bit earlier. But again, if they could go ahead and be like, hey, fucking Nintendo, can we have Game Pass on there? There is not any other company that's going to be like, yes, let's have our competitors' products entirely on our platform. Even though knowing that could open up additional console sales from it. So that's kind of like saying, oh, I would never betray this person that literally has all the power in the fucking world. Of course you're not, because you don't have the option to.
Sure.
Like,
I mean,
and also, you know what? Here's the other thing. We've already seen Sony go ahead and release, like I said, MLB The Show on there.
And actually, though, let's call it a spade though. That I'm positive that was an MLB push. That is not a Sony. We released Last of Us on Xbox. That is a MLB's like, you open this up and let's do everything else. Otherwise, we're taking the license. They want to keep it, so they did it.
That's what I was gonna say. Is I guarantee that was an additional push. The day I believe that they want to get rid of exclusives is the day that I see The Last of Us not just on Steam, but I see it in the Windows Store for PC. I see
wait. You mean Nadella? Nadella put something on PlayStation as a form of non-exclusivity.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that, like, as much as they're saying, "Oh yeah, we'll go ahead and do that," the moment I see any company actually actively willing to work with the other one to put a major, like, true exclusive of theirs on another competitor's platform, I'll believe that. Yeah, we're open to getting rid of that.
I think it's kind of like that nuke button situation though right now, where it's right. They're gonna always have exclusives in gaming. That's just how it's gonna be, and you can't sabotage that because you're done. Like even think of it now. Xbox, I think putting stuff on PC is fine. Like who the fuck cares? Like and the people that are like, I'm just gonna play on PC anyway. We're probably gonna play on PC anyway. Like it's genuinely like.
I mean, it's also dumb, honestly, to be like, oh, say it's on Xbox is not exclusive to PC. It's all Microsoft.
Yeah, but either way, it's on Steam Deck, I guess. Whatever. So it's on Linux, but whatever. I think what was my point? I lost my point for a second.
But it's not like we will ever see Mario on another competitor because, again, the day Nintendo puts Mario on an Xbox or a fucking Sony console is the day they admit we have no reason for our hardware to
Well,
exist.
that's what I'm saying though. Is that exclusives are it's a nuke button. It's like we're gonna keep ours, you're gonna keep yours. No one can shot it off to the other side because like you're sacrificing everything. Microsoft's already like I'm sure before Microsoft did that initiative to be like, all right, we're putting all games on PC. I'm sure there was a big discussion like, we're sacrificing the exclusive? Like that's kind of it. But like, it's gonna happen. But I think it's a unique position that he has, right? Where he's like, I can tout all this shit I want right now, and but I mean, he kind of is okay too because he wasn't running it when that 360 was out. When that shit could have been called BS immediately. Like, all right, put Halo on PlayStation right now, do it, right? But he's their bottom, and they have been doing their shit. Like they have been showing. Like they could have called back. Like they could have not honored Deathloop, right? They could have not honored Ghostwire. It could have immediately said, all right, we're gonna delay it and put it on both platforms. But they honored that, and they're putting stuff out like Cuphead kind of went out there. Do the other people Ori went out there. Very minor things, right? But like that's the best side of goodwill you could do without it going haywire.
Yeah.
Like I mean, he played a really good card there. I feel like because you can't ding him to say otherwise. Like you can say you don't believe that, but like we can't prove he doesn't believe that because like how?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see. Does cloud take away from consoles? Quote: One mechanism we wanted to use was cloud streaming was as a way to bring more competition to mobile platforms and bring more opportunity for more publishers. So that has been a goal. Bringing over some economics expert right now. Nadella commits to shipping Call of Duty on PlayStation. Microsoft lawyer: Will Microsoft forego sales of Call of Duty on PlayStation by withholding sales? Nadella: It makes no economic sense and no strategic sense. Our goal with Activision in particular, in their content and our content, is to get it on more platforms. That's what we've done with Office. That's what I want to do with gaming. Will you commit to continue delivering Call of Duty on PlayStation? 100%. Microsoft lawyers have nothing else to ask. Nadella's questioning was light work from both the FTC and Microsoft today. Let's see. Microsoft expert Dr. Carlton is struggling here about the FTC's lawyer questioned his expertise and about how much he's being paid. I sense Judge Corley is frustrated at some of his answers and at some of the FTC's questioning. FTC: You are not an expert in the technology of video games. Dr. Carlton: Correct. FTC: You are not an expert on the quality of a Call of Duty game on Nintendo Switch. Dr. Carlton: I'm not offering an opinion on that.
Yeah, neither are you as a fucking lawyer. Fuck off.
Let's see.
You know what? Show me your KDR. Show me your fucking KDR. Then you can go ahead and start making these fucking arguments.
All right, so I'm gonna skip over the last bit because it's kind of just dry. But the last thing I want to say, because of that redaction with Microsoft, the court as of 5:05 p.m. So I should refresh really quick. Actually, let me go check this again. All right, there's like one more update after this. So 5:05 p.m. The court just gave up and deleted all the submitted evidence for the FTC versus Microsoft that has made public with redacted parts. I'm sure Sony isn't happy with whoever's responsible for redacting this info properly. That guy's fucked. Whoever did that, whoever fucked up that, he's royally fucking. He's bent over and fucked for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he's gone.
Nah, he's lost his job. But we'll see. He's definitely not working in this field anymore. Let's see.
Also, what's even the point? Like, it's not going. It's on the internet. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
Like,
yeah, like GG's. Okay. Microsoft. That's the last thing. Microsoft CFO Amy Hood's direct testimony has now been filed. Hood says Microsoft wants to increase Xbox operating margins to match other Microsoft businesses. Just as Microsoft never assessed removing Call of Duty from PlayStation, and that the Activision deal has to immediately make money. Yeah.
Yeah. We've talked about that.
Why would you jeopardize everything just to fumble a $70 billion fucking deal? Like, what you want is you want to leave it as it is, build the money, and then turn it into whatever you need to afterwards, which Call of Duty is obviously making fuck ton of like money right now. Why would you change that? I forget what side I stood on.
I remember always saying Call of Duty was 100% going to stay on PlayStation. I forget what side did we stand on Elder Scrolls.
Scrolls was one where you said that it could be iffy because they needed something that needed to be exclusive.
Yeah.
And I said that Elder Scrolls is arguably still up there and that it would be dumb of them to go ahead and keep it exclusive. I genuinely think the only thing of like the major games like that would go fully exclusive would be like spin-offs of those major games.
I think yeah, I said it was iffy, but I think I called Starfield being exclusive.
You did.
Because I specifically
thought it was too
saying,
far along in development to go exclusive.
I specifically remember that because I remember saying it's a new IP, so no one gives a shit yet.
Yeah. And I was like, well, I mean, they're already so far in development. It'd be such a waste of money to not release it. And yet, here we are, I guess.
Here we are. David, that was 4.5 hours. That felt like 4 days. This court ends tomorrow. What do you think? Like, where we sitting with everything? Where are we landing? Let's talk final thoughts and get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, I was gonna stream afterwards. We do BattleBit, but I'm tired. David's tired, and I need to not talk. So let's get some final thoughts.
Yeah, my final thoughts is that I think this is all fucking dumb. This is a weird legal case being fought between boomers that don't fucking understand what it is they're fighting about. And at the end of the day, I really don't care who wins. I just want it to be over. I really don't.
Well, I mean, you care if Microsoft wins just to get rid of your favorite person.
Yeah, if alleged groomer, alleged union buster, and alleged pedophile and alleged sexual assaulter and harasser, Bobby Kotick, could be gone from the company, and if some fucking repairing could be done to the company to make it less scumbaggy and bullshitty. We didn't even talk about this, but also shout outs to your miserable fucking launch of Diablo 4, where the game is so fucking broken and busted and has been under so many DDoS attacks that your insistence on making it online only, even for single player, makes it literally unplayable, you ignorant fucking cucks. Yeah, congratulations. I truly hope that Microsoft does get it, if only just to turn shit around on genuinely good fucking IPs that deserve better than the shitty mismanagement they've been giving. But at the end of the day, I've already even said this before all this, I would rather Activision just burn to the ground and their IPs be sold to multiple different companies.
Understandable. Hey, what was this? I know I'm going off topic. I'm trying to end it, but I want to ask, what was this throw exploit in Street Fighter that I heard about?
Oh, so option selecting, you're familiar with
it.
To real quick explain to anyone listening in the audience that doesn't know, option selecting is when you throw out multiple options at the same time, but depending on what is happening, they react in different priority. So let's say you throw both a punch and a kick out at the same time as part, just to keep it dead simple as an explanation. And your opponent goes for a punch of their own. An option select, if you throw those out at the same time, will say, oh, a punch is coming out. Well, the way that the frames line up, we're going to throw that kick out instead. But if they throw their kick out and we throw these two buttons out at the same time, we're going to throw a punch out instead. That's very just simplified explanation of what an option select is. Someone had discovered option select tech where you could literally block and tech throw at the same exact time. So regardless of if you throw a low, a high, an overhead, a medium, or a throw, you could option select with the right timing and counter literally everything and have a perfect defense.
And shout outs to Capcom. They were on that shit and we're fixing it right away.
Yeah, they were like, oh, fuck. That's not how fighting games work, and they corrected that right fucking quick, which makes sense because Capcom Cup's going on.
That's impressive, though.
For that turnaround time, yes, but I feel like at the same time, considering how much eyes they have on them and how much they're trying to stand out, especially where they know, again, this is the fucking year of fighting games, apparently. You know, Mortal Kombat 1 is right on their heels, Tekken 8 is right on their heels.
Also, to some people, Street Fighter 6 is a Game of the Year contender.
Yeah, 100%.
I get that it's in their best interest to do that, but like even so, turnaround time, I'm impressed. Like it's good because they're fixing it. When's the patch coming out?
I think the next week or two.
Let me see real quick.
I know it's a fairly quick turnaround time.
It was super quick. Yeah, they said they're investigating and they're going at it right now.
So I mean, I suspect it'll be pretty quick. But I mean, even again, like they have not had this many eyes on Street Fighter, honestly, since Street Fighter 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know, since they revived, you know, argue what you will, Street Fighter 4 revived the fighting game genre to a certain level of prominence that it hadn't had since the arcade. And they have all the eyes on them right now. And you know, I'll admit, as much as I shit on the monetization idea for Street Fighter 6, I'll actually give them slight credit for one thing, in that if Street Fighter 6 is like the one game you're playing religiously, it's barrel rolls quickly, because the amount you spend to get the fighting tokens to unlock the season pass, you can earn immediately back if you're playing through all the season pass. So you can effectively keep rebuying the season pass with the earnings from the one season pass you buy.
Which I like
So
that.
as much as I do like that, I think it's shitty still to lock content behind it. But at the same time, so far, at least, it's cosmetics purely for the avatar character. We don't have anything that's like, oh, this Zangief outfit is only behind this paid thing. All right, fine, whatever. I'm willing to be a little bit loosey-goosey on that. And the fact that, again, if like Street Fighter 6 is your game that you're playing hardcore, congratulations. You basically buy the one battle pass and then you never have to buy another one as long as you're dedicated to.
See, I like that because it's like it's you're making a deal with the player, which is like, hey, you gotta play the game a lot, help us stay relevant, we'll give you stuff. It's when you have to keep buying stuff that makes it feel like it's like, okay, well, you have to pay to keep up with all this stuff, but then after that, it's like you're getting rewarded for keeping the game alive, which I think is the play that you should be doing with your player base.
I just think it's shitty because it does kill content long term for people that dip in and out. Because like even I, now that I'm done World Tour, yeah, I do want to play more Street Fighter, but just going through ranked in general, I get bored after a certain point. I'm already starting to get to that point where it's like, I don't know, I just don't have fun going against randos after a while. I you know, one of the things I used to do way back when is you know, a bunch of buddies I used to work with and I would all get Thai food and then just play Street Fighter for you know, a few hours once a week every week, and that was a really fun thing to do. And
Now you gotta get Thai food to stream.
Group, hell yeah, I could, but I don't get into streaming, honestly. Like, it's fun every so often. I do enjoy it for the podcast, but like, I don't have the energy to be a streamer. Like,
I back you mentioned I want David reaction videos. You don't, because David doesn't really react. Like,
no, unless it's something like I'm 100% like, fuck yes, I'm in for. I don't know.
he stone faces it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll do that, but I'll have commentary on it. Like, at least I'll always be trying to say something. I'm not like unless it's like something I really give a shit about, which is
no. I'm
rare.
very much a video essay person. Like, when I do finally get the SMT history stuff going, I have to rebuy my capture card, my $350 capture card. Fucking shit the bed on me, so I need to buy that again. But once I have that up and running again, that's basically what's kind of stopping me for some things right now on that. And that's one of those things that when I can just go ahead and sit and like plan out my thoughts and give a fully detailed explanation of what's going on in my brain, I find that much better. When it's just me trying to like live react or engage with the crowd, that was one thing that I really hated. One stream that really popped off for me was when I was doing competitive Magic the Gathering. I was going through draft competitively for a little bit when I was in between jobs. And I actually at one point had like almost 20,000 people watching me during a stream. And I just tried so hard to pay attention to the crowd. I completely lost focus on what I was doing. And, you know, honestly, kudos to people that have the mentality for that, where they can split focus to that level and be able to keep their competitive mindset while entertaining folks. But it was so distracting for me that I like playing competitively, but I couldn't play competitively and stream, and that stream kind of showed me that is the second I had any real amount of attention on me with like almost 20,000 people, I was like, I feel like I need to keep you guys engaged because you're all here, but now my strategy I thought 4 turns ahead, I've lost track of, and I'm making poor decisions and actively honestly making bad decisions because I feel like it might be slightly more entertaining, and then just I hate it. I fucking hate it.
So yeah, I was talking with them about it where it's like it's hard at the beginning because you're just playing to yourself, and like you got to be entertaining at all times regardless if there's no one there, because when one person comes in, looks at some guy just staring at a screen, it's gonna leave. So you have to really be as engaging you can with every single person. So big shout outs to everyone in here that's been jumping in on my streams. I appreciate that because
Oh yeah.
it makes it easier to stick around for. I've been doing like what 4, 5, 6 hour streams. It's been easier for me to do that because one of these guys will lurk, and they'll lurk for hours, which is cool with me. I don't mind. They'll be at work or something. They'll lurk, and then like in a world where I didn't know that person for being a kind of lurker, I'll just assume like, oh, I guess they left, and just kind of get quiet. But they'll drop in with like a comment every couple hours or something like that, which is fine with me. That's cool. But it's easy for me. I can, my brain. My brain goes 30,000 miles an hour. If I got things going, I can get things going. That's fine with me. But speaking of streams, I'll try my best to stream tomorrow. If my voice is better, which hopefully, fingers crossed, it should. It just, I think I just talked a lot off a pretty rough voice already. So we'll see how things go. So if tomorrow, if I'm good, I'll be back on. I'll probably be back on anyway. Just if I'm not hurt, if I'm hurting, I'm hurting. It is what it is. You're gonna tough it out. We're not bitch boys here. And then what's up?
Are you still on vacation in August, or is school in session by then?
End of July, baby.
Goddamn. All right. I'm so far removed from the school system. I forgot.
All depends because New York just went on summer vacation like last week.
Gotcha. I think we actually just went on vacation because my sister's a teacher. I think we went on vacation like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, we're like end of May through to end of July.
Gotcha.
Why?
Fiance is going away to Salt Lake for a wedding for a few days, so I'm preemptively thinking, hell yeah, big old stream. Side tangent, that's one thing I do miss about just 100% being on my own is just Winnie the Poohing it around the goddamn house.
That's fair.
That's just some
do it
weird.
now. What the fuck? Who cares? What's stopping you?
How I am, man.
I know this man had no shame.
Oh, I have shame, just not for the things I probably should.
No, big shout outs to everyone here that jumped on my stream. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably stream tomorrow because I've been antsy. I played a little bit of Street Fighter here and there on my trip. I brought my Kwamba fight stick bag, which is fucking amazing, by the way. Like, I love that thing. I've never been able to use it until now, and it's an incredible just backpack in general. I love that thing. I want to get through World Tour. I want to get all the costumes.
Yeah, I gotta finish getting the costumes.
I want to do that, and I'm still eager to play people. I'm kind of iffy because I feel like at Silver Range, people are gonna try to learn this option select because they don't realize that learning a bad technique is gonna just ingrain yourself in it. So once you gain 4 ranks through that, you're gonna lose 4 ranks because you're gonna just rely on that. But I'm chilling. And I do want to play Dead Island 2 along as well. I'm dipping out July 10th through the 18th, I believe it is. So those are my tentative dates. It's pretty set in stone. I shouldn't even say tentative. So we'll figure out our last hurdle for that. Otherwise, I'm not gonna read the Games Gone By stuff because my voice is shot. Games Gone By, Alan Wake. Remember that.
Month, not next month.
Mid August.
Mid August. But you should probably start next month because it'll be on PlayStation Plus.
There you go. Super excited for
you.
you
I'll
to do
be
that.
Starting it because I got to record footage for it. So.
Right, and then remember, episodes will be going down off my channel and back up on the new channel, just to make algorithm easier because we're fighting that algorithm, brother. New channel, everything will be on there, and please support that show. I know it's weird to ever like. We don't really say like, oh, share with your friends, stuff like that, because it's just a thing we do for fun. And if we get something, we get something. But David and I have had like talks about this for a while. We've had talks in general, but like we talk about this, and we're really hoping to like put in our all. We're at a point, I think, both of our lives where now that I'm done with a lot of shit and I got time, now that David's like able to like settle down a little bit, we can like put our heads together, like really make something out of it. And yeah, like little things that we want to do for ages, like Extra Life will happen. Extra Life, like this will happen. The last couple years I couldn't because it's around like getting close to finals time for that. Like couldn't, but like now we can do Extra Life. We can make it super fun. We can really go about it. I'll have a better setup because I can invest some money into it and put some money into on like outlets and more effects. I gotta figure out this pop thing. I've been doing different things, so that's why it's clear. But I need to figure out the reason why, which I figured out, I guess. But yeah, and let us know. I do this with my students, and I appreciate that they give me honest feedback. That honest feedback. Like, what do you guys like? What do you guys not? Do you guys like the rambling that we do in the beginning? I've heard like pluses about that. Do you guys think that we talk about too much video game news? Like, do we talk too little about video game news? Should we talk more relevant? Should we just like, literally like we're 210 episodes in, but like I don't feel like this podcast is really hardwired. Like it's like.
No, it's never had a solid identity beyond the first few episodes, honestly.
And the segments like what'd you play, what'd you buy in game news, like yeah, but like we used to do trivia, right? But that got tiring to do. But like I'm not beholden. David's not beholden to us having to stay with the thing. We totally love to break out and do other stuff, and I hope we could do something with that. Like I hope
the idea of Blue Rupee staying experimental, but then like a lot of energy and focus being put on like a more definitive, like this is what this podcast is for kind of thing.
I want Blue Rupees essentially to be like our catch up and what were we like, what's current, right? Like what's going on. I want the spin out ideas to be solely focused on that, not attached. Like that was the biggest mistake I think we had with Games Gone By, and that's why I'm excited to do what we're doing, is that it's its own thing. We're not tying to this. We tried to make its own thing, but it's like it was always tied to Blue Rupees. It was always tied to Blue Rupees, but like really getting to spin out and do its own thing and come at it on a different day too, where you have a whole fresh mind. You can talk about it differently. I think the one time we ever did that was the second part of that Chrono Trigger one. Remember, because I wasn't done with it. Yeah. So we took a day off of it and did that, and it came back with a really good discussion. So I think clearing ourselves doing that, it'll be fun. Obviously, gotta balance the work life thing, but I don't know. I think it was weird today. I brought to my family. I was like, I think I'm not ready. Like I'm down to wait like next year and a half because the housing market's slowly fucking finally coming back down, just little by little. It's cutting. I'm like I'm going to be like in a house market soon, and of course without that happens, it's just gonna get settled down. But and then we're not gonna be doing any of these what Adrian get. It's what did Adrian sell this week? What was he missing? But I think especially like that. I don't know, dude. Like I've had a lot of thinking. I talk about it like as if it's existential, but it kind of was. It's like at a point in our lives right now, you're gonna get married. We don't know when, but like sometime, right? Like I'm 32 later this year, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm like in family mode. Like I need to start fucking figuring my shit out for a family. So like it's like kind of in a weird headspace where I'm like also I want to commit to something and really do something fun on the side now that my side project, which was grad school, is done. Let's fucking do it. We know what we fucked up on, and to sound as confident as possible, if we put our heads together and make it work, we can make something blow up. But it takes work. It's like that's not demeaning to anyone else, right? Like it took work to get there, but we can do the same thing and do something hopefully. But ultimately too, the cool thing about it is we've said it before. David said it earlier. Is like this is our way we connect. David and I, as of like 30 episodes into Blue Rupees, we've probably talked more at that point in that term, in that span of time versus the previous span, maybe, right? Like it's well, aside from like a road trip, right? But like we've definitely had like a lot of time there, so it's always a fun thing. But if we can make it do something, of course we're making it do something. That'd be cool. Big shout outs again to everyone stuck around this almost 5-hour podcast. Jesus fuck.
Man,
Hey,
it's been a long time since we had a hearty one like this.
we prefaced it though. I fucking cursed it. Said at the beginning, I was like, "Isn't it great that we get started episode early as shit?" And I don't really feel shitty about this. Like it's like if we were doing 5 hours on the old schedule, we'd be.
Oh yeah,
David,
when we would have just started like an hour ago.
have you noticed that David's not been cranky at the end of the episodes? By the way, because we've been able to start at a human hour. So
Yeah.
like, never how David's like always like, "Oh fuck this, I'm out," or like pretty much cranky. He doesn't want to talk. He's like, "Hey, what do you think?" Yeah. It's because we're starting at earlier time, so we're like, I don't feel shitty about it. It kind of feels nice. Like we know this is Hardy, and we had a good conversation about it. So, it's been a good podcast.
Honestly, probably would have had even more heartier conversation if your voice hadn't just decided to rage quit on us.
Yeah, that shit sucks. Yeah, I know you're getting ready for sleepy times, but like, it's.
I'm still, I'm gonna still be up for another hour or two, but that's just because my brain needs that much time to wind down to even sleep.
If my voice
So-
didn't get fucked, there is a good chance this would have been a record long episode. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hell yeah,
And that's without Games Gone By on it too, because that shit also popped up some of the episodes.
that always inflated it. Yeah,
that shit sucked on those kind of days. Anyway,
wasn't our near episode like about 5 hours,
let me
5
go.
and a half?
I want to end it on that. Let's go look at our longest episode. Let's see. Videos, content.
So I'm willing to bet. I think it was either the Near Automata or. Fuck, I'm trying to think. What other one did we have like a super good conversation on? I'm thinking it has to have been the episode where we did that one. Maybe Limbo. Not Limbo. Inside. Maybe Inside. So I think there was a game conference that same day.
One of the tough ones are the retrospective episodes. Those things fuck us up pretty good, but damn, 2 weeks in a row we did 4-hour episodes. That's tough. We did BioShock. That was almost 4 hours. After Blue Rupees. The season 2 retrospective was almost 4 hours. I want to say it might have been near though, because it was one that was like a fucking big ass boy. I remember that. I want to find that episode, then we'll dip out here. We did Stardew Valley. I don't remember doing Stardew Valley. Holy shit, that was 4 hours. That was 4 hours.
Yeah.
Damn, was that really our longest one? No way. No, 410. Parasite Eve is currently in the lead right now.
Yeah. But that was around like Game Awards and shit, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? That was a Blue Rubies episode just 4.5 hours long. Fuck hell. We're still going. It's still. No, no wait, no. That's separate. Yeah, no, we're still going. Okay. Metal Gear Rising was about 3.5 hours. Oh, there we go. No, Game of the Year was almost 4.5 hours. It's fascinating how much time. I want to get a collection of how long we've spent just podcasting. Let's see. Oh, that sucks. I remember that. Microsoft acquiring Bethesda was on the same day as the Detroit Games Gone By.
Ah!
That was 4.5 hours. The Neo GameSpark episode, which was the PS5 pre-order just started, and the Nintendo Direct now is 4.5, almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we're topping it so far. Actually, this might actually be a record. I guess we had a 5-hour episode though, didn't we?
I want to say either one of the retrospective was, or honestly, my money was on the Near episode. If it wasn't that, it had to have been like season 1 or 2 retrospective.
The Near was only 3 hours 45 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
It must have been fuck all for news that
we were exhausted. I bet though too. This might be our record, dude.
Hell yeah!
Granted, I didn't look at live recordings, which are kind of tough for me to do because maybe I could do that really quick. I don't know if this fits. No, probably not.
2-man crew carrying the highest record Blue Rupees. Let's go.
186 was 4 hours. No, dude. I think we just beat it. Beat it. Holy shit. Congratulations on the longest Blue Rupees we ever had. David's asleep.
Hell yeah. No, I got really excited for like all of a second because I saw a news article about how the main house advanced a bill to require background checks for private gun sales, but our state senate decided to shoot it down. So I was excited for nothing.
Wonderful. Big shout outs. All right, that's it. Hell yeah. Wasn't the longest one 8 hours where David quit halfway?
That was the Bioshock one, I think. Or no, that was Portal. Yeah, that was Portal.
That was around Christmas time, so let me check. That was 20.
That was back in like December.
Yeah, but when was that specifically though?
Somewhere around December. That's all I can remember.
Somewhere in December, that's all I can remember. We stopped putting them out at that point though. Last thing I want to find. Come on, give me that. Give me. Just having Portal. What the fuck? That's not what I asked for. What the fuck? Stop recording halfway though. It should still show me the video though. I don't know. It might be. All right. Anyway, we're just gonna take it. Fuck it. We win.
Hell yeah.
Episode 210. Everyone was here. You guys were here. The real ones. My voice is sore. My legs are sore. I wanna not be awake. Let's just say it that way. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone again. I know I said it 40 times, but I really appreciate you guys. You guys. Good night.
Pepperoni and cheese.
And fuck Bobby Kotick.
Hell yeah.